Chapter 1208. A middle-aged man walked in from outside the hall. This was a real human. He was very handsome and wore dark armor. The instant they saw the middle-aged man, Jessie and Aud felt their eyes brim with tears. They felt as if they had seen a family member. The two of them involuntarily called out, "Second brother." The person who had come was Chaz, their second brother. Chaz's emotions were much calmer than the two of them. He glanced at the two of them and said, "Long time no see. It seems the two of you are in bad shape." Jessie and Oder smiled bitterly. Their former second brother was standing in front of them, but at this moment, he seemed like a stranger. "Third brother, little brother." An emotional voice came from behind Chaz. Another person walked in from outside the hall. It was Dia, whom Aud had met several times. Dia was also wearing armor. His slightly thin face didn't have the joy of seeing his brother. Instead, there was a hint of ridicule. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them knew that everything had changed. As for the brotherly feelings of the past, they had become nothing more than bubbles. "You two traitors, who let you in? Where is he?" Aud looked at the two of them and loudly shouted. "Everyone is busy fighting." Chaz smiled faintly. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, battle cries could be heard from outside. Chaz ignored Aud and Jessie, and naturally ignored Zichen as well. He took several steps forward and raised his head to look at Wamang, saying, "Let's write off our grudges." Wamang sneered. "With just you?" Chaz smiled, saying, "I have already stabilized my cultivation, but you haven't taken a single step out of the hall for so many years. I presume that your injuries from back then haven't healed yet." Wamang's expression changed. "You have been spying on me all this time." Chaz only smiled, either denying nor admitting it. Wamang's cold eyes moved away from Aud and Jessie. He looked at Chaz and coldly said, "It is you who is despicable." Chaz laughed loudly. "It is you who is too lecherous." Jessie and Aud were confused, and the others were even more confused. Seeing their expressions, Wamang suddenly laughed and said, "This person in front of you is your good second brother. All these years, you've been waiting for him to come back. If I tell you that Inger was willing to follow me because he asked her to, would you think it's ridiculous? That's impossible." The one who couldn't accept it the most was Aud. He immediately roared, "Impossible? What's impossible? Who do you think Inger is? Do you think she's that pure? Let me tell you, the reason why I was injured so badly was because of this stinky girl," Wamang said angrily. "That's because you're stupid. You can't even defend against a woman," Chaz said indifferently. His words were obviously an indirect admission. Aud felt as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Chaz in disbelief and asked, "Why? Why?" Beside him, Zichen secretly shook his head. Obviously, none of them were good people. "Why? It's all because of that old man." Dia pointed at Wamang and said angrily, "Ask him what he got when we attacked that tribe. What did he get? Didn't he get some fruit trees and a winemaking recipe?" Jessie and Aud both looked confused. "Bullshit. There's something else he didn't tell us afterwards. He wanted to keep it for himself, but one time, he accidentally let it slip, and Inger heard it." Dia stared viciously at Wamang. Aud looked at Chaz and smiled miserably. So you had Inger seduce Wamang." Chaz took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge Inger." "Beast, you're a beast too, you're all beasts." Aud burst into tears. Beside him, Zichen clearly understood the ins and outs of the matter. The brothers attacked the tribe together and suffered heavy casualties. After successfully robbing the other party's resources, Wamang found something good and wanted to keep it for himself, but Inger accidentally found out. Inger told her husband Chaz. And so, Chaz used Wamang's lecherous nature to have Inger seduce Wamang. Inger and Wamang got together, and Inger ambushed Wamang for the sake of that item. Wamang killed Inger, but Wamang was also heavily injured. Chaz wanted to kill Wamang, but failed. Dia helped him escape. This time, Chaz returned and sent Dia to find Aud, only to be discovered by Ju Yen. Presumably, he was trying to frame the two of them so that they could be eliminated, and Wang would lose his arm. None of these brothers are good people. What brotherhood? That's pure nonsense. Zichen shook his head. When he looked at Jesse and Odd again, his expression was one of pity. These two were emotional people, but they were also pitiful people. Odd, in particular, clearly had some feelings for Inger. Since we've already spoken, and my goal is clear, isn't it time to settle the score? Chaz looked at Wang. Only a battle to the death, Wang said. Then what about the two of them? Chaz glanced at Jesse and Odd. They betrayed me. They must die, Wang said. Chaz nodded and said, They refused to submit to me. Indeed, they must die, Chaz said. Do you want to do it, or should I? Wang said. I've already done it, Chaz said. Understood. It's my turn. With that, a surge of power surged out of Chaz's body. A beam of energy appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the energy flew towards the two of them. Facing this attack, the two of them could not resist. The two of them smiled, but their smiles were bitter and miserable. Scram! Behind the two of them, Zichen was enraged when he saw this. He immediately mobilized the Void Law in his lightning wings and struck forward. Boom! The powerful collision shook the entire hall. Zichen grabbed the two of them and used the momentum to fly out of the hall. Eh? After dispersing the shaking energy, Chaz exclaimed in surprise. He was very surprised that Di Yuan had saved the two of them. I underestimated him. Wang was also surprised by Di Yuan's reaction. As for the others, their eyes widened in disbelief. They never expected Zichen to be able to block a corporeal's attack. Even if it wasn't a corporeal's true attack, it was definitely not something an Earth Prime should be able to block. Clearly, Zichen had hidden his strength. Or perhaps Zichen had used some kind of secret technique. Chen Xian almost peed himself when he saw Zichen's ferocity. He must have used some secret technique. He can have gone far. I'll go after him. Dia rushed out. Boom! Inside the hall, a surge of power shook. The two corporeals' battle to the death had begun. Chen Xiang and the others crawled out, scared witless. However, all the cultivators in the tribe were fighting. He was just an Earth Prime, so there was nowhere to hide. Wu Meng and the others also ran out in a sorry state. Some of them were even injured. In the battle, the weakest Earth Prime cultivators died one after another. The Emptiness Realm cultivators activated one void law after another. Loud shouts and screams rang out continuously. The tribe, which had been very peaceful just a moment ago, became extremely chaotic in the next moment. Don't panic. Fight, fight. Fight for the tribe. Wu Meng rushed out. After seeing this scene, he shouted loudly. From now on, he had taken over the command of the battle. Zichen rushed out with the two of them, using his extreme speed to avoid the attacks. Then, he flew into the distance. The whistling wind poured into the two's mouths, causing them to cough up blood. Hold on. Zichen grabbed the two and used his extreme speed to escape. Behind them, there were cultivators chasing after them. I can't. Put us down. Jesse's face was pale and very weak. Wait a little longer. We'll reach a safe place soon. Zichen's lightning wings flapped faster and faster. The elemental energy around him was also quickly depleted. Zichen, put us down. You can go by yourself. I'm the one who dragged you down, Aoda said from the other side. Don't say that. If we really want to talk about dragging you down, I'm the one who dragged you down. Every time Wu Meng sent someone to watch you, I killed him, Zichen said. Aoda was stunned. Then, a touch of emotion appeared on his pale face. Zichen. Meeting you is our fortune. It's Zichen's fortune to be able to meet the two of you in such a dark world. The two of them were heavily injured and couldn't hold on for long. After Zichen shook off the pursuers, he found a place where the wind was not blowing and put the two of them down. The two of them fell to the ground. Jesse's eyes were a little unfocused. He looked weak, as if he could die at any time. What happened? Why are your injuries so serious? Zichen asked, puzzled. He remembered that Jesse wasn't seriously injured just now. Jesse smiled at Zichen, then raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at his lower abdomen. There was a bloody hole in his lower abdomen. Blood was gushing out, and the hole was made by a sharp weapon. Who did this? Zichen asked coldly. He didn't know that Jesse's injuries were so serious. It's fourth brother, he and Chaz. Zichen interrupted Jesse's words. Then, he took out a lot of elixirs from his spirit ring and poured them into the two's mouths. Aoda shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's useless, Zichen. Our injuries are incurable. Haha. Jesse suddenly laughed. It seemed that the elixirs had taken effect. His face became ruddy. I didn't expect the one who saved me would be you. Aoda had long said that you were extraordinary, and I also felt it. But I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary that you could withstand Chaz's attack. Jesse's words suddenly became clear. His breathing also became stable, and his eyes brightened. Zichen knew that something was wrong. This was obviously not the effect of the elixirs. Jesse said, We brothers have known each other for more than 10,000 years. Today, they want to kill the two of us. We've only known each other for less than a year. But you saved the two of us. Brothers don't care who comes first or who comes first, Zichen said in a deep voice. Aoda laughed bitterly and mournfully. To be able to meet a true brother at the last moment of my life, even if I die, it will be worth it. Zichen, I don't have much time left. Before I die, I'll leave you with a word of advice. In this dark world where people die everywhere, don't trust anyone. Zichen nodded and said solemnly, I know. You use your lives to teach me a lesson. Good, good. The two laughed. Their smiles became very carefree. Chapter 1209. The two of them had the same thought. They took off their spiritual rings and handed them to Zichen. Jesse said, Zichen, this is the wealth I've accumulated in this world. I'm giving it to you now. Aud handed over his spiritual ring as well. For you. Zichen immediately waved his hand. These belong to you. I won't take them. Jesse sighed. We're about to die. What use do we have for these worldly possessions? Zichen said solemnly. Even if you die, I'll bury these worldly possessions with you. Afterwards I'll avenge you. Take them. Don't talk nonsense. You won't be able to return to the tribe. Take these things and find a safe place to train. Zichen still shook his head, unwilling to accept them. Since he doesn't want them, then give them to me. A laugh rang out from afar. Immediately afterwards, a figure leapt up and landed in front of the three of them. Dia, it's you. Jesse looked at Dia. Give them to me. Don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. Dia extended his hand towards the two of them, a smile on his face. Jesse and Aud simultaneously placed their spiritual rings in Zichen's hands, then stood up and pushed Zichen. It seemed as though they wanted to push Zichen away. But Zichen didn't budge at all. Even when the two of them worked together, they couldn't move him. Zichen, hurry up and leave. You're no match for him. The two of them shouted in unison. Zichen shook his head. He said coldly, I won't leave. I can't save your lives. All I can do is avenge you. If they don't die, I will. Zichen, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and leave! Aud roared. But he was seriously injured and couldn't move Zichen at all. Jesse was frantic. He knew his own situation. He only had a single breath left. Once he let it out, he would most likely die. A puny Earth-level cultivator like you actually dares to dream of revenge? You must be dreaming. Still, that's fine. After killing you, I'll be able to obtain another law fragment. Dia laughed savagely. Looking at the two anxious people, Zichen had a trace of guilt on his face. He said, I'm really sorry. If I didn't hide my strength and was magnanimous, I wouldn't have shown my strength earlier. You wouldn't be in this situation. This matter is my fault. As he spoke, Zichen used both hands to push aside the two people blocking his way and walked straight ahead. At this moment, the two of them were still in a daze because of Zichen's words. Obviously, they did not understand the meaning behind Zichen's words. An Earth Realm expert dares to challenge an Emptiness Realm expert? Interesting, very interesting. Let me think about how I should kill you. Dia sized up Zichen, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Zichen said indifferently, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. My time is limited, and so is my friend's time. Let's end this quickly." Not a bad idea. I like it. Don't worry. I'll kill you as fast as I can. I'll kill you in one move. Zichen's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Shameless boasting. Die. Dia charged towards Zichen. With a flash of light, a weapon appeared in his hand. This was his ethereal weapon. The ethereal law flowed on it. My time is limited, Zichen said indifferently. A black glove appeared on his right hand. Immediately after, a black blade appeared in his hand. He gripped the blade and slashed forward. A black blade light flashed on the mountain peak. Pooh! The blade light pierced through the ethereal weapon and landed on Dia's neck. Then, the light swept past. Dia's head flew up with a sinister smile and a smug look on its face. He suddenly saw a headless corpse below him holding his weapon and charging forward. However, after taking 2 steps, blood spurted out from the neck. At this moment, Dia's consciousness also dissipated. Zichen's slash just now was so clean. He killed an ethereal realm expert with 1 slash. Jesse and Oder opened their eyes wide. They looked ahead in disbelief. Their expressions were extremely shocked. Zichen turned back. A drop of blood dripped from the black blade in his hand. At this moment, he emitted the aura of an ethereal realm expert. His black clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked very cold. I said that I would avenge you, Zichen said. His voice was sonorous and forceful. It was like an oath. I believe you. I believe you. Jesse laughed. He laughed loudly. His laughter was proud and carefree. Of course, he was not happy because Zichen had avenged him. Instead, he was happy because he had met such an amazing brother. Jesse's laughter came to an abrupt end. He let out his last breath. The smile on his face also froze. His body fell backward. Third brother. Oder supported Jesse and shouted loudly. He looked very sorrowful. Jesse had lost all signs of life. Put him away first. We'll kill our way back and take revenge. The killing continued in the rich Python tribe. All sorts of screams rang out. Many Earth Prime experts knew that they were no match for Jesse and began to flee. The 2 realms of reality were still fighting. The original hall had been completely destroyed. The 2 fought fiercely in the air. The realms of reality constantly clashed, causing the void to tremble. On the mountain peak, Zichen took away Jesse's corpse. Oder used all the strength in his body to protect his last chance of survival. Zichen carried him on his back and flew in the direction of the tribe. After Zichen left, a flame rushed out from his body. The flame transformed into a fire dragon. It coiled around Dia's corpse and took his head. Then, it returned to the everlasting pill cauldron. It's been a long time since I've fought to my heart's content. I really miss those days. Oder's eyes shone with the light of reminiscence. You won't have the chance to see a fight. But next, you will see a massacre. A one-sided massacre, Zichen said. A massacre is good. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen a massacre. I've never seen a massacre at a higher level. In this world, I've only heard of beasts slaughtering humans. Then you should have known me earlier. I've always been killing people at a higher level. If you and I had known each other earlier, you would have seen too much. You would have been disgusted and disgusted. I hope so. At this moment, Oder was like a mortal. As Zichen flew, he deliberately left behind a layer of energy to protect him. Oder heard the sound of fighting. He smiled and said, Is it about to start? Zichen saw a familiar area. It was the place where many fruits of law were planted. At this moment, there was also a battle taking place. Chaz's men were fighting with the tribe. Looking at the fruits of law, Zichen suddenly had an idea. Let the battle begin here. As he spoke, Zichen's figure descended. Oder also saw these fruits of law. As if guessing Zichen's thoughts, he said, "You want to take these fruits of law?" Unexpectedly, Zichen shook his head and said, "No, I want these fruits of law." Oder opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect Zichen's appetite to be so big. Zichen's figure had already landed, and a black blade appeared in his hand. While the two Earth Prime martial artists were fighting, Zichen's 9 flashes of lightning appeared under his feet as he charged towards them. "He's mine, Scram." Without waiting for the Earth Elementals, who thought he had the chance to win, to speak, the black blade had already reached his neck and then slashed it. Puff! A head flew up. On the opposite side, the Earth Elementals who saw this scene were startled at first, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. He thought that reinforcements had arrived. Unfortunately, he saw a pair of indifferent and emotionless eyes. Then, he saw a black light rushing towards him. Puff! With a flash of light, another head flew up. Zichen used his extreme speed to move forward in a straight line. Behind him, 2 fire dragons rushed out and swept away the 2 Earth Elementals' corpses. Along the way, Zichen killed 6 Earth Elementals, and he attacked 6 times with his blade. Although he had already guessed that Zichen was very powerful and had seen Zichen kill Daya with 1 strike with his own eyes, Oder was still shocked at this moment. Finally, Zichen arrived in front of the 2 fighting Emptiness Realm experts. "How dare a puny Earth Elementals come here? Die!" the Emptiness Realm expert shouted. He held up the void space and pressed it down on Zichen. Zichen held his blade and swung it. A blade light appeared. The void space was cut open by Zichen's blade. The power of the blade light did not decrease as it continued to move towards the Emptiness Realm expert. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the blade light still slashed through the Emptiness Realm expert's neck and chopped off his head. With 1 slash, the void space was broken, and the Emptiness Realm expert was dead. You. The other Emptiness Realm expert was clearly shocked beyond words. He was so scared that he kept retreating. Zichen swung his blade again. The blade light flashed, and another head flew up. Zichen was cold and indifferent. He walked towards the battlefield step by step. Wherever he passed, he swung his blade. Every time the blade fell, a cultivator would die. They all died in the same way. Every one of them had their heads chopped off and their souls extinguished. Puff! Puff! The blade light continued to flash. Zichen continued to walk. Everywhere he passed, blood spurted out like a bloody rain. Zichen's ultimate goal was the law fruit tree in front of him. "How is it? Is this considered a massacre?" Zichen asked. Looking at the terrified faces, Oder nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, it is. It is definitely a massacre. The most naked massacre, the simplest massacre, and also the most brutal massacre." Zichen swung his blade and chopped off 2 more heads as casually as if he was killing 2 chicks. He asked again, "Are you satisfied?" "Of course I'm satisfied. I can die without regrets. This is a real battle, a battle that makes one's blood boil," Oder said excitedly as if he was the one who killed. "Since you want to watch, then watch for a while longer." Thus, Zichen took a detour and sped up to find the escaping cultivators. Behind him, balls of flames appeared one after another. These flames turned into fire dragons one after another, and swept away the corpses one after another. "What do you want those corpses for?" Oder saw this scene and asked in confusion. "I have a Dharma treasure on me that can refine the corpses together with the primordial core, and then refine a very large law fragment." "How big?" "It's second only to a complete law fragment." Oder was shocked again. Zichen continued, "If I just kill them and don't kill them, I can refine a complete law fragment." "Then why don't you kill them?" "Because it doesn't look bloody at all, and it doesn't look like a massacre at all." It will be boring for you to watch. Just because you think about me, you waste so many things. If the things are gone, they can be found again. But if the brothers are gone, they can't be found anymore. Oder fell into silence. His eyes flashed. After a while he said, "You see, the things are gone, and the brothers are almost gone." Chapter 12:10. Along the way, he had killed one person with a single slash. Moreover, he had not divided into teams and killed everyone he saw. After killing to this extent, if they did not run, they would really be fools. They looked at Zichen from afar, their expressions full of fear. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a demon. They had never seen such a powerful figure. They had never seen such a murderous aura exuding from the other party. It was even denser than a corporeal realm expert. Zichen indifferently glanced at the cultivators in the distance before his gaze fell on the restriction in front of him again. He said, "You should be tired of seeing all this killing. Let's take a rest first and get some fruit trees while we're at it." Aode seriously considered for a while and asked, "Are you really going to take away these fruit trees? You can't bear to." Aud smiled bitterly and said, "This isn't mine, so why would I be reluctant to part with it? Even if it was mine, I would still give it to you. But as far as I know, once this law fruit tree leaves the ground, it won't be able to survive unless it's placed in a special space. In the past, it was placed in Python's real space." Zichen said, "Your worries are reasonable, but I have a way." Aode nodded. "As long as you have a way. I still have a few tokens here. Take them and open this place. I even want to take away the fruit trees." "What's the use of tokens?" Zichen rejected Aude's good intentions. At the same time, he put away his long saber and took out a long spear. The long spear was silver in color, and there was lightning flowing on it. As soon as it appeared, a resonant dragon roar came from it. The appearance of the dragon soul spear made the dragon's soul very excited. "What is this?" Aode asked. "My Earth spirit weapon," Zichen replied. "That wasn't it. That was an Earth spirit weapon," Aode said again. "If I'm not wrong, there should be a dragon soul inside." "Yes, a thunder dragon soul." "Amazing, really amazing," Aode exclaimed. Zichen looked at the dragon soul spear and said, "Did you hear that? My brother praised you. Don't let him down. Break it for me." Zichen pointed the tip of the spear in the direction of the restriction. Then, he began to accumulate the power in his body. There was destructive power and void power. A powerful force was injected into the long spear, and the dragon roar became even louder. Zichen gripped his spear tightly and stabbed forward. The dragon soul appeared from the spear with great power and rushed toward the seal. Its sharp claws clawed at the seal below, and the seal began to tremble. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the seal, and it exploded with a loud bang. A seal was broken, and the law fruit tree appeared. However, there was no longer a law fruit on the fruit tree. Perhaps it was because the Yuan, who was guarding the fruit of law, took advantage of the chaos and took all these things away. Boom! The first restriction was shattered, but the dragon's soul did not return. Instead, it flew forward, and its tail slammed into the second restriction. Under the great force, the restriction was shattered. Then, a series of loud booms rang out as the restrictive spells exploded one after another. Among the orchards of laws, there were many fruits of laws. The cultivators in the distance were extremely envious, but after looking at Zichen and that domineering dragon soul, no one dared to go forward and have any ideas about those fruits. "The dragon soul is indeed powerful," Aode praised. "It's time for you to appear again." Zichen pointed at his glabella, and the purple gold gourd turned into a beam of purple gold light and rushed out. After rushing out, the purple gold gourd instantly enlarged and then hung upside down. As the lid of the gourd opened, a psychedelic light sprinkled down, enveloping the law fruit trees below. Then, a strong suction force appeared. Rumble! The earth shook, the fruit trees swayed, and the earth cracked. Under the suction force, the law fruit trees were separated from the ground and flew toward the purple gold gourd. Amazing. Aode sighed when he saw this scene. In the distance, the cultivators who had not yet escaped were even more shocked by the scene in front of them. In the midst of the shaking, a piece of law fruit trees was quickly taken away. The purple gold gourd flew forward and shrouded a second piece of law fruit trees. The rumbling sounds continued as the dragon soul was still breaking the other restrictions. When all the restrictions were destroyed, the dragon soul flew back. The dragon soul flew back and hid in the dragon soul's spear. Zichen put away the spear. Next, the purple gold gourd began to collect the law fruit trees. One by one, the law fruit trees were collected at the same time. You really have a lot of good things on you, Aode said. Yes, I do have a lot, Zichen said. You're so strong and have so many special things on you. I think you must have a lot of law fragments. Then why didn't you stay in Zhongjin? Aode asked in confusion. I don't want to die yet, Zichen said. Indeed, you've always been very careful. Aode nodded and asked at the same time, what are you going to do next? Avenge you and Jesse. Kill Chaz and Wamang. You're crazy. You're serious. Aode's eyes widened. He naturally knew that Zichen's true strength was only at the Earth Essence realm. His virtual realm strength was just borrowed. Of course I'm not crazy. Revenge is just one of the reasons. Secondly, I'm really interested in Wamang's thing. Zichen walked towards the most central area of the battle. The sounds of the battle came from afar, and one after another, energy waves shook in all directions. Mountains collapsed into tremors, and ancient trees turned to dust in the tremors. This was a confrontation between two forces, and it was also a battle of life and death. Some Earth Essence Realm Masters retreated far away, but they didn't continue to run away. In this situation, it was obvious that only one side could win, and they would follow the winning side in the future. These virtual realm masters were still fighting, but it wasn't to show their loyalty. It was because they had to declare their position. The energy between heaven and earth shook continuously. It was obvious that the battle was very fierce, but fierce didn't mean tragic. In fact, the battle in front of them was far from tragic. There was only a beautiful battle, and there were no bloody deaths. Earth Essence Realm Masters watched from afar, while Virtual Realm Masters watched from close range. The real tragic battle of life and death was between the two Reality Realm Masters in the distance. Both of their attacks were very straightforward. You used a sword and I used a saber. The sword was a physical spatial weapon, and so was the saber. Their attacks didn't have any fancy moves, but the murderous intent they contained made everyone retreat far away. As long as the two of them fought to the death, then all of them would join the winner's tribe. In this world, without the protection of a tribe, death would only come faster. Boom! Energy shook, and the void trembled. Murderous intent swept across wildly. Everyone's attention was focused on the Reality Realm Masters. One person appeared in the sky. To be precise, two people appeared. Zichen appeared with Aud on his back. He was wearing a pair of full black gloves and holding a black saber in his hand. He flew over from afar. It's Zichen and Aud. Aud seems to be injured. Seriously injured. They are traitors. Kill them. When the Earth Essence Realm Masters saw the two of them and Aud's condition, their expressions changed immediately. Then, they rushed over. Zichen's expression was calm. He only tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. Aud pursed his lips, and a hint of excitement appeared on his pale face. The slaughter is about to begin again, Aud murmured. Zichen slowly raised the long saber in his hand, and then gradually accelerated. Kill! Shouts rang out. Many Earth Essence Realm Masters rushed over. Many of them had earth weapons in their hands. In this world, the most worthless things were the lives of Earth Essence Realm Masters and their earth weapons. Swoosh! Zichen swung the long saber in his hand. The saber light flashed and disappeared. A head flew up, and a headless body fell to the ground. Zichen paused and took 3 steps to the left with Aud on his back. He dodged several attacks and swung the black saber in his hand again. Puff! A soft sound rang out again. A head flew up, and a body fell to the ground. Puff! Puff! Zichen swung his saber again. 2 more people were killed. They died in the same way. They were both beheaded. It was as if this was the only move that Zichen knew. 2 Earth Essence Realm Masters appeared behind Zichen. Their concealment techniques were very good. After they appeared in the sky, they charged at Odd, who was on Zichen's back. Zichen suddenly turned around and swung the long saber in his hand forward. A black saber light appeared in front of the two. The black saber light flashed and disappeared. Their soul wills disappeared along with the saber light. Puff! Puff! The saber light flashed again. Zichen rushed through the crowd of Earth Essence Realm Masters. Behind him, the fire dragon swept up the bodies and disappeared. The Earth Essence Realm Masters who didn't go forward were horrified. They immediately retreated. However, before they could retreat, a huge virtual realm appeared and enveloped them. Virtual realm. He is in the virtual realm. What are you afraid of? Let's work together and break this place. The Earth Essence Realm Masters were panicking. However, they quickly gathered together and prepared to break this virtual realm. Swoosh! Zichen appeared in the virtual realm. He raised the black saber in his hand and swung it down. The saber light signaled the beginning of death. In the virtual realm, there were screams, begging for mercy, and puffs. After 5 breaths, the virtual realm disappeared automatically. Zichen appeared with Odd on his back. As for the 20 Earth Essence Realm Masters, they all disappeared. This scene attracted the attention of the virtual realm in the distance. However, Zichen didn't care. Instead, he flew toward the virtual realm. Puff! He mobilized his virtual power and swung the black saber. Just like before, every time he swung the saber, a virtual realm master would die. Puff! Puff! One by one, the virtual realm masters fell. One by one, they died. These people were nothing in front of Zichen. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. He broke all the rules in the world. Odd was in shock. Today, he finally saw the power of a human master. His means were much more terrifying than that of a battle beast. 1/1 Virtual Realm Master or Earth Essence Realm Master. Run! Someone shouted. The Virtual Realm Masters who were still fighting turned around and ran when they saw the situation was not good. At this moment, facing Zichen, who was a devil, no one cared about showing their attitude. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Thus, Zichen single-handedly defeated the cultivators of the 2 tribes. First, he killed the Earth Essence Realm Masters. Then, he killed the Virtual Realm Masters. This was something that even a battle beast couldn't do. Odd was shocked. Zichen was happy. Chapter 12:11. Zichen had killed everyone, but it wasn't over yet. He didn't have the guts to find trouble with the 2 Reality Realm Masters. He set his sights on the Virtual Realm Masters again, and turned around to hunt them down. The Virtual Realm's Virtual Realm rules were very useful to him. Similarly, they were 100 times more valuable than the Earth Realm rules. Killing one was equivalent to killing 100 Earth Realm Masters, so it was worth it. He's coming! Run! Run! Seeing Zichen coming, the cultivators' expressions changed. Both the Earth Realm and the Virtual Realm Masters started to run. Zichen mainly killed the Virtual Realm Masters, but after seeing the Earth Realm Masters, he didn't mind killing them to get a rule fragment. The crowd dispersed. This time, they really ran away. Compared to dying after leaving, they were more afraid of dying now. Zichen carried odor and chased after the fleeing cultivators. Zichen was very fast. His saber flashed like a waterfall. In the void, slashing sounds could be heard. Those who were too slow were chopped down with a single slash. Some Virtual Realm Masters wanted to hide in their own void, but under Zichen's yin-yang eye, they were undoubtedly committing suicide. Soon, there were no more cultivators in the sky. There were only 2 Reality Realm Masters left in the entire tribe. After a fierce attack, Wamang flew hundreds of meters away and laughed. Great! So what if you win? You don't even have a subordinate. At our level, what's the use of subordinates? We just need to be strong. Chaz snorted and rushed forward. His attacks were getting fiercer. We underestimated that little guy. I didn't expect him to have such means. Aren't you afraid that he'll come and take advantage of us when we're both injured? Wamang said while blocking the attacks. Chaz glanced at Wamang disdainfully and said, He's just an Earth Realm master. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a threat to a Reality Realm master. You usually don't talk much, but now you talk so much nonsense. Are you scared? Scared? Are you kidding me? I'm not scared of you. Wamang shouted angrily and changed from blocking to counterattacking. Zichen chased them for thousands of miles and killed more than 20 cultivators before giving up. Behind him, Odd's spirit gradually weakened as his life force began to fade away. Zichen coldly watched the crowd leave. Why aren't you chasing anymore? Otter asked weakly. He no longer had the spirit from before. I've killed too many already. I'm tired of killing. Now I'll find you a good burial ground. Zichen flew high up in the sky and looked down. What's the point of looking for a burial ground? Just refine me as well, Otter casually said. I can refine others, but I can't refine my own brothers. Zichen's expression was serious. He pointed to a patch of open space in the middle of the forest and asked, Do you think that's okay? The spiritual energy is very dense. It seems to be a good burial ground. Aoda lowered his head to take a look. In the Jianwu continent, once a cultivator died, they could only be refined. To have a burial place was already very rare. Placing Otter down and Jesse on the side, Zichen took out 3 jugs of wine and said, Let's try this one last time. Zichen put a jug next to Jesse and opened the lid. Otter took the jug and took out the spirit ring, wanting to give it to Zichen. Zichen raised the jug in his hand and said, You know, I already have a lot of law fragments now. I don't need these. Saying so, Zichen raised his head and drank. Otter smiled bitterly. In this world, who would complain about having too much wealth? Zichen smiled. I have a lot of wealth on me, a lot. If I can leave this place alive, I will definitely kill Wamang and Chaz and take their things. I will become a tycoon among those of the same level. When I run out of wealth, I will find some small tribes and sell them law fruit trees. If they want to trade, I will make another fortune. If they want to take it by force, then I will make a fortune. Otter was startled when he heard this, then laughed loudly. Obviously, he didn't expect Zichen to have such a plan. He was just an Earth Prime, yet he dared to sell law fruit trees. It was obvious that he was telling the world that he was stupid but had a lot of good things. And if others tried to rob him, Zichen would use his powerful combat strength to rob them back. After seeing Zichen's methods today, Otter believed that no one below the corporeal realm could do anything to Zichen. What a clever plan, what a cunning idea. Otter sighed again and again. Then, the two laughed and drank. After that, the two chatted for a while. Otter's eyes gradually became unfocused and his spirit became extremely weak. Zichen, it's nice to meet you. Be careful. Otter looked at Zichen with unfocused eyes. Zichen looked at Otter's fading vitality and said, It's also my pleasure to meet you. Otter's eyes slowly closed. The jug in his hand fell and his whole body fell backward. Otter was gone. Zichen's mood became very heavy. 2 of his friends who came to this world died just like that. Zichen had great strength, but he didn't have the means to save the 2 of them. After he buried the 2 of them together, he engraved a large array around them. The array was activated. This small forest was wrapped in a mysterious power and sunk deep into the ground. After that, Zichen got up and returned. Above the Wapython tribe, the battle between Wapython and Chaz continued. Blood splattered in the air like a light rain. The battle continued for a long time. The 2 were completely enraged and began to fight to the death. Wapython shook his body and revealed his true form. This was a black python that was 200 meters long, and as thick as a millstone. He stared at Chaz with cold eyes. The long blade in his hand turned into a beam of light and turned into his tooth. He only had one tooth in his mouth, but it was very sharp. Die! After revealing his true form, Wapython rushed toward Chaz. The powerful strength in his body was pushed to the limit. Die! The murderous intent around Chaz became more intense. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. He raised the long sword high, and his body emitted a dazzling light. He became one with the sword and attacked Wapython. Boom! Powerful energy vibrated. Wapython and Chaz collided. The void shook as the two of them rushed forward. On Wapython's body, there was a long gash. Blood dripped from the wound. This was caused by the long sword. On Chaz's body, there was a bloody hole. The bloody hole completely penetrated his body. This was the work of the sharp teeth. Ha! The powerful attack caused the two of them to be even more injured. However, their expressions didn't change. They turned around and rushed at each other again. Boom! Boom! The tremors resounded between heaven and earth. The two of them were fighting with their lives. More and more wounds appeared on Wapython's body. More and more bloody holes appeared on Chaz's body. In the end, the two of them didn't use the power of reality to heal their wounds. Instead, they chose to suppress their attacks and attack crazily. The two of them were competing to see who could hold on first, and who would die first. Sichin heard the sounds of collisions from afar. He knew that the two of them were about to fight to the death. In this world, if two people of the same level wanted to fight to the death, other than Sichin, who had abnormal combat power, it would take a long time. If they wanted to quickly decide the victor, they had to fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, they had to be fast because the shockwaves from the battle would spread far away. If they were unlucky, they might encounter another reality realm cultivator. The two of them were obviously lucky. Until now, they hadn't encountered a passing reality realm cultivator. Unfortunately, they met Sichin. At his peak, Sichin couldn't do anything to the two of them. He would even run away if he saw them. However, once the two of them were seriously injured, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Boom! Sichin saw the two of them collide from afar. Then, they were both sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The powerful shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the void to tremble. In the Tianwu continent, Sichin could shatter space when he was in the mortal realm. However, in the Zhanwu continent, even a reality realm cultivator couldn't break space here. Die! The two of them shouted at the same time and rushed forward again. Sichin, on the other hand, hid in the void and slowly approached the front. He was looking for an opportunity to kill. You're just a human. Your vitality is so weak. How can you compare to me? Wamang didn't wait for Chaz to catch his breath and rushed at him again. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at his opponent. Swoosh! Chaz took a deep breath and ignored the injuries on his body. He shook the long sword in his hand and a sharp sword she shot out toward Wamang. Pfft! Another wound appeared on Wamang's body. However, half of Chaz's body was almost bitten off. This wasn't the most fatal injury. The most fatal was the destructive power in Chaz's body. This destructive power wanted to destroy his vitality. Sichin was still approaching carefully. His eyes were fixed on the two of them. He was thinking about who should be his first target. Wamang's injuries were also very serious. However, in the next moment, he transformed into his human form. His body was covered with wounds, but because his human form was smaller, he consumed less energy. Therefore, he looked better than Chaz. If you run now, you can still make it, Wamang in human form said. In your dreams? Chaz said coldly. He knew that he couldn't run. If he ran, he would be discouraged and die. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Wamang grinned. His fangs turned into a long sword and he rushed at Chaz. Die. Chaz went crazy. He was ready to risk everything. He didn't defend and let Wamang's attack pierce into his body. At the same time, he stabbed the long sword in his hand into Wamang's body and twisted it. A terrifying energy circulated in Wamang's body, trying to destroy his organs and vitality. Ah! Wamang screamed in pain and kicked Chaz away. Chaz retreated, and his body became unstable in the air. His injuries had clearly reached a fatal level. However, he wasn't afraid. He was still smiling. Wamang's injuries were also very serious. His heart was almost crushed. He became very angry because this attack was a threat to him. However, this was the only attack his opponent could make. There was no chance for him to make another attack. "You're dead," Wamang said coldly. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Chaz held the long sword in his hand tightly. Then, he compressed his reality to protect his only chance of survival. He was ready to make another desperate attack. "You don't have a chance." Chapter 12:12. A voice came from behind him, startling Chaz. He immediately turned around, holding his long sword in front of him to protect himself. There was someone standing in front of him. It was the Earth Yuan who had been crazily slaughtering people. "It's you!" Recognizing the other, Chaz's eyes were filled with disdain. The difference between the Earth Yuan and the corporeal realm was immeasurable. No matter how extraordinary the other was, he was simply courting death by provoking a corporeal realm cultivator. A corporeal realm cultivator was confident that he could shatter his weapon and take away his life. Even the injured Chaz was still full of contempt and disdain when he saw Zichen. However, before he could open his mouth and say things like courting death or idiot, he felt a surge of power above his head. He sensed something was wrong and looked up into the sky. Then, he saw a huge cauldron falling from the sky, smashing towards his face. Facing this attack, Chaz's expression changed instantly. He didn't have time to react and could only hold his long sword above his head. Bang! The everlasting cauldron smashed down and hit the long sword. A powerful and pure force passed through the long sword and into Chaz's body. His arm went limp and he retracted his long sword. The cauldron smashed into his head with a loud bang. His body began to sway. "Rise!" The attack was effective. Zichen shouted and the everlasting cauldron rose again. When it reached a certain height, it came down again with a whistling sound, smashing into Chaz's head. "Get lost!" Chaz became flustered and exasperated. He roared and slashed at the cauldron with his long sword. Clang! The long sword hit the cauldron, but the expected scene of the cauldron breaking didn't happen. Instead, the long sword hit the cauldron with a loud clang and sparks flying. Then, an even stronger force came out. Chaz's long sword was knocked away and the cauldron smashed into his head again. "What? How is this possible?" Chaz's head was shaken and his expression was one of disbelief. His body kept retreating in the air. Dong! Bang! While he was retreating, the cauldron rose and fell again. One hit, another hit, another hit. In a short period of time, Chaz was hit several times by the cauldron. Every hit was on his head. The corporeal realm defense around him finally loosened. The corporeal realm's rules gradually dissipated and could no longer protect him. Boom! The cauldron smashed down once more. This was the last strike, and it was filled with power. Chaz was unable to withstand it any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he was knocked unconscious. At the same time, his body fell backwards and landed on the ground. Clang! At this moment, the lid of the limitless pill cauldron suddenly opened, and several fire dragons rushed out from it. After the fire dragons rushed out, they intertwined with each other and roared as they swept towards Chaz. Not only did they sweep away Chaz's body, but they also successfully collected the corporeal weapon into the pill cauldron. Clang! With another sound, the lid of the cauldron was completely closed, and Chaz was nowhere to be seen. This scene happened very quickly, and it took less than 2 breaths of time. By the time Zichen appeared, Pill Crucible had already appeared. Zichen's words successfully attracted Chaz's attention. Then, the pill cauldron smashed down continuously. It could be said that Chaz was caught off guard and was completely knocked unconscious. For a corporeal realm expert to be knocked unconscious, it was obvious how powerful the cauldron was. Chaz was knocked unconscious, but on the other side, Wamang wasn't hit, but he also felt a little dizzy. He didn't expect that what he had said before would actually become reality. Chaz, a corporeal realm expert, was really taken away by the Earth Yuan. Who are you? The fiery red cauldron exuded an ancient and desolate aura. One could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary object. Now that Chaz had been sucked into it, it could be said that the odds were against him. Wamang was very afraid of the cauldron, so he asked coldly. I am Zichen, from the Martial Sky continent, replied Zichen indifferently. At this moment, within the limitless pill cauldron spirit was controlling it with all its might to refine Chaz. The cauldron would occasionally shake, but not violently. This was because Chaz was already half dead from Wamang's attacks. He was now struggling at death's door with only one breath left. Wamang's expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Zichen also didn't speak. He quietly looked at Wamang. The energy in the air dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Wamang was the first to break the silence. He asked, What is this thing? How did it block a strike from a corporeal expert? Zichen glanced at Wamang, seemingly hesitating. After a while he said, This is the limitless pill cauldron, a rare treasure in this world. A rare treasure in this world? Wamang had some doubts on his face. Zichen nodded and said, That's right. It is a rare treasure in this world. I brought it from the Martial Sky continent, but in truth it is a product of the Martial War continent. It is said that it was born naturally after the Martial War continent appeared. As long as you have the materials, you can refine any kind of medicinal pellet in this world. Is it really that miraculous? Asked Wamang. Of course. Not only can it refine any kind of medicinal pellet in this world, it can also refine any kind of laws. When an earth element fragment is placed inside, it can refine a complete sphere of laws. It contains a complete law, just like a fruit of laws. In addition, the earth element fragments it can refine are equivalent to half a ripe fruit of laws. It is the same for the void realm. As long as you enter and refine it, you will have a complete void law. Conversely, the refined void law will be 5 times stronger than a normal void law. Wamang's eyes lit up. His face was full of curiosity and surprise. That's not all. If a corporeal expert is placed inside, it can also be refined. It can refine fragments of the corporeal laws. Wamang said, According to what you said, this cauldron is a rare treasure. That's right. It is hard to find in this world, said Zichen. However, this is not the only treasure I have. I still have another treasure. Oh? What treasure? Wamang became very curious. Lightning flashed on Zichen's back. The 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. The thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, and the void space appeared. After seeing the thunder wings, Wamang's expression changed again. However, when he saw the void space that extended from Zichen's back, a trace of shock appeared on his face. He asked, This is? That's right. This is a treasure that can increase one's strength by 1 realm. Although its origin is not as good as this cauldron, its effects are more practical than the cauldron's. Zichen said proudly. Wamang stood in the distance and watched. Because of Zichen's treasure, his expression became very excited. He was currently in the corporeal realm. If he wanted to break through to the next realm, he didn't know how many years it would take. In any case, he hadn't broken through for 10,000 years. However, the thunder wings on Zichen's back gave him hope for a breakthrough. Treasure. It really is a treasure. Wamang was very excited. All right, I only have these 2 treasures on me. I've told you all my secrets. Now let's exchange your secrets. What is the thing Chaz wants? Asked Zichen. Wamang moved his gaze away from the thunder wings with difficulty and looked at Zichen again. He said, Do you know what a domain is? Domain? What's that? Zichen looked confused, then shook his head to show that he didn't know. There are 5 realms in the Earth realm. They are Earth realm, Void realm, corporeal realm, domain realm, and world realm. Wemang said, the Zhongwu continent is divided into 9 continents. Each continent has 49 prefectures, and each prefecture is made up of 108 cities. I've been in this world for tens of thousands of years, but I've only been to 2 cities in 1 prefecture. Zichen listened quietly. This was the first time he had heard that there were realms after the corporeal realm. However, Wemang had only been to 2 cities after staying in this world for tens of thousands of years. This was still very surprising. The last time we attacked that small tribe, it was actually to establish our own tribe. However, we didn't expect to find a token from a prefecture in that tribe, said Wemang. A token from a prefecture? Zichen looked even more confused. That's right. There's a prefecture in each prefecture. It's said that it's an ancient battlefield that was created by a god-level master. There's one in each prefecture. It's said that many battles have taken place there, and those who died were all domain realm masters. However, when a domain realm master dies, the realm they created doesn't disappear. A realm is the best tonic in the world for a corporeal realm master. Wemang paused here. Zichen completely understood the truth behind the brothers killing each other. It was because of a token from a prefecture. Zichen asked. If I'm not wrong, a token from a prefecture can only be entered by 1 person, right? Wemang looked at Zichen with admiration and said, You're very smart. You've guessed the crux of the problem right away. That's right. A token can only be entered by 1 person. Zichen frowned and said, If that's the case, why don't you guys team up and get another token? This time, Wemang smiled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Do you know how many corporeal realm masters there are in each city? Zichen shook his head blankly. I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you that there are guards in each city. These guards are all at least at the corporeal realm. My initial estimate is that there are 10,000 guards in each city. You can calculate how many corporeal realm guards there are in total in all 108 cities. This doesn't include those who live in the cities or the corporeal realm masters outside. If you really want to calculate, the total number of corporeal realm masters in a prefecture is definitely more than 10 million. Zichen was shocked by this number. What did it mean to have more than 10 million corporeal realm masters? What's more, this was only the corporeal realm masters in 1 prefecture. One had to know that there were 49 prefectures on this continent. There are at least 10 million corporeal realm masters, but do you know how many tokens there are in total? 100,000. 100,000 tokens scattered across 108 cities. There are less than 1,000 tokens in each city. This number of tokens is less than 1,000, and you have to include the ones distributed to the city lords. You can calculate how many tokens have been circulated. Wemang said, Obtaining one of these tokens is already a stroke of heaven-defying luck. If you want to obtain 2, you have to be a relative of a city lord. However, every city lord is an unreachable existence. With such a relative, who would want to stay outside? Zichen nodded in understanding. It seemed that these tokens were indeed very rare. This also indirectly explained why Chaz had abandoned his wife and put his life on the line to fight Wemang to the death. Similarly, Wemang didn't want to escape because he was worried that Chaz would become ruthless and leak the news if he couldn't find him. Chapter 12-13. After Cauldron Spirit's voice transmission, Zichen looked at Wemang and said, Chatting with you has broadened my horizons. I will remember what I said today and keep a low profile in the future. However, we will have to fight today. I am ready. How about you? Have you recovered? Wemang's expression slightly changed as he said, You are just an Earth Yuan. Are you confident that you can defeat me? Zichen shook his head and said, This has nothing to do with victory or defeat. Just as you have your eyes on my 2 treasures, I also have my eyes on that domain manners token. Therefore, we must fight. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I promised Jesse and Aud that I will kill the 2 of you to avenge them. Now that Chaz is dead, it's your turn. Ha! Wemang suddenly burst into laughter. Zichen interrupted his laughter and said, I am ready. I will not give you any more time to delay. Let the battle begin. As soon as those words left his mouth, Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved. The everlasting Dan cauldron beside him began to vibrate, and whizzed towards Wemang. The conversation between the two was, in fact, stalling for time. Wemang was recovering from his injuries. As he was seriously injured, he could not guarantee that he would be able to kill the Earth Yuan with the strange cauldron. Zichen was also stalling for time. He was waiting for the cauldron to kill Chaz before unleashing its full power. After all, Wemang was a true corporeal realm expert while Zichen was just an Earth Yuan. The gap between their realms was too great. Other than the everlasting Dan cauldron, there was nothing else that could restrain Wemang. As the everlasting Dan cauldron whizzed towards him, Wemang had no choice but to swing his saber at it. Wemang's injuries could only be suppressed but could not be healed. In addition to his injuries from many years ago, he was now even more injured. Wemang secretly cursed the despicable and vicious brat in his heart. Clang! The long saber struck the cauldron, producing a sonorous sound. A powerful resistance stopped the cauldron's forward momentum. Although Wemang was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight back. Therefore, he would not be easy to kill. Moreover, Zichen's greatest trump card in this battle was the everlasting Dan cauldron. Even so, he was not confident that he could win. Any other weapon that came into contact with the saber would probably be shattered after a few hits. Therefore, Zichen would not use these earth soldiers to fight. His spiritual sense moved again, and the pill cauldron whizzed over. At the same time, Zichen's figure flashed and dodged to the side. A saber ray slashed at the spot where Zichen had just been standing in the air, causing the void to fluctuate. Wemang's saber slashed through the air, and the pill cauldron in front of him also hit the air in an instant. Swish! Swish! The lightning wings on Zichen's back vibrated, and he began to use his extreme speed to dodge. The difference in their realms made it impossible for him to fight head-on. Boom! Boom! The everlasting pill cauldron grew in size, like a burning mountain, and kept rushing towards Wemang. Wemang also dodged. The everlasting pill cauldron kept exploding in the void, and the sound of explosions kept coming out. Chi! Chi! At the same time, Wemang slashed at Zichen with his saber. Ray after ray of saber light swept towards Zichen with the oppressive aura of the space. Zichen's body emitted a bright golden light, and his boiling blood was filled with a powerful force. This force, coupled with the void force and destructive power, was able to withstand the pressure, allowing him to escape. Damn it! Every attack missed, and Wemang was flustered and exasperated. The kid in front of him was as slippery as a fish, and he could not hurt him at all. The most infuriating thing was that this fish was still moving through the ice and was not obstructed at all. In a battle, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Wemang. Therefore, he could not allow his opponent to dodge. Since his opponent could run and was fast, then he would reduce the range of his escape. Reality, open! Wemang shouted, but he displayed his reality in front of Zichen. If the virtual realm was a virtual realm that was attached to this world and needed to borrow the power of this world, then the reality realm was a real space that opened up. In this space, the master of the reality realm was the master, and the rules that were formed here were the rules that belonged to him. A black hole suddenly broke open in the void and swallowed the defenseless Zichen. Zichen saw the reality realm for the first time. This was a real space. There was no blue sky, white clouds, land, or rivers. It was just a real space. In this space, Zichen felt a strong power of the rules, far surpassing the rules contained in the Jianwu continent. Kid, welcome to my reality realm. An indifferent voice sounded. Wemang appeared in midair, looking down at Zichen. Zichen looked around. The shrunken pill cauldron hovered above his head. Zichen asked curiously, "So this is the reality realm? The void tree planted here can cause changes here?" Wemang's murderous face immediately showed a hint of surprise. He asked, You have the void tree on you. Zichen shook his head. No, I've just seen it before. You know where it is? Wang asked in surprise. Zichen nodded, then released his perception to sense everything around him. At this moment, he was like a curious child, as if he had forgotten that he was in a life-and-death battle. Wang's expression changed. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't immediately attack. After releasing his spiritual sense, Zichen simply closed his eyes again and carefully sensed his surroundings. After a moment, he sighed. As expected of the reality realm. It's really mysterious. Does the formation of a world start here? A domain is the foundation of a world. There isn't even a grain of sand here. It seems that it will take a long time to break through. And this space doesn't seem to be stable. While Zichen was sensing, he kept talking. This nagging made Wang very unhappy, so he shouted, Kid, be serious. We're in a life-and-death battle. Zichen still had his eyes closed. A life-and-death battle? You can do whatever you want. I'll keep you company. You can do whatever you want. I'll keep you company. Is this a drink or a battle? Wang was furious. With a cold snort, he pointed at Zichen. As his finger fell, the power of the rules in the space appeared. Then, like a large net, it trapped Zichen in it. This was a spatial imprisonment formed by using the power of space. The demon ape used a similar method, but it used its innate magical power, which was more advanced than this. Feeling the pressure of the power of space, Zichen's power increased again. Then, the power of the void surrounded his body, cooperating with his strong body to resist the imprisonment of the power of space. Swoosh! The blade light appeared again and slashed down. Zichen's thunder wings shook slightly, and he dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Huh! Wang was surprised because Zichen had dodged with his eyes closed. He was not convinced, so he waved his blade again. The blade light appeared one after another, but Zichen dodged it easily every time. Moreover, every time he dodged, Zichen's steps were very small. Damn it! If I was in my heyday, you would not be able to break free from this power of imprisonment. I could kill you with one slash. Wang was unwilling and exasperated. He had thought that the other party was just a small Earth origin stage beast that was not worth mentioning. He could kill it with a finger. Unexpectedly, after the battle, he found that not only did the other party have a treasure, but his own strength was also terrifying. Moreover, Wang estimated that the other party's strength was stronger than an Earth origin stage beast. Perhaps it was close to a virtual realm general level beast. Zichen, who had his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened them and said, Indeed, if I were in my prime, I would have died here. But now, you're in a heavily injured state, and the space around you is unstable. But you brought me in, so the one who will die will definitely be you. What do you mean? Wang's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Zichen said, This is your space. When you're heavily injured, it becomes unstable. I'm guessing that it has something to do with your injuries. Tell me, if I use all my strength to shatter this space, how will your injuries be? You have the strength. Wang stared. Of course I don't, but he does. Zichen pointed to the Wuji cauldron, and Wang looked at the Wuji cauldron. Boom! The Wuji cauldron began to vibrate, and then a loud dragon roar sounded one after another. Fire dragons rushed out one after another. These fire dragons emitted blazing heat. After they appeared, they rushed in all directions and then exploded at the edge of the space. A series of explosions caused the space to shake violently. Puff! The fire dragons exploded, and Wang's expression changed. At the same time, he was seriously injured and coughed up blood. Zichen stood in place and said coldly, At first, I was thinking about how to kill you, but after coming in, I found that there is no need for any method because you have already found a dead end for yourself. I will kill you. Wang roared and slashed at Zichen. In Zichen's hand, a black saber appeared. Of course, he didn't use the black saber to block Wang. The black saber was very useful, and he didn't want the black saber to be broken. Zichen wielded his saber and slashed out in all directions. Saber light flashed, and the power of the rules that imprisoned him dissipated. Zichen's shackles disappeared, and he evaded the attack with extreme speed. At the same time, Zichen controlled the Wuji cauldron and slammed it in all directions. As the space shook, the fire dragons also continued to attack. At this point, Wamang could no longer expel Zichen because his injuries had reached the real limit. The only thing he could do was to kill Zichen in his own dominating space. If Zichen was expelled to the outside world, he would suffer the same fate as Chaz. Thinking of this, he gave up on the entire space, and then mobilized all the power of space to suppress Zichen. Boom! The energy around Zichen was surging, and the golden light was dazzling. The thunder wings on his back kept vibrating, and the long saber in his hand kept slashing. One after another, the power of the rules was cut open, but there was still more power of the rules that fell on him. He couldn't cut it all. This was a strike that Wamang had launched at the risk of collapsing space, and had completely imprisoned Zichen. Then, Wamang rushed forward with his saber and mobilized the ultimate power in his body to slash at Zichen. Life and death were at this moment. Either you die, or I die. Wamang went all out. Puff! He rushed in front of Zichen and swung his saber at Zichen's head. Zichen was still dodging in panic, but it was useless. Chapter 12-14. Wamang used all his strength and successfully killed the Earth Prime human. Even the treasure was cut open. He laughed proudly. Ha ha! His triumphant laughter reverberated in the real world, but it quickly stopped abruptly, as if someone was strangling him. The human body in front of him was split in two, and another human stood 10 meters away from where he was standing. The human held a blade in his hand, and the thunder wings on his back were flapping slightly. There was a deep wound between his eyebrows that extended straight to his lower abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from the wound. Sorry, I'm not dead yet, Zichen said indifferently, his eyes cold. He had a deeper understanding of the real world. If he hadn't decisively summoned his doppelganger, and used the black blade to cut through the laws and retreat 10 meters, he would have died. But even though he reacted in time and retreated quickly, the sharp blade aura almost cut Zichen in two. You! Wamang was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He couldn't understand when the other party had retreated. The surrounding space became extremely unstable. This meant that Wamang had reached his true limit. Zichen said, You used all your strength just now. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to attack anymore. So you're dead. I'm dead, haha. Wamang laughed again. I might die, but you definitely won't live either. Zichen frowned and asked, What do you mean? You were hit by my attack. The power of the real world will enter your body and destroy it. You can't defend against that kind of power, nor can you expel it. Jesse and Aud died because of this. Do you think you can survive? Wamang laughed sinisterly. If I die, you die too. Unfortunately, your treasure and my keepsake will be given to someone else. Zichen wasn't worried about the destruction of the real world's laws. He asked, Given to someone else? What do you mean? Wamang said, Do you think you are the only smart person in this world? If you can think of being the Oreo, how can others not think of it? Haha, there are many people outside now. Although they are only in the virtual realm and Earth Prime realm, it shouldn't be a big problem to kill you now. Zichen nodded and said seriously, This is indeed a thorny problem, but compared to them, you are a bigger threat. So, you don't have to tell me about joining forces to eliminate the enemy first. Now I need to send you on your way as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen held his knife and slashed at Wamang. Wamang blocked with his knife, and the strong force made him retreat a few steps. From the start of the conversation, Dan Ding began to move. As Wu Meng retreated, the fire dragons that had been waiting for a long time appeared. They wrapped around Wu Meng and brought him towards Dan Ding. Scram! Scram! Wamang shouted as he swung his blade to kill the fire dragon. The fire dragon was not a fire creature. It was made up of pure flames. After it was destroyed, it would quickly recover. In addition, the pill cauldron had taken the initiative to attack at this moment. It directly turned Wamang upside down, and then closed the lid of the pill cauldron, making it upright again. Bang! Bang! Within Dan Ding, there were sounds of vibration. This was Wamang's counterattack. However, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Zichen was not worried that the other party would be able to escape. Now, what he needed to worry about was the aureole outside. The flame of life could only be activated when one's life was in danger. Now that he had broken through to Earth Prime, it was still unknown whether he could activate it. Therefore, it was impossible for Zichen to entrust his life to this unknown existence. Now, he began to mobilize the life precepts to heal his injuries. The life precepts appeared on the surface of his body and healed his injuries. As Zichen observed carefully, he found that the life precepts were useless. A mysterious space precepts were attached to his injuries, directly blocking the life precepts. Just as Wamang had said earlier, these precepts were destroying Zichen's injuries. Before long, Zichen would die. Since the life precepts were ineffective, Zichen could only use the destruction precepts to first cut off the space precepts attached to his body. Bit by bit, the destruction precepts began to expel the space precepts. Although the speed was not very fast, it was very effective. However, before Zichen could rejoice, he felt a fluctuation in the surrounding space. Then, the reality in front of him disappeared and his figure reappeared in the real world. Similarly, Dan Ding also appeared. He's out! I wonder who's alive and who's dead! Feeling the disappearance of the reality, the surrounding cultivators became very excited. In the previous battle, Wamang's reality had become unstable. Everyone had already sensed the location of the reality, and had been waiting outside. Now that the reality had disappeared, everyone was stunned when they saw that it was Zichen who had appeared. Zichen, it's you! A shocked voice sounded. It was Chen Xiang. He asked, "Where's the patriarch?" Zichen held his saber and glanced indifferently at Chen Xiang. He said indifferently, "Dead." What? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Dead, the patriarch is dead. What about Chaz? This time, it was Gu Meng who spoke. He was also shocked. Dead? What, Patriarch Chaz is also dead? Another voice sounded. This time, it was a cultivator from Chaz's side. Did you kill him? Gu Meng asked carefully. That's right. I said that I would avenge Odd and Jesse, Zichen said frankly. There was a commotion among the cultivators. When they looked at Zichen again, their expressions were filled with respect. After a while, a loud laugh sounded. It came from Gu Meng. He said, "You said that to intimidate us and make us retreat." What do you mean? Zichen asked indifferently. I admit that you're very strong. Earlier, you made us run for our lives. Being able to kill Wamang and Chaz also proves your uniqueness. But what about now? Gu Meng sneered. Zichen raised his saber and said calmly, I can still kill people now. Ha! Gu Meng laughed. If you say that, it's even more certain that you're seriously injured to the point where you can't fight. If you were still the original you, I'm afraid that you would have killed us long ago. Zichen nodded and said, That makes sense. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning wings on his back flapped, and he rushed toward an emptiness realm cultivator. A saber light flashed, and a head flew. As the saber light fell, Zichen returned to his original position. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of the saber to the ground. It's not that I can't kill people. I just don't want to kill people. I don't want to be killed too much. Zichen stood in the air and said indifferently. The headless corpse fell to the ground with blood spurting out. This scene was undoubtedly shocking to the people around. Boom! The Wuji pill cauldron also enlarged at this time. It was like a towering mountain with raging flames burning on it. Zichen stepped in and stood on top of the cauldron. He glanced at the crowd indifferently. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Zichen's combat strength was no longer the same as before. They were completely sure of this. Now was the only chance to kill him. Moreover, they could clearly see that whether it was the cauldron or the lightning wings on his back, they were all extremely extraordinary things. However, the key question now was who would go up first to die. Everyone looked at each other. No one was willing to go up. Obviously, they all wanted to be the Oriole at the end. Zichen's psychological attack was useless against them. However, they became entangled because of the question of who would go first. Zichen stood on top of the cauldron without saying a word. His expression was indifferent. In fact, he had already divided part of his mind to expel the spatial power in his body. Zichen, don't put on an act here. In fact, you can't do it anymore, right? Chen Xiang looked at Zichen and said disdainfully. Zichen said calmly, You can try. Humph, you're just a punching bag. How strong can you be? Another person spoke. It was Zythe. Of the 5 people who came with Zichen, only one of them, an Earth Prime, had died. The other 4 were still alive. Moreover, they were all glaring at Zichen with undisguised killing intent. Zichen sneered and said indifferently, I admit that I'm injured now, but if anyone naively thinks that they can kill me, then feel free to come and try. I guarantee I'm sure that I won't use a second blade to kill you. Zichen pointed at his feet and said, Now I'm standing here, motionless and not retreating. Let's see if you dare to come up and die. Zichen gripped his long saber tightly. The veins on his arms bulged. Clearly, he was ready to kill. Zichen's strength made everyone hesitate again. They looked at each other, obviously unable to make up their minds. What should we do? The cultivators of the rich Python tribe all looked at Wu Huan. Because of his accumulated power over the years, he was now the one with the most right to speak. As for Chaz's people, it seemed that their leader had been killed by Zichen. At this moment, they were also looking at Wu Huan, waiting for him to make a decision. Zichen looked at Wu Huan and said disdainfully, The tiger is dead. I didn't expect a monkey like you to become the king. Ku Huan's expression immediately turned ugly as his expression continuously fluctuated. However, he only hesitated for a few breaths before shouting out, I don't believe that you still have some powerful tricks up your sleeve after killing 2 corporeal stage experts. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, don't be fooled by him. Why should we attack him one by one? Let's attack together. I don't believe that he can kill all of us at once. Yes, all of you, go and kill him, a cultivator shouted from the side. For a moment, everyone began to shout loudly, apparently to encourage themselves. Zichen sneered. Come at me if you can. I guarantee that I won't retreat a single step. The black saber in his hand emitted a cold light. Shameless boasting? You won't retreat a single step? Then let's see what else you have. Wu Huan commanded. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators all rushed toward Zichen. Many void spaces opened and pressed down on Zichen. As for Diyuan, he also charged forward. Ha! Zichen roared, his hair standing on end. The golden light around him became incomparably dazzling. At the same time, a powerful aura was released. When the crowd saw this, they were stunned and subconsciously stopped. Chapter 12-15. Zichen, who had just said that he would not retreat, did not wait for the crowd to surround him. He flapped his wings and fled. As soon as he fled, the everlasting pill cauldron also turned into a small cauldron and fled behind him. Such a scene caused the crowd to be startled once again. However, they quickly recovered from their shock. Pride and surprise appeared on their faces as they shouted loudly. Stop, don't run. Punching bag, stop right there. Die, punching bag. Curses rang out one after another. The people who were originally wary of Zichen were now completely at ease. They started to chase after him with all their might. Zichen's escape undoubtedly told everyone that he had no way to fight back, and he had a great treasure. Naturally, they would not let him go. Hurry up and chase after him and kill him! Zhu Mang shouted, but he was very proud. Among them, his combat strength was the strongest. After killing Zichen, the possibility of obtaining Zichen's treasure was the highest. These damn guys! Zichen was also cursing, but his speed was even faster. He almost used all his strength to escape towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, Zichen disappeared without a trace. He's gone! Seeing Zichen's figure disappear, everyone was stunned. Chase, how far can he run with such a serious injury? Zhu Meng was not worried at all. Sure enough, as everyone chased after him again, they saw Zichen's figure again. He was still running away, and the everlasting pill cauldron was following behind him. Everyone whistled forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just after everyone left, in the dense forest below, an emptiness realm disappeared, and Zichen's figure appeared, looking very miserable. I have to quickly recover from my injuries. Otherwise, if I lose the pill cauldron, it will be a big loss. Zichen had just entered the emptiness realm, and he had revealed a clone to escape. However, in order to successfully confuse everyone, he had no choice but to let the clone carry the pill cauldron. There was not much time left for Zichen, so he had to quickly expel the spatial power in his body. Around him, waves of destructive laws appeared one after another. These laws were like extremely sharp knives that began to slash and dispel the many laws on his wounds. Every time he expelled a piece, Zichen would activate the life edicts and begin to repair the damage. The first thing Zichen did was to heal the injuries to his internal organs, which took him quite some time. Then, he dealt with the other injuries. Finally, he dealt with the most obvious and most terrifying injury between his eyebrows and lower abdomen. Zichen was treating his last and biggest wound. As for his doppelganger, it was still running away. The speed of the doppelganger was not slow, and the people behind could not catch up in a short period of time. However, they were not in a hurry, and even the faces of Zhu Hang and the others were relaxed. This idiot has never left this place before. He can't even differentiate between north, south, east, and west. He keeps circling around this area, waiting for his injuries to worsen. Let's see if he dies or not. Zyth, who was beside Zhu Huan, sneered. Zyth was an emptiness realm expert. He had followed others out to kill beasts before, so he knew the surrounding environment very well. At this moment, Zichen was running away, but in Zyth's eyes, he was just circling around and did not run far at all. This time, he will definitely die, but you guys. In front, Zichen's speed slowly slowed down. Zhu Huan began to send a message to his trusted subordinates, and then assign tasks. Zichen, who was in front, finally could not hold on any longer. He was blocked and surrounded by the crowd. Good boy, how long has it been? Your injuries have actually recovered. Seeing that the injuries on Zichen's body were no longer there, everyone sighed. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. Zichen raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Talk nicely? How can we talk nicely? You killed so many of our people. An emptiness realm expert said coldly, but he did not step forward. Zichen stopped running, but it did not mean that he did not have the slightest bit of combat power. Similarly, the crowd surrounded him, but they did not dare to step forward rashly. Of course, if all of them went forward, they would dare. Zichen might be able to kill one or two of them, but he definitely would not be able to kill all of them. Everyone was competing with luck. This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. What do you want? I will give it to you. Doppelganger, Zichen said again. The doppelganger could speak, and its thoughts were also Zichen's thoughts. Other than the fact that it could not exist in the world for a long time, it was almost the same as the real body. What do we want? We want your life. Will you give it to us? Chen Xiang shouted. Of course I will. Why wouldn't I? But I've been running for so long. Can't you let me catch my breath? Doppelganger, Zichen said, but he was somewhat talkative. Zhu Huan looked at Zichen in front of him. For some reason, he felt that this Zichen was somewhat strange. Moreover, he had been running all this time. How could he have had time to recover from his injuries? Even if he had, how could injuries left behind by a corporeal realm expert be so easy to recover from? Now, all of his injuries had healed, and he was as good as new. There was no abnormality at all. This was a suspicious point. However, when he looked at the cauldron, it was indeed real. Although the lightning wings were gone, Zhu Huan thought that the other party had put them away. The Ziqin in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Although he did not know what the other party was up to, Zhu Huan would not change his goal of killing Ziqin. Therefore, he said to the surrounding cultivators, "Everyone, since things have come to this, we can only fight to the death. Next, we will follow the old rules and go all out to kill him." Everyone naturally agreed to this suggestion. Therefore, without saying a word, they all rushed forward after exchanging glances with each other. However, the scene of Ziqin taking out a long saber and slashing wildly, killing 3 to 5 cultivators did not happen. Facing the siege, Ziqin only covered his head with his hands and then squatted down. Bang! Bang! Dong! All sorts of attacks landed on Ziqin's body, and all sorts of sounds rang out. In an instant, he became the target of everyone's attacks. As more and more power entered Ziqin's body, his doppelganger could not hold on any longer and finally exploded with a boom. The clone Ziqin disappeared, and the cauldron lost control and fell to the ground. However, Zhu Huan, who was already prepared, flashed forward and grabbed the cauldron. With the power of the void between them, the cauldron could not do anything to Zhu Huan. After grabbing the cauldron, Zhu Huan subconsciously took more than 10 steps back and looked at the people in front of him at the same time. Ziqin exploded, and the crowd did not get anything, so they separated in confusion. "What's going on?" Zhu Huan did not know what happened and asked with a frown. Ziqin exploded, but nothing was left. Chen Xiang walked out of the crowd and said, "What?" Zhu Huan was stunned, and then his expression changed. He cursed, "Damn it, this should be a clone." Ziqin ran away. Ran away. Everyone was stunned. They thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Immediately, their faces were filled with disappointment. Ziqin ran away. This was really a pity. This person is decisive. For his own life, he actually gave up such a precious treasure, Zhu Huan said with a gloomy face. At this moment, his feelings were very complicated. He hated the other party, but he also admired him. Obviously, to give up such a precious treasure so decisively to save his life, even he would have to think and hesitate for a long time. However, the other party did not. He almost made this decision in an instant. Otherwise, they would have definitely discovered it. The clone led us in circles here. He must have run away long ago. What a cunning boy. Find him. We must find him, and kill him. Everyone was very angry. They shouted loudly that they wanted to find Ziqin and kill him. However, there were still some people who did not move. These people were all in the emptiness realm. Their gazes were on Zhu Huan, or more accurately, on the Wuji cauldron. The others felt the abnormal atmosphere, so they all shut up. In the end, their gazes also fell on the Wuji cauldron. An emptiness realm expert who followed Chaz said, "Although Ziqin ran away, the Wuji cauldron was left behind. Next, should we discuss the ownership of the Wuji cauldron?" "Ownership? Is there a need to discuss? It belongs to whoever gets it," the emptiness realm expert on Zhu Huan's side said. "Oh, you are so confident that you can keep the Wuji cauldron." As the words fell, the expressions of most of the emptiness realm experts turned cold. The atmosphere instantly became hostile. Zhu Huan suddenly laughed. After a while he said, "Ziqin is not dead yet. The real good thing has not been obtained. Do you think it is interesting for us to fight among ourselves now?" The emptiness realm expert said, "I don't know what other good things Ziqin has, but I know that the Wuji cauldron in front of us is extraordinary. We should discuss the ownership." Zhu Huan's expression suddenly turned cold. He shouted, "Ownership? What ownership? This thing belongs to everyone. There is no such thing as ownership. Even if I give it to you, do you dare to take it? Once we are separated, we will die without a doubt. Therefore, we must unite and use this Wuji cauldron to create our own force. Zhu Huan glanced at the crowd and said, "At present, we are a group. In the future, we will also be a group. In the future, we will also be a force. Therefore, we should unite. We should find Zichen and kill Zichen first. As for this Wuji cauldron, I will keep it. After we kill Zichen, we will carefully study its effects." Beside Zhu Huan, Zai said, "That's right. Everyone knows what kind of place this is. Even if we give you a precious treasure, you need to be alive to use it. Right now, there is only one path in front of us, and that is to unite." Another Emptiness Realm expert said, "Yes, only by uniting can we survive. I think everyone should be clear about the purpose of this world. It is not about precious treasures, it is about staying alive." Chaz and Wamang were both in the corporeal realm and their battle strength was unquestionable. However, the two of them were killed by an Earth Prime cultivator because of a treasure. What does this mean? This means that staying alive is the most important thing. The Emptiness Realm experts on Zhu Huan's side began to speak one after another. It had to be said that what they said was very reasonable. Moreover, every word they said seemed to be thinking for everyone. Especially when Zhu Huan said that everyone would have a share of the Wuji cauldron, he received the support of many people. Everyone felt that it was reasonable and nodded repeatedly. Thus, they also believed that Zhu Huan was right. Chapter 12:16. The voice came from Zichen. He suddenly appeared behind the crowd, causing their expressions to change. Everyone turned their heads or raised their heads to look behind them. Then, they saw Zichen. He was still the same Zichen from before, but there were no obvious wounds on his body. Only a few faint white marks could be seen. The 6 wings on his back were still flapping, and he held the terrifying long saber tightly in his hand. At present, Zichen's expression was calm, but he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. He didn't need to deliberately put on a strong front like before, but it was enough to make people tremble in fear. There were at least dozens of cultivators standing in front of Zichen. However, as Zichen moved forward with his saber, they couldn't help but retreat. Because Wu Huan's reaction was slower, he quickly arrived in front of them. Zichen pointed at the cauldron in Wu Huan's hand and said, "Sorry, this is mine." Wu Huan was stunned. "This is mine," Zichen repeated. Wu Huan reacted and hugged the cauldron tightly in his arms. Then, he subconsciously took a few steps back. He looked around and said to the other cultivators, "What are you afraid of? He's alone. We have a group." Behind him, a cultivator said in a trembling voice, "But he can kill a group by himself." Wu Huan was furious and shouted, "What are you afraid of? Don't forget that he's seriously injured. Although he's here now, he's still trying to scare us. Kill him, and the treasures on him will be ours." Wu Huan continued to boost their morale. "For the treasures, let's do it." After saying that, without waiting for the others to cooperate, the lightning wings on Zichen's back continued flapping. Then, his body charged forward in a straight line. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wu Huan, and the long saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. "Ah!" Wu Huan screamed in fear and tried to block with the cauldron. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Puff! The saber flashed, and there was a soft sound. Wu Huan's head flew up. The cauldron began to emit flames. Fire dragons appeared, one biting Wu Huan's head, the other wrapped around his body, and then sucked him into the cauldron. "Ah!" When Duquan's saber was cut down, screams rang out from all around. The fear in the hearts of the crowd had finally reached its limit. They screamed in terror, and then fled in terror. They did not have the slightest bit of will to fight. Seeing this, Zichen felt relieved. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards Zyth. Zyth had come to the warty python tribe at the same time as Zichen, but he had always found him unpleasant to the eye. Today, he might as well end it. Pooh! The blade flashed. Zyth couldn't dodge in time, and his head was chopped off. Pooh! Another Emptiness Realm expert who arrived at the same time as Zichen was killed. The stunned expression on his face before he died was completely frozen. Killing 2 emptiness realm experts in the blink of an eye was undoubtedly the greatest shock to the others. They didn't care anymore and started to run for their lives. At this moment, they gave up on counterattacking and chose to believe in luck. They believed that Zichen would not kill them immediately, giving them time to escape. Pooh! Pooh! The long blade kept slashing. The blade flashed and disappeared, and heads flew up one after another. They originally had the chance to kill Zichen together, but they gave up because of fear and were directly killed by Zichen. After losing the ability to resist, these people seemed to be easier to kill. Zichen killed in front, and the fire dragons kept appearing behind him, returning with corpses one after another. It was still the same sentence. There were many of them, and they were fleeing in all directions. It was simply unrealistic for Zichen to kill all of them. Now, Zichen could only choose some emptiness realm experts to kill, but he couldn't kill all of them. After killing all the emptiness realm experts in one direction, there were no traces of cultivators on the horizon. Zichen looked around and saw nothing. Pooh! Zichen put away his blade, but he couldn't help but cough up blood. Then, he suppressed his injuries and fled this place as fast as he could. Zichen fled for thousands of miles in one breath. Then, he found a dense forest, and in the dense forest, he found a giant mountain. He blasted a big hole at the bottom of the giant mountain and rushed in. Then, he used his elemental energy to cover the big hole. Zichen sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. His injuries were very serious. Previously, he was only suppressing them. Now that they had completely flared up, it would take a long time for him to fully recover. Within a day, 2 tribes had disappeared from this area. Compared to the Chaz tribe, the rich Python tribe was more famous. When the news of the rich Python tribe's disappearance spread, the people of the other tribes were also surprised. Especially the people of these tribes. After absorbing some of the rich Python tribe's cultivators and learning about the cause and effect of the rich Python tribe's disappearance, they became even more shocked. Zichen, a mere Earth Prime cultivator, had actually succeeded in killing rich Python and Chaz. Moreover, killing emptiness realm experts above his level was as easy as killing chickens or dogs. Of course, this wasn't the reason for everyone's shock. The real reason was the 2 treasures on his body, as well as the one Chaz used in his death match with the rich Python. An Earth Prime cultivator with 3 treasures on his body, this undoubtedly tempted many people. Therefore, in the following period of time, Zichen became the main target of several tribes. His portrait also spread among the cultivators of several tribes. Just like when he was chased by many forces in the Saint Realm, Zichen became the target of pursuit after the news of his treasures spread. While the cultivators of the outside world were still looking for Zichen, the person involved was healing his injuries. After his elemental energy was depleted, he would absorb the law fragments to replenish it. When he was full, Zichen once again dispelled the spatial energy in his body, then used his life force to heal his injuries. If it were anyone else who suffered this kind of attack, the high-level elemental energy would have invaded their body and killed them. Just like Jesse and Odd, the main reason they died was because they couldn't dispel the spatial energy in their bodies. Zichen could only dispel the energy in his body, but not others. Naturally, he couldn't save the 2 of them. Day by day, Zichen's injuries were gradually suppressed and then improved. The fact that he was able to survive under such circumstances was enough to prove how powerful Zichen's comprehension of the law was. 2 months later, Zichen's injuries were finally fully healed. In the outside world, several tribes had been searching for Zichen for several months, but they still couldn't find any clues. This area was very large, and the distance between the tribes required flying boats. It was easier said than done to find a person in such a large area, and they also had to face some battle beasts. However, it had only been 2 months, so everyone was still very patient. Suddenly, a beast's roar sounded from the depths of the forest. When the 2 cultivators in front heard it, their expressions changed. The 2 of them looked at each other, and one of them said, "Let's not go too deep." The other cultivator nodded. "That makes sense." It's said that Zichen is only at the Earth Prime level. If he dares to go too deep, he will definitely be torn to shreds by the battle beasts. A soldier-level battle beast can kill an emptiness realm expert, and a general-level battle beast can rival a corporeal realm expert. I also don't think he can go too deep. As the two of them talked, they turned around and headed in another direction. However, the two of them were still talking along the way. It's been a few months. Just our Hearthstone tribe alone has sent many people. In addition to the other tribes, there are many emptiness realm experts, but we haven't found a single Earth Prime. Do you think Zichen is still alive? It's hard to say. Maybe he encountered a battle beast and was killed by it. Maybe the great treasure was swallowed by the battle beast. However, if that's the case, then we have to send many emptiness realm experts to kill the battle beast. With just the two of us, we are purely courting death. Just as the two of them left the forest, a person walked out. It was Zichen. The Hearthstone tribe and the other tribes. It seems like the news has been leaked. If we continue to wander around, I'm afraid we will be discovered. At that time, corporeal realm experts will naturally come. He was very clear about Zichen's current strength. He couldn't do anything to a corporeal realm expert. He was only able to kill the two of them last time because of pure luck. Zichen muttered to himself for a while, then said to himself, "Yes, the most important thing right now is to find a safe place to cultivate. My current strength is too weak. It's better to work hard to break through to the emptiness realm. Only then will it be safer. There is still room for improvement in my thunder wings. I need to refine them." In this world, finding a safe place was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, it wasn't difficult for Zichen. He went deep into the forest. As long as it was a place that humans couldn't find, it would be a safe place. Zichen's destination was the place where the battle beasts lived. The battle beasts were very strong. A soldier-level battle beast could fight against an emptiness realm expert, and a general-level battle beast could fight against a corporeal realm expert. The area where the battle beasts lived was definitely a safe area. After walking for dozens of miles in the forest, Zichen saw a living battle beast for the first time. This was a battle beast that looked very much like a leopard. Its body was covered with fine black scales, and its entire body was emitting a tyrannical battle aura. The two sharp teeth in its mouth were like two scimitars, directly growing out of its mouth and emitting a cold light. This was a soldier-level beast. At this moment, it was staring coldly at Zichen, an outsider. Zichen also looked at the battle beast. His eyes flashed with excitement because he was finally going to fight a battle beast. Roar! The battle beast roared angrily and rushed towards Zichen. Its movements were accompanied by a strong and pure power. Its claws were like sharp weapons. Pun! Zichen raised his fist to block the attack. There was a vibration, and both of their figures swayed. The battle beast landed on the ground. However, it immediately jumped up and stabbed its two sharp teeth towards Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen moved his feet and blocked the opponent's attack. Then, he punched the back of the opponent's waist. A strong force shook out and directly sent the battle beast flying. After a short fight, Zichen had a good understanding of battle beasts. As a soldier beast, it was stronger than some of the strange beasts in the Tianwu continent. However, it couldn't be compared with those higher life forms, such as the demon ape, the dragon tiger, and the Torvosaurus. Even if they were at the same level, they could still defeat their opponents with their bare hands. However, this also indirectly proved that battle beasts were second only to higher life forms. Their battle strength far exceeded that of humans of the same level. Chapter 12-17. Beasts were powerful and intelligent. After two attacks, Zichen was able to see through it, and it was also able to sense that humans were not ordinary. Roar! It roared and rushed towards Zichen again. Powerful energy surged from its body. Usually, such an attack would have been enough to kill a human. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. He mobilized the power of Earth Aeon and destroyed the rules around his body. He clenched his fist and punched forward. That punch was filled with power, and it was filled with skill. Bang! The two forces collided and the sound of the collision rang out again. This time, the two sides were no longer evenly matched. A surge of power flowed from the fist into the battle beast's body. The battle beast let out a wail and was smashed into the distance. They were both using the power of Earth Aeon, but Zichen defeated the soldier beast. Bang! Bang! Zichen quickly stepped forward. Without waiting for the battle beast to get up and attack, he punched again. In this punch, golden light flashed and a powerful force shook the surroundings. Punch after punch landed on the beast's flesh, causing it to wail continuously. Bang! In the end, the battle beast's skull was broken by Zichen's punch. Its soul was shattered and it died. As for its corpse, it was sucked into the alchemy cauldron. Soon, Zichen would obtain a beast pill of rules. At the same time, he would also obtain several high-quality refining materials. Leaving only some traces of the battle, Zichen began to go deeper. Even if the pursuers found something, they didn't dare to rashly go deeper. This was because the battle beasts were indeed very strong. One or two ordinary emptiness realm experts wouldn't even consider finding trouble with a battle beast. As he went deeper, Zichen found a few more battle beasts. After a simple battle, the soldier-level battle beast was killed. After going deeper into the dense forest for hundreds of miles, Zichen found a relatively quiet area. After arriving here, Zichen didn't see any battle beasts. Zichen guessed that this should be the place where a general-level battle beast was. Although a general-level war beast was only at the corporeal realm, its super-strong combat power made it comparable to a corporeal realm war beast. Even the current Zichen would have trouble facing a general-level war beast. After discovering this area, Zichen didn't go any further. Instead, he wandered around in search of a quiet place. This was the place he had chosen to go into seclusion. After a long time, Zichen found a cave. The cave was very large, but it was very humid, as if it had not been inhabited for a long time. Zichen walked into the cave, and used his magic to dry the damp surroundings. The cave was very deep, as if it was the dwelling place of a snake, but it was obvious that this place had been abandoned. After dealing with the situation in the cave briefly, Zichen went to the entrance of the cave and set up a simple formation. This was the place he chose for his seclusion. In the depths of the cave, Zichen sat cross-legged and a rule fragment appeared in his hand. The current Zichen's body was not saturated with the power of the rules, so it was relatively better for him to refine the rule fragments. Of course, he could also refine the void fragments, but that would be too wasteful. Although Zichen had killed a lot of emptiness realm experts this time, he hadn't reached the point where he didn't care about waste. Pa! A rule fragment shattered in front of him, and rich power of the rules filled the cave. Zichen began to absorb the power of the rules. Pa! Pa! One rule fragment after another exploded, and Zichen once again fell into a deep state of seclusion. Because of his extraordinary combat power and the comprehension of many rules during this period, it would be very difficult for Zichen to break through. Even with the support of an endless stream of rule fragments, Zichen would need a long time to completely refine them and advance his strength. Earth Prime was naturally divided into 3 realms: the early, middle, and late stages. However, in this world, because there were no human rights in the Earth Prime, they were all called Earth Prime. According to Zichen's current strength, he was only at the early stage of the Earth Prime. Next, if there were no accidents, Zichen would be in seclusion until he broke through or until all his resources were exhausted. In the outside world, the search was still going on, but it was still fruitless. It was easier said than done to find a person in such a large area. Time passed quietly. Soon, another year had passed. Many tribes still couldn't find Zichen, but they were still searching. 2 years had passed, and they gradually lost interest. Some of the people they sent out were also called back. By the 5th year, Zichen's name had already faded from people's minds, and his previous feat of killing a reality realm expert was treated as a joke. After searching for several years, they didn't even find a trace of him. Naturally, no one continued to believe that a mere Earth Prime could kill a reality realm expert. Breaking through to the next realm was an extremely long and resource-consuming process. The fastest was 100 years, and the slowest was 1,000 or 10,000 years. After 5 years of seclusion, Zichen woke up once. The reason was that most of the law fragments on him had been used up, and the rest were void fragments that Zichen couldn't bear to use. After opening his eyes, he began to count his gains from 5 years ago. Although it was a little late, it was time to count. Zichen took out a handful of spirit rings from his spirit ring. At a glance, there were dozens of them. Immediately after, Zichen took out a few more. The number of spirit rings had already exceeded 100, and this number was still increasing. Each spirit ring represented the life of a cultivator, and the weakest was at the Earth Prime level. From this, it could be seen how many cultivators Zichen had killed when he went on a killing spree 5 years ago. With almost all the law fragments used up, Zichen needed to count the rest of his gains. This would directly determine whether he would leave or continue his seclusion. After 5 years of seclusion, he was only one step away from the mid-stage of the Earth Prime level. As long as he had the resources, he would be able to break through very quickly. Next, Zichen began to count the spirit rings. The feeling of hiding in a cave and silently counting money made Zichen feel like a thief. There are only 56 pieces in here and an earth weapon, but it's useless. Why are there only 8 pieces in here? Zichen put the law fragments into a spirit ring, and then put the earth weapon in a separate spirit ring. Earth weapons were the same as earth primes. They were the cheapest items in the Zhanwu continent. They were not even comparable to a bottle of wine. Earth weapons could not be sold at a high price. At most, 1 or 2 pieces were dispensable. This is not bad. There are more than 100 pieces. Yes, there are more than 50 pieces. There are more than 500 pieces. This person is considered rich among the emptiness realm experts. There are more than 1,000 pieces. Could this be Kuquan's spirit ring? Zichen tirelessly counted the law fragments. Although the quality of these law fragments could not be compared to the law fragments refined by doubting, they were still ordinary law fragments. The wealth in the hundreds of spirit rings added up to an enormous amount. Moreover, these law fragments were still worth refining. After handing them over to the Cauldron Spirit, their purity would continue to increase. All in all, there were more than 300 spirit rings. The wealth in them was as high as 40,000 pieces. Among them, Zichen discovered that there were several spirit rings that contained several thousand pieces of wealth. Of course, there were many spirit rings that only contained single digits of wealth. These were all earth primes. They also needed law fragments for their cultivation. Therefore, they did not have a lot of them. In addition to wealth, Zichen also obtained several hundred earth weapons. If he sold them, he could sell them for several hundred pieces. There were also several dozen void weapons without souls. Although they were somewhat valuable, they would not be worth much. Zichen had yet to check the spirit rings of the 3 corporeal realm experts. However, Zichen did not have much hope for the spirit ring of the demon. The demon came from the Dark Continent. There was nothing good there. As expected, after opening the spirit ring, there were only a few dozen law fragments. They were not worth mentioning at all. After that, Zichen took out Chaz's spirit ring. As a leader, this was the real deal. After the spirit ring was opened, Zichen's spiritual senses immediately discovered many law fragments. There were many of them. In addition to the law fragments, there were also complete law fragments. One of them was equivalent to 10 ordinary law fragments. In addition, there were also many void law fragments. Zichen did a simple calculation. The value of these law fragments had exceeded 40,000 pieces. Zichen could not help but click his tongue. Obviously, he had killed several hundred people and only obtained 40,000 law fragments. However, Chaz's spirit ring contained more than 40,000 pieces of wealth. In addition to the law fragments, there were also several refining materials in Chaz's spirit ring. Their hardness was close to that of real weapons. They should have been obtained from killing general-level battle beasts. After counting Chaz's wealth, Zichen appeared to be very excited. If not for his limited strength, he would have found another corporeal realm leader and killed him. Next was Wamang's. Before Wamang established his tribe, Zichen concluded that the other party's wealth far exceeded Chaz. As the spirit ring was opened, Zichen's guess was indeed correct. There were more law fragments here, and their value was double that of Chaz's wealth, close to 100,000 pieces. Zichen was pleasantly surprised, and excited by this number. Obviously, with so many law fragments, it was enough to support Zichen for several years, or even more than 10 years of cultivation, allowing him to break through again and again in his cultivation. As the leader of an old force, even if it was the smallest force, it was enough to prove its foundation. In the spirit ring, Zichen also found many corporeal realm materials. These were also obtained from killing general-level battle beasts. They could be sold for a good price in the outside world. In addition to wealth, Zichen also found flying boats. This was the main means of transportation in the Jianwu continent. However, it was divided into quality and speed. The ones on Chaz and Wamang were undoubtedly of good quality. Finally, Zichen found the most desirable but temporarily most useless item in Wamang's spirit ring. It was a token of the domain realm. It was a slender token engraved with fine, complicated, and mysterious runes. These runes used the power of space. When Zichen looked at it, he actually felt dizzy. This was because his realm was too low. Zichen put away the token and didn't continue to pay attention to it. This was a good and priceless item. However, it was useless to Zichen now. This was because he didn't know how many years it would take for him to break through to the corporeal realm. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, maybe even 30 or 50,000 years. Therefore, the most important thing now was to break through to the virtual realm. Chapter 12-18. From the early stage to the middle stage, although it was only a small breakthrough, it was a big step for Zichen. A breakthrough in the realm meant that his combat strength had increased again. Although he could still kill the virtual realm, he had more power to protect himself when facing the corporeal realm. Zichen was very satisfied with the speed of breaking through a small realm in just a few years after coming to the Jianwu continent. One must know that if it was someone else, they might not be able to break through a small realm in more than 100 years. After the breakthrough, Zichen continued his closed-door training. Firstly, he wanted to familiarize himself with his current strength. Secondly, Zichen didn't want to go out because he hadn't consumed all the law fragments yet. The time spent in closed-door training was extremely boring, but in order to survive, he had to continue no matter how boring it was. Next, Zichen spent nearly 10 years refining the law fragments again. During this period, his strength was also increasing. He was very close to the late stage of the Earth realm, but because of his closed-door training all year round, his realm improvement became slow. Even if he had enough resources, it would take 100 or even a few hundred years to break through to the virtual realm. In addition to closed-door training, the state of mind was also very important. At the same time, the state of mind determined the speed of strength growth. Therefore, in theory, it was impossible to reach a high realm in a single closed-door training. Of course, higher life forms were an exception. After feeling that the growth of his strength had slowed down, Zichen decisively gave up on cultivating. It just so happened that he had consumed too many law fragments. It was time to get some more. But before that, Zichen needed to refine the thunder wings again. The demon chi on the heavenly thunder wings had gradually been dispelled over the past 10 years. What Zichen needed to do was to refine and fuse it again. He believed that the power of the thunder wings would be stronger. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came out. The restriction that Zichen had placed for more than 10 years was torn apart by a powerful force. Then, a high-pitched cry came into Zichen's ears. "It's a battle beast!" Zichen was surprised. Boom! The cave where Zichen was in shook again, and then there was the sound of a big stone rolling down. Obviously, this was a battle beast attacking the mountain. It can actually discover the restriction I placed. Amazing! Zichen sighed. Boom! Boom! Without waiting for Zichen to get up, a series of explosions rang out. The entire cave shook unceasingly as a tyrannical aura swept in from outside the cave. It was as if numerous dense and cold sharp blades were pouncing towards him. Swoosh! Zichen waved his sleeves, and a surge of energy swept out, dispersing the frigid aura. In the next moment, Zichen's figure flickered as he dashed out of the cave. The sky outside the cave was dark. As soon as Zichen appeared, he felt a dangerous aura above his head. He looked up and saw a gigantic creature descending from the sky. Its sharp claws were aimed at Zichen's head. This was an eagle-type warbeast. Its body was covered with black feathers, and its pair of sharp eyes emitted a cold light. Seeing such a scene, Zichen's expression did not change. The black saber in his hand appeared and slashed at the sharp claw. Clang! The saber light collided with the sharp claws, producing a resounding clang. At the same time, Zichen felt a huge force pass through the long saber and send him flying backward. Seeing that it had sent a human flying with a single blow, the black eagle's expression became even colder. It flapped its wings and flew towards Zichen at an extremely fast speed. The black eagle's wings swept past the ancient trees, snapping them in the middle as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. The cut was neat and smooth. The black eagle arrived in the blink of an eye. Its extreme speed was something Zichen had never seen in his life. It was even faster than the flying boat. He couldn't help but be surprised. He took a step forward and swung his saber again. In the previous blow, he was only sent flying. He wasn't injured. Clang! As the two forces collided, the resounding clang sounded again. A powerful force spread out, and Zichen was sent flying again. He felt numb between his thumb and forefinger. This black eagle was very fast and extremely powerful. It was obviously a general-level warbeast. Clang! 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 The black eagle clearly had the upper hand and continued to attack. Although Zichen was able to block every attack, he was unable to defend against his opponent's powerful strength. As his body flew backwards, he also broke many ancient trees along the way. Zichen had always been at a disadvantage. He had to admit that the black eagle was powerful. If he used his own strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat the black eagle in front of him at all. After being sent flying again and again, Zichen's arm was numb from the shock. The web between his thumb and forefinger showed signs of cracking. The black eagle's expression became even colder. It thought that another warbeast had come to the former habitat of the giant python. It didn't expect that it would be a human. It screeched loudly and rushed towards Zichen again. Its sharp claws were like space weapons, full of killing power. Get lost! Zichen roared and began to mobilize the void energy in the heavenly thunder wings. His earthly prime realm continued to surge. The late stage of Earth level, the peak stage, the early stage of emptiness realm, the peak stage of emptiness realm, the middle stage of emptiness realm. He stopped when his level was about to reach the peak of the middle level. The heavenly thunder wings had raised Zichen's level by a whole level. Zichen felt an abundant power filling his body. He held the blade and slashed forward again. The blade shot out like a waterfall, carrying a powerful attack hundreds of times stronger than before. Clang! However, when the attack fell on the black eagle, a sonorous sound was heard again. The opponent's sharp claws had become indestructible weapons. However, the power contained in Zichen's attack was also surprisingly strong. Therefore, he no longer flew backward. This time, it was the black eagle that was sent flying. The black eagle was sent flying by Zichen. Because of its huge body, several ancient trees were broken. Its cold expression immediately changed. Its eyes were filled with surprise and amazement. Ha! Zichen shouted again. He strode forward and raised his long blade. Clang! The black eagle blocked this attack with its beak. Zichen still couldn't break its defense. I don't believe that all the defenses on your body are spatial weapons. Zichen glared. Golden light flashed around his body. Then 2 more figures flew out. The 2 doppelgangers and Zichen rushed toward the black figure in 3 directions. Poof! Poof! The black eagle crushed one doppelganger with its claws. At the same time, it destroyed another doppelganger with its beak. However, Zichen's real body was already beside the black eagle. He slashed down with his long blade. The blade landed on the black feathers. Zichen finally heard the sound of the black eagle's defense being broken. However, it was as if he had cut the toughest object in the world. More than 80% of the attack's power was neutralized. The remaining 20% entered the black eagle's body. However, it couldn't cause any harm to the black eagle. The black eagle was sent flying again. After being injured by the blade, the black eagle's cold eyes became angry. Then, it flapped its wings and a destructive storm formed. The ancient trees were uprooted, and like numerous large mountains, they whistled towards Zichen. Zichen's body was protected by the void space. He slashed at the incoming objects. Ray after ray of blade light appeared and destroyed all the incoming objects. Roar! A cry came from above. The black eagle descended from the sky. Its sharp claws were already on top of Zichen's head. Zichen held his blade and slashed again. Ray of blade light shot up into the sky. Clang! This was an evenly matched battle. Zichen was slightly better. However, it was unrealistic to want to kill the black eagle. Every time he attacked, he could only leave a small wound on the black figure. These wounds were very light and not fatal. Although the destruction law was attached to them, because the wounds were too light, the destruction law didn't have much effect. One man and one eagle fought in the forest. This battle lasted for a day and a night. Both of them had amazing physical strength. They didn't feel tired. During this time, Zichen also had a deeper grasp of his current strength. Knowing that he couldn't kill the other party, he used the black eagle to practice. However, the black eagle didn't think so. It was very angry that it couldn't kill the human after so long. As the fierce battle continued, the many wounds on the black eagle's body finally began to affect its injuries. For the first time, there was hesitation in its cold eyes. Looking at the human who was getting braver and braver, it also decisively soared into the sky and left. "Don't go!" Zichen shouted. Then, he soared into the sky and chased after the black eagle. However, after chasing for a few breaths, the black eagle disappeared from the horizon. "It can run quite well," Zichen panted as he descended from the sky. Looking at the miserable battlefield around him, he shook his head. The black eagle was only a general-level warbeast. It was considered to be in the emptiness realm. Zichen was also in the emptiness realm with the help of the thunder wings. However, he didn't kill the black eagle. This showed how extraordinary the black eagle was. Moreover, this was only the first general-level warbeast that Zichen had encountered. Zichen was even more cautious about warbeasts. The black eagle retreated in a sorry state. It probably wouldn't come back. Zichen continued to set up a restriction. Then, he returned to the cave and began to refine the heavenly thunder wings. The 9 deaths of thunder and lightning combined with the heavenly thunder wings was known as the fastest technique in the world. However, Zichen had only reached the 8th death. He hadn't reached the 9th death yet. With the gap of 1 death, the speed of the world was greatly reduced. Speed was the key to killing the enemy and also the key to escaping. All along, Zichen had the advantage of speed. However, today, he couldn't catch up with the black eagle. This was quite a blow to him. Therefore, he became even more eager to refine the thunder wings. This was because he had a feeling that the 9th death was likely to be in the thunder wings. This was because the 8th death was originally in the thunder wings. Soon, half a month had passed. Zichen had completely integrated the heavenly thunder wings. At this moment, the heavenly thunder wings were emitting a pure silver light. There wasn't a trace of demon chi on it. At the moment of integration, Zichen was pleasantly surprised to find that a technique was transmitted to his sea of consciousness through the thunder wings. And this was the complete 9 deaths of thunder and lightning. This discovery made Zichen extremely surprised. The 9 deaths of thunder and lightning, the fastest technique in the world, hadn't appeared in the world for many years. He didn't expect that Zichen would obtain the complete speed technique here. With the complete technique, It meant that Zichen would once again possess the fastest speed in the world. Zichen seemed very excited. However, before he could continue to study it, the cave shook again. Bang! The restriction was broken again. An ear-piercing cry rang in Zichen's ears, causing his eardrums to hurt. Chapter 12:19. When Zichen rushed out of the cave, the Black Eagle launched another attack. Its sharp claws shook the space as it clawed at Zichen. Damn it! Zichen cursed angrily. His cultivation level immediately skyrocketed as he swung his blade. Clang! With a clang, the Black Eagle was sent flying. In just half a month, the Black Eagle's injuries had completely recovered. This recovery speed surprised Zichen. However, it was obvious that this fellow was a beast that held grudges. It had just recovered from its injuries and had forgotten about its original scars. It came to find trouble with Zichen again. This time, Zichen did not hold back. He used the emptiness realm to crush the Black Eagle. He had no choice. If he did not use the emptiness realm, he would be the one being crushed. Bang! Clang! Dong! Ong scram! One man and one eagle fought fiercely again, and they were locked in a fierce battle. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the Black Eagle's body. Zichen was also in a very difficult situation. His clothes were in tatters, and there were several scratches on his body. After another day and night of fierce fighting, the Black Eagle, who was covered in wounds, glanced at Zichen with disdain. With a roar, it flapped its wings and flew away. Beast, stop right there! The Black Eagle's disdain completely angered Zichen. He shouted and soared into the sky to chase after the Black Eagle. Although he was in a sorry state, the Black Eagle's injuries were obviously more serious. How could this beast look down on him? This was the source and root of Zichen's anger. Unfortunately, he had not comprehended the 9 passing thunder. His speed was naturally much slower than the Black Eagle. After a few breaths, Zichen realized that he had lost his target. Just you wait. If you dare to come again, I will definitely kill you. Zichen was furious. He descended from the sky and looked at the messy battlefield. Looking at the mountain that was almost half destroyed, his anger continued to burn. He secretly swore that if the Black Eagle dared to come again, he would definitely kill it. This should be the Black Hawk's territory. There were no other war beasts around. As for cultivators, they dared not venture too deep into this place. Thus, Zichen simply stopped setting up any more restrictive arrays and continued to study the 9 passing bolts. Zichen's spiritual senses were said to be perfect, so he was able to comprehend every technique very quickly. The same was true for the 9 fleeting thunderbolts. Although he comprehended it quickly, the complete 9 deaths of lightning was too profound and involved the principles of space. If he wanted to completely grasp it, he would need a very long time. Soon, half a month passed. Just as Zichen was feeling uneasy, the ear-piercing sound entered his ears again. Because it was so sudden, it gave Zichen a fright. At the same time, the sound was so loud that Zichen's mind was a little dazed. Damn it, here we go again! When Zichen finally reacted, he was enraged. Lightning wings instantly appeared on his back. He then flapped them, gripped the black blade tightly, and charged outside. Swoosh! As soon as he appeared, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Zichen turned around and saw a large rock whizzing towards him. On the large rock, there was a layer of flowing light completely wrapped around it. Obviously, this was the Black Hawk's mana. This attack was full of power. Zichen had to take it seriously. He raised the long blade high and channeled the powerful energy in his body into the blade. Then, he slashed at the large rock. Pfft! Under the rule of breaking, the light on the surface of the large rock was cut off. The large rock was split open and then exploded. This attack was broken, but Zichen suddenly felt a sense of danger. His figure flashed subconsciously, and he dodged to the side with extreme speed. Pfft! The Black Hawk suddenly appeared above Zichen's head. Its sharp claws grabbed Zichen's head. However, Zichen dodged in time and only grabbed Zichen's shoulder. Under the great force, a piece of flesh was torn off. With Zichen's flesh in its sharp claws, the Black Hawk glanced at Zichen indifferently. There was a sense of pride in its eyes. Then, it swallowed the flesh in one gulp. As if it felt that Zichen's flesh was very delicious, the Black Hawk's expression became intoxicated. When it opened its eyes again, it looked at Zichen with bright eyes. It was like a beggar seeing gold, a hungry man seeing delicious food, and a pervert seeing a beautiful woman in the mortal world. Zichen felt a chill in his heart. Then, he held the blade and slashed. Blade light appeared one after another. It was like a dense net falling towards the Black Hawk. "I'll slash you to death, slash you to death." With every slash, Zichen shouted. Obviously he, who was rarely angered, was completely enraged by this hateful Black Hawk. The battle started again. The Black Hawk's cry resounded. Because Zichen was completely enraged, he fought without any regard for his life. Therefore, the battle only lasted for a day before the Black Hawk escaped. Zichen still could not catch up with the Black Hawk. He was angry and unwilling. However, he could only accept his fate and continue to comprehend the 9 passing lightning. "Just you wait. When I master the 9 passing lightning, I will definitely chop off your head." Zichen swore fiercely. The time seemed to be calculated. Both sides seemed to have completely agreed. Every half a month, the Black Hawk would appear and fight with Zichen. Both of them fought to the death. Unfortunately, either of them could do anything to the other. As the battle progressed, Zichen realized that the Black Hawk was actually improving. Moreover, the speed of the Black Hawk's improvement was far beyond Zichen's expectations. For example, before this, the Black Hawk would let out a cry every time it attacked. It wanted everyone to hear it. But now, the Black Hawk was like a killer. It hid in the dark and launched sudden attacks. Moreover, it rarely cried out. Sometimes, it cried out as if it was trying to confuse Zichen. Creating a diversion was a human tactic. The Black Hawk had learned it completely, and used it on Zichen. Moreover, it even injured Zichen. In the past, Zichen's battles were honorable, grand, and exciting. However, as he battled with the Black Eagle, he became more careful. Of course, being careful was only a positive thing to say. In reality, he had become extremely wretched. The clones that he used to fight head-on were now used for sneak attacks to confuse the Black Eagle. In short, the man and the Black Hawk began to use their own techniques. They did their best to display their abilities to the extreme and then schemed against each other. The two of them also won and lost. However, each time, the Black Hawk would at most fight for a day and a night before leaving. Sometimes, Zichen would show that he was weak with serious injuries. However, the Black Hawk still ignored him. Before leaving, the disdain in its eyes seemed to be saying that Zichen's acting was terrible. Zichen was furious and started to give chase. He became more and more familiar with the 9 flashes of lightning. However, reality proved that there was no such thing as number 1 in this world. There was only better and no best. At the same time, there was only faster and no fastest. At the very least, Zichen's current extreme speed was still unable to catch up to the Black Hawk. This was because the final 9 flashes of lightning involved the use of the power of space. In order to fully display the speed of the 9 flashes of lightning, Zichen had to reach the real realm. The Black Hawk escaped. Zichen was so angry that he cursed. These days, he was clearly in a passive state. The Black Hawk came and went as it pleased. This made Zichen very unhappy. "Just you wait. I will definitely kill you." Zichen swore in his heart again. He swore every time the Black Hawk escaped. The original giant peak was now more than half gone. The ancient forest in front of the cave had long been destroyed and turned into a piece of empty land. "Damn it! Just you wait, you bastard!" Zichen cursed angrily again. Then, he flapped his thunder wings and began to practice his extreme speed in this open space, striving to go further. Half a month later, the Black Hawk came again and destroyed the mountain peak a little more. Zichen was so angry that he shouted, After the two sides fought fiercely for a day and a night, the Black Hawk, covered in wounds, left gracefully. Before it left, it still looked at Zichen with disdain. This time, Zichen was not angry. After watching the Black Hawk leave, he did not continue to swear. There was a worried look on his face. For the first time, he wanted to leave this place. This was because he realized that after several battles, the Black Hawk's strength and combat strength had increased a lot. Although he had also improved during this time, compared to the Black Hawk, his progress was much slower. What he was worried about now was that the Black Hawk would completely break through the general realm and reach the spirit realm. At that time, the Black Hawk's combat strength would increase by several times or even dozens of times. Zichen would be completely defeated by it. Moreover, the Black Hawk was fast. By then, Zichen would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Zichen had the idea of leaving, but he was reluctant to part with his sparring partner because during this period of fierce fighting, he also showed signs of breaking through to the next realm. In this dilemma, half a month passed, and the Black Hawk came again. Therefore, Zichen rushed into the sky with his saber. It was another fierce battle. This time, Zichen fought to his heart's content. His previous hesitation had also disappeared. He was not going to leave. At least, he would not leave before he broke through to the next realm. As for the Black Hawk wanting to break through to the next realm, it was probably impossible to do so in a short time. Therefore, Zichen and the Black Hawk fought more than 30 times every half a month. Almost 2 years had passed. In the past 2 years, the two sides had become more familiar with each other. Later on, it was almost difficult to hurt each other. Zichen was at the critical moment of breaking through to the next realm. He wished that the Black Hawk would come to fight him every day. He had made up his mind that once he broke through to the late stage of the Earth realm, he would leave immediately. Rumble! The cave shook again, and the mountain rocks began to roll down. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed across his eyes. Here it comes again! The black saber instantly appeared in his hand. Then, Zichen rushed out of the cave. As expected, he saw the Black Hawk in the sky. However, the Black Hawk was not looking at Zichen at this moment. Instead, it was looking at the mountain beside Zichen. Its expression was unprecedentedly serious. You did not do this. Zichen also had a strange expression on his face. Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. He saw that 3/4 of the mountain behind him had been shaved off. It was shaking continuously. From the bottom of the mountain, cracks spread out one after another. The cracks went from the bottom to the top, and then the mountain collapsed. As the mountain collapsed, the rocks rolled down. A violent aura spread out from the bottom of the mountain. Roar! The moment it felt this aura, the Black Hawk spread its wings and flew up. It let out a high-pitched cry, which was filled with anger and panic. The moment Zichen felt this aura, his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Spirit-grade beast!" Chapter 12:20. The earth shook, and the powerful aura of a spirit-level beast was released. Feeling this aura, Zichen was shocked and a little confused. He didn't expect that there would be a spirit-level beast hidden underground where he had been in seclusion for more than 10 years. The most surprised one was naturally the general-level black eagle. After feeling this aura, it became angry and panicked. This area didn't belong to it originally, but to a fire python. Many years ago, it came here to fight with the fire python and wanted to kill it. After the battle, the black eagle won, but the fire python didn't die. It was seriously injured and went missing, so it took its place. Over the years, it would come here from time to see if the fire python had returned or if other beasts had occupied this place. But it didn't expect that the target it had been looking for was hidden underground. Obviously, after many years of hiding, the fire python's strength broke through from the general level to the spirit level, and then it appeared. Fortunately or unfortunately, today happened to be the day of the half-month battle, and the black eagle came again. Hiss! The mountain collapsed, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Then a fiery red lightning rushed out of the deep hole and went toward the black eagle. Puff! The fiery red lightning hit the black eagle and instantly hit 2 bloody holes on its body. Blood gushed out. When Zichen saw that the fiery red lightning was just the snake's tongue, his face changed greatly. He subconsciously flapped his wings and retreated. The snake's tongue alone was so powerful. Once the other party's real body appeared, its combat power would naturally be stronger. A head the size of a small mountain poked out from the deep hole. The head was triangular in shape, and its eyes were even larger than lanterns. Before it icily swept its gaze over the black eagle, it also swept a glance at Zichen before completely ignoring the other party. Then, with a rumbling sound, the real body of the fire python appeared, nearly 1,000 meters long. Ignored by the fire python, Zichen wasn't angry. Instead, he was very glad. He had made up his mind to escape in the chaos. Obviously, he couldn't participate in a battle of this level, because he was only at the Earth level. Even if his beast was only at the soldier level, it was already a little difficult for him to fight against the general level black eagle. He couldn't fight against the spirit level at all. Boom! After the fire python's cold gaze landed on the black hawk, it released a powerful battle intent. This battle intent turned into a substantial energy aura that spread out in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding area was filled with sand and stones. Spirit level, it really is the spirit level. Seeing the space power on the surface of the fire python, Zichen was even more certain of the other party's realm. He was already thinking of a way to escape. The fire python opened its mouth, and its expression became playful. It hissed at the black eagle, as if mocking the black eagle. Roar! The black eagle raised its head to the sky and let out a cry. The panic in its eyes gradually dissipated and its expression became serious. At the same time, a fighting spirit emerged from its body. Even though they were both beasts, the black eagle still dared to fight with a difference of 1 level. Zichen immediately admired it. Swoosh! After the screech, the black eagle took the initiative to attack, its cold sharp claws grabbing at the fire python. The fire python let out a long hiss, and its expression became even more disdainful. It directly opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow the black eagle. Who would have thought that the black eagle's charging momentum would come to a sudden halt? Then, it flashed to the side at lightning speed. After dodging the fire python's attack, it turned around and flew towards Zichen's direction. You scram! Seeing the black eagle rushing towards him, Zichen, who was preparing to escape, was furious. He shouted angrily and slashed at the black eagle. At the same time, he also cunningly ran in the other direction. Obviously, the fire python's target was the black eagle, and the reason why the black eagle ran towards him was also because it relied on its speed. This guy didn't really want to fight, but wanted to run, but wanted to keep Zichen here. Zichen was not stupid, so he decisively chose to escape from the side. He even deliberately ran around the fire python because the fire python's target was him, not him. Roar! Zichen's direction of escape made the black eagle very angry. In this situation, it couldn't escape the fire python's pursuit at all. Unless it dragged a human, there was still a chance of survival. It had no choice but to chase after Zichen. As a result, there was a very funny scene. Zichen was running with the fire python as his target, the black eagle was chasing after him, and the fire python was chasing after the black eagle. The 3 of them formed a circle. Damn it, its target is you, not me! Zichen cursed loudly as he ran away. Behind him, the black eagle stopped crying and kept chasing after Zichen. At the same time, it was also dodging the fire python's attacks. The 3 of them kept running in circles. The fire python couldn't take it anymore because of its large size. After running in circles, it actually felt dizzy. Therefore, it was angry and changed its target to Zichen. At the same time, it mobilized the power of space to oppress the black eagle. It was 1 against 2. Swoosh! The thunder wings on Zichen's back kept vibrating, and his speed instantly increased to the limit. He transformed into several afterimages and dodged the fire python's attack. At the same time, the fire python's power of space to oppress the black eagle was also broken by the black eagle. Roar! The black eagle screamed. After breaking free of the power, it flapped its wings and flew away. Pen! The escaping black eagle was hit by the fire python's long tail and was instantly shattered. However, it was only a clone. Its real body had already hidden in the void and escaped. This move was learned from Zichin. Hiss! The fire python was furious that it didn't kill the human, or its opponent. Its eyes flashed with anger, and it released the power of space around it. Then, a fiery red figure flew into the distance. The speed of the fiery red figure was much faster than the black eagle. In the blink of an eye, it was several miles away. When it landed, it was a fire python that was close to 100 meters long. After the fire python was formed, it didn't attack the black eagle. Instead, it moved in an arc. A total of 9 fire pythons appeared. The 9 fire pythons moved in the same line, leaving a long sea of fire behind them. The 9 fire pythons formed a large circle. The space in the circle began to distort, creating a spatial pressure. When Zichin saw the circle formed by the 9 fire pythons, his mind was shaken. Obviously, this was a powerful technique of the fire python. Although it wasn't like the real-world space, it had extraordinary effects. The moment the circle was formed, the fire python discovered the black eagle's real body. Its cold eyes looked in a direction. The black eagle was tactful. Its real body immediately appeared. However, when it appeared, it glanced at Zichin. Its expression seemed to say that it was time to join forces. Otherwise, both of them would die. Zichin was so angry that his teeth itched. He didn't expect to be tricked by a beast. However, the fire python definitely wouldn't let him go. He might as well fight with all his strength. Helplessly, Zichin took out the dragon soul spear. He had a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other. He even wore the black finger boxing gloves. There was no other way. He had to fight with his life on the line. Kill! Zichin roared. He mobilized the power of the void and attacked the fire python. The dragon's roar resounded in the next moment. The dragon's soul turned into a dragon shadow. A vast dragon's might descended. Seeing the dragon's soul, the fire python's eyes were filled with surprise. Zichin had already made his move, and Haing also followed closely behind him, charging towards the fire python. The fire python swung its long tail at the black eagle. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at the dragon's soul. Bang! The black eagle was sent flying. Its body drew a line of blood in the air. Zichen's dragon soul was also severely injured. It retreated with a cry. The long knife in his hand slashed at the other party's teeth. However, there was a sonorous sound. He was also sent flying. The first time they attacked, 1 man and 1 eagle retreated. Then, they looked at each other. No matter what grudges they had before, they had to kill this big guy first. Kill! Zichin shouted again. The black eagle nodded. With a cry, the man and the eagle rushed toward the fire python again. The fire python's expression became very disdainful. It was the same attack just now. The power of space swept over. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, in an instant, Zichin and the black eagle's bodies emitted light. Then, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. 1 real body and 3 doppelgangers attacked the fire python from 4 directions. This attack was obviously out of the fire python's expectations. It only killed 1 doppelganger of Zichin and 1 of the black eagle. The other 3 doppelgangers rushed toward it. Swoosh! Zichen's real body and doppelgangers stabbed at the fire python with all their strength. They completely mobilized their maximum strength. Pfft! However, only the real body broke through the defense. The other 2 doppelgangers didn't even break through the defense. At the same time, they were shattered by the rebound force. However, Zichin, who broke through the defense, only left a shallow wound on the fire python's body. It was almost negligible. On the other hand, the black eagle left a few deep, bloody marks on the fire python's body. When both sides retreated again, the black eagle looked at Zichen with a hint of disdain. The fire python was naturally angry after being tricked this time. It completely ignored Zichen's attack. All its attention was focused on the black eagle. After all, they were old rivals. The black eagle was still a threat to the fire python. Kill! With Zichen's third shout, the battle began again. But this time, a flame rushed out of the fire python's body. The flame turned into a small fire python to block Zichen. Next, the fire python's real body fought the black eagle. For a moment, both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Pfft! The black eagle left a claw mark on the fire python's body, and there were several bloody holes on its body. Its injuries were much more serious than the fire python's. As for Zichen, after fighting for a long time, he couldn't even kill a small fire python. He was directly ignored by everyone. The black eagle was sent flying again. It let out a high-pitched cry. It was questioning Zichen. Zichen could understand it. It was questioning Zichen why he didn't use his full strength. Zichen didn't say anything. He held his saber and attacked again. However, he was still evenly matched with the small fire python. Pfft! The black eagle was seriously injured again. It was sent flying again and again. It couldn't defeat the fire python at all. The fire python seemed very proud. It kept hissing as if it was laughing and mocking. The black eagle questioned again. Its voice became weak. The fire python completely ignored Zichen and left its back to Zichen. It focused on dealing with the black eagle. At the same time, the black eagle was seriously injured. It also lost its vigilance. Kill! Zichen shouted again. It was the same shout as before, but the black eagle heard another meaning. Its eyes lit up. The black saber in Zichen's hand suddenly changed. It turned into a white scimitar, and the scimitar looked like a tooth. Zichen held the scimitar and started to mobilize the two types of essence force around him. These were the yin and yang essence force. They always existed, but they usually appeared separately. They would only appear together when he was in a desperate situation. The two types of essence force were injected into the scimitar. Zichen waved the scimitar and slashed at the small fire python. Pfft! Chapter 12:21. After killing the small fire python, Zichen's body glowed brightly. Two doppelgangers, one gold and one silver, appeared. The doppelgangers didn't have any void energy, only pure earth yuan energy. The two doppelgangers rippled with destructive energy. They followed Zichen and charged towards the fire python. At this moment, the fire python sensed that something was amiss behind it. However, before it could react, Zichen and his doppelgangers had already arrived beside it. Zichen stood at the neck of the fire python and raised the scimitar in his hand. Two types of yuan energy circulated in the scimitar. He held the scimitar and slashed towards the fire python's neck. Pff! A surging and terrifying aura gushed out from the scimitar. The scimitar slashed into the fire python's neck and its defense was instantly broken. A huge wound appeared on the fire python's neck. After the scimitar slashed down, Zichen flapped his lightning wings and retreated. The two doppelgangers, who were already prepared, charged towards the fire python's wound and exploded. Boom! The two types of yuan energy collided and created a violent explosion. The destructive energy wreaked havoc on the fire python's wound. The fire python's body was immediately sent flying by the explosion. At the same time, it was in pain and rolled around continuously. Pff! The black eagle, who was already prepared when Zichen gave the signal, also charged forward desperately. Its sharp beak, which was comparable to a spatial weapon, pecked at one of the fire python's eyes. A fiery red eyeball was bitten out by it and swallowed. Bang! Bang! The fire python's long tail swept across. Zichen and the black eagle were sent flying. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. Zichen's ribs were almost all broken. At the same time, he was coughing up blood because of his serious injuries. The Black Eagle was already seriously injured. At this moment, it wasn't any better than Zichen. But the two people's injuries paled in comparison to the fire python's. Not only did the fire python lose an eye, there was also a deep and huge wound on its neck. The depth of the wound was almost 1/3 of the length of its neck. In other words, if the remaining 2/3 were to be cut open, its head would fall off. As expected, Zichen leaned against a large rock and gripped the scimitar in his hand tightly. The scimitar was the poisonous fang of the flood python and was a spatial weapon. After it was thrown into the pill cauldron and refined, it became an ownerless object. Zichen was currently unable to fully utilize the weapon's advantage, but he was extremely satisfied with the fact that he was able to break through the fire python's defense with its sharpness. One of the Black Eagle's wings was broken, and it could no longer fly. It staggered towards Zichen. At this moment, the two of them were allies. Although it was afraid of the scimitar, it had to choose to believe in Zichen. "Heal your wounds first." The fire python was still writhing in pain. Zichen opened his mouth, and a surge of life precepts surged out from his body. Zichen was recovering from his injuries. The Black Eagle looked at Zichen in amazement. In the past 2 years, it had comprehended its own clones and other battle techniques. However, it was unable to comprehend this mysterious power of life precepts. It went to look for Zichen every half a month, relying on its own powerful recovery ability. However, this recovery ability clearly required time. It was not as miraculous as Zichen's. Zichen glanced at the Black Eagle and did not say anything. 2 clones appeared beside him, and at the same time, they mobilized life precepts to heal the Black Eagle. The Black Eagle looked at Zichen gratefully. The writhing fire python gradually calmed down. Its injuries were still shocking, but it endured the pain. At the same time, it mobilized space precepts to heal its injuries. However, after losing its eye, it would be difficult to heal. At the same time, the wound Zichen left on its neck contained an extremely mysterious destructive power. Even if the other party's cultivation level was high, it would not be able to expel it instantly. "Its injuries will take some time to heal. We have to hurry up and let it continue to be injured." Zichen stopped the life precepts around him, and his 2 clones also retracted their power. The Black Eagle nodded like a human. Then, it tried to flap its wings a little and found that it could move. Therefore, it flapped its wings and took the lead to charge at the fire python. Zichen knew that the other party wanted to attract the fire python's attention so that he could wait for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, the two were undoubtedly on the same side. Swoosh! He did not hesitate and stepped forward with his scimitar, followed by his 2 clones. The Black Eagle immediately let out a wail when it faced the fire python. It was no match for the other party. Zichen's body shone brightly, and he summoned dozens of clones at once. He brought his 2 clones and shuttled through the crowd of clones, trying to add more injuries to the fire python. However, the fire python was already prepared and would not be fooled. When it charged forward, it mobilized space precepts to destroy the clones summoned by Zichen one after another. Bang! This time, before Zichen's real body arrived, the fire python discovered him and sent Zichen flying again. Who would have thought that right after Zichen was sent flying, an explosion sounded from the sky. Immediately after, the everlasting Dan cauldron appeared and smashed towards the fire python's wound with a tremendous force. Bang! Under the powerful shockwave, the fire python's head jolted before it was smashed to the ground, creating a huge crater. After that strike, the everlasting Dan cauldron once again soared into the sky. Without Zichen's deliberate command, it once again smashed towards the fire python's wound. Cauldron Spirit was carrying out Zichen's order instead of smashing its head. The continuous smashing of the fire python's wound would only worsen the wound and prevent the fire python from recovering. The everlasting Dan cauldron under Cauldron Spirit's control was very vigorous. It was like an enormous moving mountain, smashing the fire python's wound with a tremendous force. Zichen and the Black Hawk were both sent flying. The two of them watched the everlasting Dan cauldron display its might, and beat the fire python until it couldn't even raise its head. The Black Hawk's eyes were wide open as he felt incredulous. He did not expect that this human would have so many tricks up his sleeves. "Hurry up and charge!" The corners of Zichen's eyes were twitching as he shouted and charged forward with his scimitar. The Black Hawk thought that Zichen was in pain, but that wasn't the case. Zichen was in pain because every time the everlasting Dan Cauldron attacked, it would require a massive amount of energy to support it. And this kind of energy required the support of an edict of reality. Even if they killed the fire python, they would at most get one edict of reality. Therefore, this transaction was not worth it at all. Bang! The fire python was beaten until it couldn't raise its head. However, it didn't need to. After it raised its tail, it mobilized the Edict of Space and sent the everlasting Dan Cauldron flying. The everlasting Dan Cauldron flew far away and hit a small fire python before bouncing back. The entire space was still in a sealed state. The fire python didn't need to use its eyes to know what was happening in its space. Therefore, after it sent the everlasting Dan Cauldron flying, its tail quickly danced. After images appeared one after another as Zichen's doppelgangers were destroyed one after another. Soon after, his real body was found and beaten back. The everlasting Dan Cauldron struck his chest once again. Zichen felt as if his organs were about to shatter. He fell to the ground and couldn't stand up for a long time. The Black Hawk's injuries were already more serious than Zichen's, so he was in an even worse state at this moment. He couldn't even move his body. The fire python indifferently glanced at the Black Hawk before its gaze once again landed on Zichen. The disdain on its face had completely turned into anger. A dense killing intent surged in its single eye. It gave up on killing the Black Hawk and turned towards Zichen. Hum! The void trembled as the everlasting Dan Cauldron flew back and smashed towards the fire python. Poof! The fire python's tail struck the everlasting Dan Cauldron. However, this time, the everlasting Dan Cauldron did not fly away. On the contrary, the powerful impact caused the everlasting Dan Cauldron to tremble in the air. Countless fireballs flew out from the everlasting Dan Cauldron. Every fireball transformed into a fire dragon. The fire dragon roared and charged towards the fire python. The everlasting Dan Cauldron was very powerful. It could refine most things in the world. However, the precondition was that they had to be inside the Dan Cauldron. Even though the Cauldron spirit had millions of ways to refine the fire python into a corporeal edict of reality, it could only do so when the fire python was inside the Dan Cauldron. The fire dragon coiled around the fire python in an instant. This was done intentionally by the fire python. It wanted to absorb the energy of the flames but discovered that it couldn't. Therefore, with a jolt of its body, waves after waves of spatial energy appeared and dispersed the fire dragons. During this period of time, Zichen could only stand up with great difficulty. It was impossible for him to counterattack or escape. He stood there and looked at the fire python. He was very unwilling to accept this outcome. But so what if he was unwilling? Without strength, Zichen could only choose to die standing. He was furious and unwilling to accept this outcome. The energy in his abdomen was surging. However, due to his severe injuries, he was unable to control this energy. The everlasting Dan Cauldron rushed over in an attempt to rescue Zichen. However, it was of no use. This was the space controlled by the fire python. The fire python could detect every movement of the everlasting Dan Cauldron. Every time the everlasting Dan Cauldron stepped forward, he would be sent flying by the fire python's tail. The fire python gradually closed in on Zichen. There seemed to be a trace of a cruel and sinister smile in its icy cold eye. Zichen looked at the fire python with unwillingness. He wanted to counterattack but was powerless. The yuan energy in his abdomen was boiling. The fire python opened its bloody maw, revealing a few venomous fangs and its forked tongue. In the next moment, it was about to swallow Zichen into its stomach. However, before it could bite down, an aura suddenly surged out of Zichen's body. Within this aura, there was also an extremely powerful suction force. This suction force extended in all directions like tentacles, as if it was searching for an indescribable energy. Unable to find it, it continued to extend until it reached the area sealed by the small fire pythons. This energy instantly penetrated the seal. Then, the 9 small fire pythons immediately dissipated and returned to the real world. The tentacles had found the energy they were looking for. Waves of destructive energy converged towards Zichen from all directions. Within this destructive energy, there was also a strong life force. The destructive energy increased Zichen's realm while the life force rapidly healed Zichen's severely injured body. This was Zichen. Under the immense pressure of life and death, he finally broke through the barrier and reached the late stage of Earth Prime. The fire python in front of him had broken through the seal of space due to the destruction of the natural order, causing him to be seriously injured again. His expression became pained. After breaking through, Zichen began to enter a state of full health. The rate of recovery of his injuries was not the slightest bit weaker than the flames of life. His injuries were almost completely healed as soon as he broke through. The natural order energy in this space was dense enough. In addition to the strong suction force on Zichen's body, it was enough to ensure that he could break through at the fastest speed possible. After breaking through, Zichen possessed the combat strength of an advanced stage emptiness realm expert. Chapter 1222. Zichen's breakthrough at the critical moment surprised the eagle and the python, but their expressions were different. The black eagle was surprised and pleasantly surprised, while the fire python was surprised and angry. After the breakthrough, Zichen's injuries were healed. He held the spatial weapon in his hand tightly. He looked at the fire python again, his eyes calm. Hiss! The fire python, however, was hissing uneasily. It could sense danger from the humans. Zichen held the blade with both hands and walked toward the fire python. He slowly accelerated, his speed getting faster and faster. Swoosh! When he was about to reach the fire python, his body glowed. Dozens of doppelgangers appeared in a row. The dozens of doppelgangers held dozens of scimitars in their hands. Then, they fiercely tapped the ground. Their movements were uniform. Their bodies soared into the air and slashed toward the fire python. Pun! Pun! The fire python's tail danced quickly like a long stick, leaving many afterimages. The moment it touched the doppelgangers would explode. In the blink of an eye, dozens of doppelgangers exploded. Even the real body exploded. The fire python's eyes had a hint of doubt because it didn't think that the human would be killed just like that. Suddenly, the fire python felt a stinging pain from its wound. Its body couldn't help but tremble. It was Zichen's real body. It didn't know when he had arrived at its wound. He held the blade and slashed it again. Swoosh! Swoosh! The power of this slash wasn't 100%. Therefore, after Zichen slashed, he still had the strength to use his extreme speed. He took advantage of the fire python's counterattack and dodged the attack. Boom! The fire python's attack missed. The alchemy cauldron was controlled by Zichen. It fell from the sky and continued to smash the fire python's wound. The spatial seal was broken. The severely injured fire python's perception was greatly reduced. Therefore, Zichen's attack seemed to be unexpected. Boom! Boom! As the alchemy cauldron kept smashing, the fire dragons kept appearing. They tried to wrap the fire python into the cauldron, but the fire dragons were scattered by the fire python every time. Next, it was the battle between Zichen and the fire python. The severely injured black eagle completely withdrew. Zichen's attacks were completely unexpected. Using Pill Cauldron as the main attack and the scimitar as the support, he left behind wound after wound on the fire python's body. Although they were all at the reality realm, beasts were undoubtedly much harder to kill than humans. Zichen believed that even if Chaz-Si and Wamang were to join hands to deal with the fire python, they would only end up dead. The spirit-level fire python was very strong. Zichen didn't know if it could defeat a human realm expert, but an ordinary reality realm expert wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Today, he and the Black Hawk had joined forces to severely injure the other party. It was purely because the other party had been careless. If the fire python had been more careful and cautious, Zichin and the Black Hawk would definitely have died. Pooh! The scimitar once again stabbed into the fire python's wound, and its destructive power rushed into the fire python's body through the wound. At the same time, the two clones exploded with a loud bang. The fire python hissed and took the initiative to attack Zichin. When the other party attacked, Zichin would begin to dodge and let Pill Cauldron take the lead. Once the other party attacked Pill Cauldron, Zichin would raise his scimitar and take the lead with his clones. This battle was very difficult and lasted for 3 days. Zichin forcibly exhausted the heavily injured fire python until it was on the verge of death. The fire python's movements became sluggish, and its spirit weakened. Its reactions to each attack were very slow, but they were full of power and were very dangerous. Go to hell! Finally, Zichin seized the opportunity and flashed onto the fire python's back. He raised his scimitar high once again, and a dazzling light emitted from it. Zichin raised his scimitar and brought it down. The scimitar fell heavily, and the blade light appeared once again, cutting into the fire python's remaining flesh wound and chopping off its head. The moment its head was chopped off, the fire python temporarily lost its strength. Many fire dragons immediately rushed out from Pill Cauldron and swept the fire python's head and body into the cauldron. Clang! Following the sound of a lid closing, Zichin also lost his strength in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. After 3 days of battle, he had cut the same wound on the fire python nearly 100 times. With the help of his two clones, he finally chopped off its head. Boom! Boom! Although its head was chopped off, the fire python did not die. At this moment, it was still causing a ruckus in Pill Cauldron, causing it to constantly shake. However, as long as it entered Pill Cauldron, it would be impossible for it to come out again without external help. The fire python was finally dealt with. It took a lot of effort, but it did not mean that the danger was over. Black Eagle was still heavily injured, but after 3 days of recovery, it was able to fight again. On the other hand, Zichin had used up too much energy. Although his injuries were lighter, he had lost the ability to fight. He turned his head to look at Black Eagle. Black Eagle also looked at Zichin with a complicated expression. One man and one eagle looked at each other, but they did not make a move. Black Eagle could not speak, so the silence was naturally broken by Zichin. He said, "All right, let's reconcile." Black Eagle was confused at first, but after understanding Zichin's meaning, it nodded. After that, there was silence again. Zichin began to recover from his injuries and replenish his energy. Black Eagle was also recovering from its injuries. Not far away, the everlasting Pill Cauldron would occasionally vibrate. 2 days later, Zichin opened his eyes. His injuries were completely healed. On the other hand, Black Eagle was still recovering with its eyes closed. Zichin did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat by the side and began to think about what to do next. What should he do next? Although he knew that he needed to find resources, he needed to find a way to cultivate. Suddenly, Zichin thought of something. The Pill Cauldron no longer vibrated. The fire python had completely disappeared from this world. Before it left behind some python meat, a few teeth, and a piece of reality law. The heavily injured Black Eagle gradually fell into a deep sleep. It slept for more than a month. Clearly, it was heavily injured this time. In the end, Black Eagle was awoken by the smell of meat. Zichin was sitting on a large rock and roasting a large piece of python meat. The cauldron spirit had specially left a large piece of python meat for him. It was full of energy and was very beneficial to his body. Roar! Black Eagle had basically recovered from its injuries. After examining the meat, it screeched at Zichin. Its eyes were filled with gratitude. Zichin turned around and smiled at Black Eagle. Then, he threw the cooked python meat to Black Eagle. Black Eagle caught it and swallowed it in one gulp. "You didn't even chew it. What a waste," said Zichin smilingly. Black Eagle stood up and walked towards Zichin. Zichin continued to roast the meat. Without turning his head, he asked, What do you plan to do next? Black Eagle stood beside Zichin. There was a trace of confusion in its eyes. It was a war beast, not a human. How could it have any plans? Zichin took a glance at Black Eagle. He saw the expression on Black Eagle's face. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Since you don't know what to do, why don't you follow me?" Black Eagle looked at Zichin vigilantly. Zichin smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to cooperate with you because you are fast, even faster than me. So far, you are the fastest one I have ever seen." Black Eagle did not let down its guard because of Zichin's explanation. Black Eagle was indeed very fast. If it wasn't targeted by the fire python immediately, it would have been able to escape by relying on its speed. Unfortunately, the fire python's target was Black Eagle. It might have appeared after sensing Black Eagle's aura. Therefore, under such circumstances, Black Eagle couldn't have escaped by itself. "I didn't hold it against you when you schemed against me. I even protected you and allowed you to heal yourself. You should know that I mean you no harm." Zichin looked at the barbecued meat in front of him and then carefully flipped it. "You took more than a month to heal yourself this time. If I had any ill intentions towards you, you would have died hundreds of times already." The vigilance in Black Eagle's eyes disappeared and turned into gratitude. It was indeed very grateful to this human in front of it because he had saved its life. The barbecued meat in front of him gradually changed color. Zichin roasted it even more seriously. From time to time, he would use the white scimitar beside him to make 1 or 2 cuts on the meat to let the fat flow out. "I want to go out and do business with other humans, but this business will be a little dangerous. I hope that the two of us can cooperate. Once danger occurs, you can take me away. Of course, since it's a cooperation, I will give you a reward. After the matter is done, I will give you 30% of the profits. Otherwise, you don't need the reward and I will think of a way to help you break through to the spiritual level." Upon hearing the word spiritual level, Black Eagle's eyes immediately lit up. Zichin glanced at Black Eagle and lowered his head to focus on roasting the meat. He said, "I know that you are not far from the spiritual level, but it will be difficult for you to break through. The fire python's inner core is with me. Perhaps it will be of help to your breakthrough. Furthermore, I have 2 complete true realm cores with me." Black Eagle's eyes became brighter and brighter, but Zichin changed the topic and said, "But I can't give it to you now because I need your help. Once I give it to you, you will have to go into seclusion, and I don't have the time to wait for you to go into seclusion." Zichin's words were very clear, and Black Eagle also understood. Zichin's meaning was that Black Eagle would follow him and help him do things. After that, he would give it something. Without any hesitation, Black Eagle immediately nodded. Most importantly, once Black Eagle broke through to the spiritual level, it might not make a deal with Zichin. Furthermore, Black Eagle would be even stronger after breaking through to the spiritual level. Zichin did not have the means to subdue it. "All right, let's rest for a few days and then set off." The roasted meat in front of him had already turned golden, and the fragrance had already dissipated. After Zichin sprinkled the condiments, he cut a large piece for himself and placed the rest to the side. He said, "This thing has to be chewed to taste it." As he spoke, he did not care whether Black Eagle knew how to chew or not. He chewed in big mouthfuls, then took out a bottle of wine and drank as he ate. Zichin and Black Eagle stayed here for another 5 days. 5 days later, Black Eagle left with Zichin. Why Black Eagle? Because Zichin did not know where he was. Black Eagle left the forest with him. Next, Zichin needed to find a human tribe and think of a way to trade for some resources. Chapter 12:23. The Hearthstone tribe was a relatively large tribe. There were 3 corporeal realm experts overseeing the tribe. Back then, this tribe had sent many people to look for Zichin. However, they couldn't find him even after 5 years. Now, almost 20 years had passed. Everyone had long forgotten the name Zichin. On the contrary, the survivors of the Wapython tribe would occasionally remember the young man who had slaughtered experts. Every time they thought of him, they would feel a chill in their hearts. Zichen had an impression of the Hearthstone tribe. He had heard the conversation between the two Emptiness Realm experts. They were from the Hearthstone tribe. He had been in the Hearthstone tribe for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, he sat on the back of the Black Eagle almost every day and observed the terrain and distribution of the Hearthstone tribe. He was here to make a deal. However, he had to know the enemy as well as himself. As a tribe with 3 corporeal realm experts, the Hearthstone tribe was naturally very large. It had more than 10,000 people. The more people there were, the more resources there were. 300 li south of the tribe, there was a large fruit orchard. Its area was more than 3 times the size of the original Wapython tribe. There were many Emptiness Realm experts guarding the area. There were also Earth Prime experts cultivating in the orchard. Apart from that, there was a small fruit forest 100 li south. There were about 100 fruit trees in the forest. However, the fruit trees were clearly taller and more mystical. This was the Emptiness Realm fruit tree. The fruits it produced were called Emptiness Realm fruit. Its effect was similar to that of an Emptiness Realm precept fragment. An ordinary fruit was equivalent to 100 precept fragments. A perfect fruit was equivalent to 1,000 precept fragments. This fruit tree was a unique product of the Zhanwu continent. Apart from the Emptiness Realm fruit tree, there was also the most precious Reality Realm fruit tree. The fruits it produced were equivalent to a precept fragment of reality. Of course, this fruit tree was even more precious. Only a few cities had it. In the Zhanwu continent, apart from powerful beasts, there were also various mystical plants. For example, the Void Tree. It was something that all Earth realms would covet. Apart from that, there were also many other mystical plants. He was clearly here to make a deal and to see the other party's strength. However, Zichen was extremely interested in the other party's precept tree and Emptiness Realm tree. His purpose was obviously not pure. The 3 Emptiness Realm experts rarely appeared. Everything was managed by the Emptiness Realm experts. After hiding for a month, Zichen saw an Emptiness Realm expert leaving on a flying boat. Zichen felt that his opportunity had come when there were still 2 Reality Realm experts. Half a day later, Zichen appeared 50 kilometers away from the Hearthstone tribe. "Who is it?" As soon as he appeared, someone noticed Zichen. "I'm a businessman. I mean you no harm." Zichen raised his hands and shouted. "Malicious intent? You're just an Earth Prime cultivator. What malicious intent do you have?" 2 cultivators walked out from the shadows. One was at the Void Realm while the other was at the Earth Prime Realm. When they detected Zichen's cultivation level, a trace of disdain appeared in their eyes. Zichen smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm a businessman. I'm here to make a deal with you." "Deal? What deal?" The virtual realm glanced at Zichen. "I have the materials and the law fruit tree. I'm here to do business with your tribe," Zichen said again. "The rule fruit tree." Emptiness Realm's expression changed. Diyuan, who was beside him, exclaimed, "Yes, it's a very strange law fruit tree. It's a mutated species and costs 2,000 each." Emptiness Realm frowned and said, "What law fruit tree? It costs 2,000. One had to know that an ordinary law fruit tree only cost 1,000. This was because it could only produce 200 at a time. If one bought it for 1,000, it would take 500 years to earn back the cost." Zichen waved his hand and a law fruit tree appeared out of thin air. There were dozens of law fruits on it, and nearly 30 of them were close to perfection. A perfect law fruit contained a complete law, which was 10 times more than an ordinary law fruit. However, one tree could only produce 9 fruits. This was common knowledge. However, the one in Zichen's hand had clearly broken this common knowledge. Diyuan's eyes lit up when he saw the law fruit tree in front of him. He looked at Zichen with an unfriendly gaze. Zichen looked at Diyuan and said disdainfully, "Why? Do you want to snatch it? Since I'm here to trade with you, I'm not afraid of being robbed. Come and try if you have the ability." Diyuan's expression instantly turned ugly. Emptiness Realm frowned again when he saw Zechen so calm. He suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. Go and talk to your tribe. I have a lot of law fruit trees. Find someone who's important. Zechen said coldly to Diyuan. Zechen's attitude was tough. This made the two of them even more afraid to touch him. After looking at each other, Diyuan went back while Emptiness Realm stayed here. After Diyuan left, Emptiness Realm said, Since it's a trade, why don't we go to the tribe? Zechen said indifferently, No, it's safer here. Emptiness Realm obviously didn't understand the meaning of Zechen's words. Not long after, 3 figures appeared on the horizon. It was Diyuan and 2 Emptiness Realm experts. The 2 Emptiness Realm experts saw the law fruit tree from afar. After seeing the fruits on the tree, their expressions immediately changed. The 2 of them came forward. One of them asked, Are you the one who wants to trade with us? Zechen glanced at the other party. He immediately looked unhappy and said, Do your words have any effect? The Emptiness Realm expert also looked unhappy and said, Of course they do. Zechen said indifferently, Well, I still have 1,000 of these mutated law fruit trees. If each one is worth 2,000, that's a total of 2 million law fragments. Can you make the decision? The Emptiness Realm expert was obviously stunned. The other person was also shocked by this number. Seeing the two's expressions, Zechen's disdain grew stronger. You two are only at the middle stage of the Emptiness Realm. How dare you make a deal of 2 million law fragments? Go back and find your manager. It's best if you can find a Reality Realm expert. As for you two, TSK. Facing Zechen's disdainful expression, the two were furious. However, as Zechen said, they were only small leaders in the tribe. They could make the decision for 1,000 law fragments, but they didn't have the authority to make a deal of 2 million law fragments. The two obviously couldn't see through Zechen's indifferent and arrogant attitude. They also didn't dare to provoke him. They could only glare at the Earth Prime fiercely and then go back unwillingly. 2 million law fragments was a big deal. The two could only go back and find the chief of the tribe. Chief Matthew was an old man who had been in the Hearthstone tribe for many years. He had finally climbed to the position of chief. In the absence of the 3 chiefs, he was in charge of everything. After hearing his subordinate's report, Matthew's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. He asked, What? A mutated law fruit tree? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. There were more than 30 near-perfect law fragments on each tree. Matthew's eyes flashed. He asked, How many did he have? How many people did he send? He said that he had 1,000 of them. He asked for 2,000 law fragments per tree. That's a total of 2 million law fragments. However, he only sent one person, and he's an Earth Prime. Matthew was completely shocked. How can there be only one person with 1,000 of them? And he's only an Earth Prime. This is impossible. Although he's only one person, his attitude is very firm, the subordinate said. Matthew nodded and said, All right, let's go take a look. The two brought Matthew outside to see Zechen. Sure enough, he saw the mysterious law fruit tree from afar. After seeing that the fruit tree was not fake, he looked at Zechen. Using his spiritual sense, he found that this person was indeed an Earth Prime. Moreover, he had just broken through to the late stage of Earth Prime. His spiritual sense didn't find anything strange, but Matthew didn't let his guard down. From far away, he laughed and said, I think this little friend wants to do business with us. What are you all doing here? Since we have a noble guest, why don't you bring him to the tribe and treat him well? Zechen glanced at Matthew, waved his hand, and said, No, it's better to do it here. After all, the business is big. It's safer here. Matthew smiled and nodded, but he was thinking about the meaning of these words in his heart. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced around. Finding nothing unusual, Matthew said, It's said that you have 1,000 of these things. I wonder if you can let this old man take a look. Zechen said lightly, Of course you can take a look, but I'm afraid it's impossible to see 1,000 of them at once. However, I'll let you see a few dozen of them. With that said, Zichen waved his hand, and many law fruit trees appeared around him. Some of the law fruit trees were full of law fruits, while others were empty. Little friend, what's the meaning of these? Seeing the empty law fruit trees, Matthew asked puzzledly. Zichen explained. I'm taking them out because I want to tell you that not every one of the law fruit trees on my body bears fruit because there are a lot of them. I've refined them all to improve my realm, but I can tell you that they are all of the same species. Zichen's words naturally couldn't convince Matthew. Immediately after, he waved his hand and dozens of law fruit trees appeared, some with law fruits, and some without. Seeing nearly 100 law fruit trees, more than half of which were of a variant variety, they also believed Zichen's words. But for a while, Matthew didn't express his opinion. Zichen glanced at Matthew and said, I have 1,000 of these things on me. Each one is priced at 2,000, so the total is 2 million. If you can't eat it all, then you can have as many as you want. I'll tell you in advance that when you buy them, I'll pick the law fruits on them. Matthew stared at Zichen and asked, You really have 1,000 of them? Zichen said indifferently. How can I lie? After saying that, Zichen waved his sleeve and put away the 100 law fruit trees. When everyone saw the law fruit trees disappear, they suddenly felt empty in their hearts. It was as if they had lost their treasures, and their mood became strange. Matthew hesitated, while Zichen looked very calm. In the end, Matthew gritted his teeth and said, You wait, I'll go back and ask the patriarch. If possible, we'll buy all the law fruit trees. As soon as Zichen heard this, his indifferent expression changed and he said, Well, you go back and ask. It's best if you buy them all at once, so I don't have to run from tribe to tribe. Chapter 12:24. Matthew flew back at full speed. After returning, he headed straight for the chief's residence. It was a forbidden area for the rest of the tribe. Chief! Matthew shouted when he saw the chief's residence from afar. Matthew, why are you in such a panic? An indifferent voice sounded. Chief, we have business here. Big business. Matthew lost his composure and shouted. What business? After the indifferent voice, two people walked out of the residence. They were the two chiefs of the Hearthstone tribe, Hoover and Blackstone. As for the chief, Ironforge, he was out. Hoover was tall and looked like a gorilla. He wore a dark robe. As for Blackstone, he was thin and had dark skin. He also wore a robe. Matthew saluted the two patriarchs and then explained the details of the transaction. When the two patriarchs heard this, they immediately frowned. Obviously, the two of them also felt that this matter was not so simple. Hoover looked at Blackstone and asked, What do you think? Blackstone shook his head and said, How can they let an Earth Prime do a deal for 2 million? I think the other party has suppressed their realm, so Matthew can't sense it. Matthew nodded and said, Patriarch is right. I think so too, but, Hoover said, but maybe the other party really is an Earth Prime, and the things on him are not his, but someone else's. His attitude is arrogant, but he doesn't dare to enter the tribe. This means that he is afraid. Or maybe the people protecting him are afraid. Blackstone nodded and said, That makes sense. Maybe he is just a chess piece, and there is someone else in the dark. But this person doesn't dare to enter our tribe, so he shouldn't be very strong. He is afraid that we will join hands, Hoover said. Maybe he is afraid that our tribe has restrictions or something like that. But since he is here, he shouldn't be too strong. Of course, he shouldn't be too weak either, Blackstone said. He is at most mid-corporeal realm. Late corporeal realm is impossible, and domain realm is even more impossible. Beside them, Matthew cautiously asked, Patriarchs, then this deal. Haysher snorted. 2 million is a huge sum. It's worth it. Bring more people with you. We'll go with you. If he's really just an Earth Prime, then surround him. We want to see who's playing tricks. Matthew immediately nodded and went out to call for help. Soon, he called over dozens of Emptiness Realm experts. Among them, 2 clan leaders were also among the Emptiness Realm experts. They wanted to find out what was going on. Matthew didn't know that Zichen already knew that he had just left the tribe with his men. He had already begun to sneer in his heart. Sure enough, once 1,000 mutated fruit trees appeared, no one would not be tempted. At the same time, with a wealth of 2 million, naturally, no one would be willing to use the normal method to trade. In this lawless world, snatching was human nature. Zichen could completely understand and empathize with the other party. Matthew arrived with dozens of emptiness realm experts. He shouted from afar, "Young friend, I've gone back and discussed with the Patriarch. The Patriarch said that we can buy all of it, but we still need to discuss the price." Zichen glanced at the virtual realm behind Matthew. He shook his head and said, "The price is non-negotiable. If you want it, then buy it. If you don't want it, then I'll find another buyer." Matthew stepped forward and chuckled. "Young friend, you're treating us as outsiders. Even if we can't do business, we still have benevolence and righteousness." Zichen sneered. "Benevolence and righteousness? You brought dozens of emptiness realm experts here. Do you think I'll believe your benevolence and righteousness?" The smile on Matthew's face didn't diminish. He explained, "It's a misunderstanding, young friend. These people just want to see the mutated fruit trees." Zichen looked at the group of cultivators again. He pursed his lips and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I don't want to take them out." Since the other party had exposed their purpose, he naturally had to cooperate. Matthew said, "I know this. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for young friend." Zichen nodded, and then he didn't speak any further as he swept his gaze towards the surroundings. After a short moment, he lowered his head and didn't speak a single word. A voice sounded in Matthew's sea of consciousness. "He looks calm, but he's actually very nervous. You don't have to worry about him. He's just an Earth Essence realm cultivator. He's not hiding his strength." Matthew felt reassured when he heard this. He asked, "Young friend, we really want all of them. The price is really non-negotiable." As soon as Matthew finished speaking, the surrounding emptiness realm experts took a step forward. An invisible pressure pressed on Zichen. Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. He subconsciously looked in a certain direction and said, "Naturally, there's no negotiation. If you want them, then take them. If you don't want them, then forget it." Obviously, at this moment, everyone could see that Zichen was a little unnatural. This unnaturalness was a sign of a lack of confidence. "It's really non-negotiable?" Matthew asked again. "If you don't want them, then forget it. I'll go to the next house. Goodbye." Zichen turned around and was about to leave. The two emptiness realm experts who were previously ridiculed by Zichen stopped Zichen. One of them sneered, "Goodbye. Did I say you could leave?" Zichen said indifferently. "What do you mean? You want to buy them by force?" A hint of viciousness appeared on Dion's face. He said, "Even if I do, what can you do?" Zichen's face immediately showed anger, but more than that, he was flustered. He took a deep breath and said, "Of course, I won't sell them if you force me to, but the price is negotiable." As he spoke, Zichen looked into the distance from time to time. "He's stalling for time. I guess the person protecting him isn't here. You deal with everything. We'll go further and investigate." Blackstone's voice sounded again. Matthew said telepathically, "What should we do?" Blackstone said, "Since the thing is with him, we can do whatever we want with it." Blackstone and Hu-Fo left to investigate the experts who might be hiding in the distance. "Let's negotiate. Tell me what the price is." Under Matthew's signal, the emptiness realm expert put pressure on Zichen again. Zichen seemed to be afraid of the two. He took a few steps back and said firmly, "Of course, I'll give you a discount." "How much is a discount?" "For free?" the emptiness realm expert asked again. His voice was very loud and cold. The other emptiness realm experts around them had mocking expressions on their faces. They thought that this person was very arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be a coward. "Free? What do you mean?" Zichen's expression changed. The emptiness realm expert said coldly, Don't you know what I mean? Free means free. There was laughter all around. Obviously, the group of Emptiness Realm experts saw that Zichen didn't have any confidence. Zichen sneered in his heart. Black Eagle was reporting the location of the two Emptiness Realm experts to him. Free? I have 1,000 fruit trees worth 2 million. I'll give them to you for free. Who do you think you are? Zichen suddenly became tough. You have to give them to me even if you don't want to. If you give them to me, we can become friends. The Emptiness Realm expert said again. Friend? You don't deserve to be my friend. Even if I gave you something worth 2 million, would an idiot like you dare to accept it? Zichen's sudden display of toughness made the Emptiness Realm's expression unnatural. Idiot. Zichen glanced at the Emptiness Realm expert disdainfully, then turned to look at Matthew and said, I'll give them to you for free. Do you dare to take them? Matthew smiled faintly and said, Yes, why wouldn't I dare to take them? Zichen nodded and said, Good, very good. Then, he looked around him. What are you looking for? Help? Matthew asked. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm not looking for anything. I'm just counting the number of people. Number of people? Yes, I'm counting how many of you there are. After killing you, will the wealth I get be enough for me to come all the way here? Matthew's expression changed. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, the two patriarchs didn't send any messages. Obviously, nothing unusual had happened. However, this Earth origin expert in front of him suddenly became tough. Where did his confidence come from? Matthew didn't know, and neither did the people around him. Matthew signaled the two Emptiness Realm experts behind him to attack. It was the Emptiness Realm expert again. He patted Zichen on the shoulder and said indifferently, Boy. Unfortunately this time, the Emptiness Realm expert didn't show off because the Black Eagle told him that the two Reality Realm experts had gone far away. Therefore, the moment the Emptiness Realm expert attacked, Zichen also attacked. He took out the scimitar and slashed behind him. Puff. Before the Emptiness Realm expert could finish his words, his head was separated from his body. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness was destroyed by Zichen. Blood spurted out and sprayed on the Emptiness Realm expert next to him. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Zichen held the scimitar and glanced at the crowd with cold eyes. He said indifferently, So be it. There are so many of you. Why don't you just do it? What are you waiting for? As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen slashed again and beheaded the second Emptiness Realm expert. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died. The others also came to their senses. No one was surprised that Zichen killed the 2 Emptiness Realm experts because it was unexpected. As for his own strength, no one took it seriously. But then, a strange scene appeared. They saw a small Earth Prime stage cultivator's head fly with a single slash of his scimitar. Everyone present was an Emptiness Realm expert. Naturally, the one who was killed was also an Emptiness Realm expert. However, the other party was only an Earth Prime stage cultivator. 1 slash, 1 kill. Blood spurted out, and heads flew high. The group of Emptiness Realm experts gradually turned from confusion to shock. Some of the Emptiness Realm experts who were obviously prepared were also killed with a single slash. Not good. Kill him quickly. Let's kill him together. The group of Emptiness Realm experts shouted and then charged towards Zichen. Zichen dodged several attacks and slashed again with the scimitar in his hand. Puff! 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 One by one, heads were chopped off and flew high. No one could dodge Zichen's attack. As long as he slashed with his scimitar, an Emptiness Realm expert would die. Who the hell is this person? Looking at Zichen, who was like the god of death, Matthew was shocked to the extreme. As expected of an old man, he was quick-witted. As he commanded the crowd to charge forward, he retreated and then sent out a signal. Boom! As soon as the signal exploded in the sky, Zichen passed through the crowd. Several heads flew high. Zichen arrived in front of Matthew. You! Matthew was shocked. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to beg for mercy. Chapter 12:25. Matthew's head was chopped off with a single slash. As the chief supervisor of the Hearthstone tribe, Matthew was naturally extremely powerful. He was the fourth strongest expert in the tribe, second only to the 3 tribe chiefs. He was also the strongest emptiness realm expert in the tribe. However, as long as one was an emptiness realm expert, they were all the same in Zichen's eyes. Whether it was an emptiness realm early, emptiness realm late, or emptiness realm peak emptiness realm expert, they were all killed with a single slash from Zichen. After Matthew's head was chopped off with a single slash, the expressions of the remaining survivors became incomparably horrified. At this moment, they were finally frightened and began to flee. They were not fleeing randomly. Instead, they were fleeing towards the location of their tribe. In their hearts, that was the safest place. That was because there were nearly 10,000 experts there. Coincidentally, Zichen was also heading there. Zichen advanced, killing one with a single slash. Wherever he passed, emptiness realm experts would fall. Behind Zichen, fire dragons appeared one after another. These fire dragons flew towards the corpses and brought them back into the cauldron. In the sky, the black eagle had already become an inconspicuous black dot. However, its vision was as terrifying as its speed. When it saw the massacre below, its expression was also greatly shocked. Roar! Because it was very far away, it could only use its voice to remind Zichen that the 2 realms were on their way back. Zichen knew that time was of the essence. Therefore, the lightning wings appeared on his back and he charged towards the Hearthstone tribe. What followed next was naturally a massacre. At first, those who did not believe that a mere Earth Prime expert could have such means were convinced the moment Zichen charged in with a slash of his blade. Roars, screams, wails, all kinds of sounds rang out after Zichen arrived. However, Zichen did not say a word. He simply swung his blade and slashed. Just like how there were no rules in this world, Zichen was already very understanding of the actions of these people who wanted to forcefully seize his tree of laws. He was understanding of the other party. Therefore, at this moment, his massacre seemed very normal. It was very natural and he had a clear conscience. Kill. Currently, Zichen only had this word in his eyes and only one thought in his mind, which was to kill. Hence, he walked past them. His blade flashed, and heads flew into the sky one after another, carrying all sorts of frozen expressions. Headless corpses spurted out blood and fell to the ground. However, before the corpses fell, the fire dragon behind him swept them up and disappeared. In the entire tribe, only screams could be heard, and the sound of a scimitar cutting through necks could be heard. Only a rain of blood could be seen, but no corpses could be seen. Charge over and kill him! Go all out! Kill! Of course, there were still people in the tribe who were not afraid of death. They were all leaders. They gathered their emptiness realm experts at the fastest speed and then launched wave after wave of powerful attacks at Zichen. 9 lightning deaths! Zichen flapped his lightning wings, displaying extreme speed as he dodged one attack after another before charging towards the group. The 9 fleeting thunderbolts were even faster than the Black Hawk at close range. At this moment, it was even more effective. The group of emptiness realm experts screamed in fear and retreated one after another. Zichen was very strong, but as long as they did not let him get close, their lives would not be in danger. Swoosh! Before they could get far, an emptiness realm expert appeared and enveloped them. Zichen was enveloped by an emptiness realm expert, so when everyone worked together, his emptiness realm was quickly shattered. However, within the group of people, several people were killed in a short period of time. Zichen was simply killing. He had extreme speed, strong attack power, and unparalleled defense. It was not easy for 1 or 2 people to hit him, but they could not break through his defense at all. Zichen was killing very fiercely, but everyone became desperate. Zichen, he is Zichen. It is Zichen, the Zichen who killed Wamang and Chaz, it is him, it is him. Zichen's fierce killing naturally attracted everyone's attention. Some of the people from the Wamang tribe recognized Zichen at a glance, and exclaimed in surprise. Zichen looked in the direction of the exclamations and did not expect to see some familiar faces. He was immediately happy and flapped his thunder wings to chase after them. A moment later, these familiar faces were all killed. The entire tribe fell into chaos. Zichen was killing to his heart's content. Soon, the Black Hawk's cry came again, but this time to tell Zichen that the reality realm experts had arrived. Zichen was not willing to give up. He killed 2 more people and then began to retreat. Brat, stop! Stop right there! Zichen had retreated very quickly, but the 2 reality realm experts were not slow either. Although they did not see any corpses, they saw a lot of blood along the way. Now that they saw the chaotic tribe, they naturally understood what had happened and were immediately shocked and angry. Stay! Heisher shouted coldly. He opened his reality realm and enveloped Zichen. Huefo also opened his reality realm and stared coldly at Zichen. The heavenly thunder wings flapped rapidly. Zichen instantly increased his speed to the limit. Everywhere he passed, he left behind many afterimages. Among the afterimages were many doppelgangers. The 2 reality realms merged and Zichen's doppelgangers disappeared. His true body appeared from the void and then fled again. However, his true realm was only at the Earth realm. Therefore, the extreme speed of the 9 flashes of lightning was naturally unmatched by anyone at the same level. However, it was still somewhat lacking in front of the 2 reality realm experts. After discovering that Zichen was fleeing, the 2 of them chased after him and got closer and closer to Zichen. Black Eagle! Zichen, who was running for his life, shouted. On! An eagle's cry came from the sky. Immediately after, a black dot appeared. The black dot swooped down rapidly and turned into a huge black hawk. Zichen immediately jumped onto the black hawk's back and hugged its neck. The black hawk began to flap its wings. In the blink of an eye, its figure disappeared between the heavens and the earth. The 2 reality realm experts kept chasing, but they didn't go far before they completely lost track of Zichen. Damn it, he got away! Heisher was furious. Huefo frowned and stared at the place where the Black Hawk had disappeared. He said, "Did you notice what carried the human away? It should be a monster beast." "No, it should be a flying war beast," Heisher said unhappily. It was obvious that they had been played by this human this time. It was indeed a war beast, but it was definitely not an ordinary one. "It should be a storm eagle," Huefo said. Heisher's expression changed when he heard this. He lost his composure and said, "What? A storm eagle? How is that possible? A storm eagle's speed is top-notch, and it's wild and untamed. How could a human tame it?" Huefo shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. Perhaps its bloodline hasn't awakened yet." Heisher's expression was somewhat bitter. He said, "If it really is a storm eagle, then even if its bloodline hasn't awakened, it's still not something we can catch up to. Let's not chase anymore. Let's go back and check our losses first. This kid isn't weak, but he's also quite bold." The 2 knew that they couldn't catch up, so they had no choice but to return. After returning, the 2 sent someone to find Matthew. However, when they heard that Matthew had died, their expressions became extremely gloomy. "Go and count how many people died," Heisher said with a gloomy face. On the way back, the 2 heard some discussions. Their already gloomy faces became even gloomier. "Zichen, it's actually him. This guy disappeared for more than 10 years. Not only is he not dead, but he's also targeting us." After knowing that the person who had come was Zichen, the 2 of them were furious, but at the same time, they felt very surprised. They knew about the deaths of Wamang and Chaz. After all, both of them were in the corporeal realm and had caused quite a commotion in the nearby tribes. After that, they deliberately went to the Wamang tribe, but there was nothing there. Zichen had trees of law on him. Clearly, they were all from the Wamang tribe. However, they didn't expect that they were all mutated species. Soon, the death count was calculated. 138 emptiness realm experts died, and 13 earth essence experts died. Zichen killed people one by one. In a short period of time, he had killed more than 100 people. This number was actually not small. Soon, roars could be heard from the place where the patriarch lived. About an hour later, groups of Emptiness Realm experts left the tribe and chased after Zichen. After personally witnessing Zichen's battle strength, these pursuers were extremely terrified. Moreover, they were secretly praying that they wouldn't encounter Zichen. Naturally, they wouldn't encounter Zichen. That was because Zichen was above them, watching them leave. Zichen didn't go far. Instead, he had the Black Eagle turn back halfway. He had taken a fancy to the Hearthstone tribe's trees of law. He and the Black Eagle stayed in the clouds, quietly waiting for the sky to darken. Late at night, the tribe fell into silence. Zichen descended from the sky and arrived outside the Garden of Law. After that, he walked towards the Garden of Law. Just like the Wamang tribe, this place was divided by restrictions. Zichen took out a token. After finding a suitable Garden of Law, he strode in. After entering, Zichen saw a square array formed by 50 Fruit of Law. Without saying anything, he took out the purple gold gourd and began to collect these Fruit of Law. Because he was a thief this time, he needed to keep a low profile. Therefore, Zichen could only collect them one by one. His movements were very light, and his movements were very small. After collecting all the Fruit of Law, Zichen began to look for other restriction tokens. However, he killed a limited number of Earth Essence Realm experts, so he only found 2 tokens. That night, Zichen only collected 100 Fruit of Law. At the same time, before leaving, he set up an array in the garden to confuse the people outside. After that, Zichen stayed in the sky and used the Black Eagle to monitor the garden below. After monitoring for 3 days, an Earth Essence Realm expert finally walked out of the restriction. Zichen signaled the Black Eagle to continue monitoring. This person should have been in seclusion for a long time. He didn't know about the massacre 3 days ago. After coming out, he went back to his residence to rest. At night, Zichen, who had changed his appearance, quietly sneaked into the Earth Essence Realm expert's room. Then, an Emptiness Realm appeared in the room. The Earth Essence Realm expert's figure appeared in the Emptiness Realm. "Who is it?" Sensing the changes in his surroundings, the Earth Essence Realm expert's expression changed. After that, he saw a young man appear in this space. "Who are you? What do you want?" the Earth Essence Realm expert asked. Zichen took a step forward and disappeared in front of the Earth Essence Realm expert as if he had teleported. In the next moment, he appeared beside the Earth Essence Realm expert. Before the Earth Essence Realm expert could resist, Zichen pressed his head with one hand. After using his perfect spiritual sense to suppress the Earth Essence Realm expert, Zichen began to search his soul. Chapter 1226. Diyuan was completely suppressed by Zichen. He couldn't move or resist, so the soul-searching process became extremely simple. After a while, Zichen opened his eyes and released his grip. Diyuan slowly fell to the ground, but his vitality was completely gone. "Xiao De, the owner of the Law Garden's medallion." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. After dealing with Diyuan's corpse, Zichen left his residence and headed straight for Xiao De's residence. Xiao De was in charge of the Law Garden, and his position was second only to the deceased Matthew. Now that Matthew had died, Xiao De, as one of the oldest elders in the Hearthstone tribe, was one of the most promising candidates to take over the position of housekeeper. While the chief and the other tribesmen were furious, people like Xiao De were secretly delighted. This was because their chance to be promoted had arrived. This was an opportunity that only came once in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. "Lord Xiao De?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside, interrupting Xiao De's fantasy. "Who is it?" Xiao De raised his eyebrows when he heard someone come in the middle of the night. He was clearly dissatisfied. "Lord, I'm here to deliver the Law Garden's medallion." The voice came from outside again. "Deliver it now." Xiao De was even more dissatisfied. He had already determined that this was a stubborn person with no future. However, when he thought about how he was about to become the chief steward, he had to be patient. Thus, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared, and he said gently, "Come in." Zichen, who had changed his appearance, walked in. Seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar face, Xiaoda nodded. The tribe had more than 10,000 people, and Diyuan had no rights, so he naturally didn't remember this person. Zichen searched his memories and naturally remembered this person. This person was Xiaoda, but he still wanted to confirm. "Lord Xiaoda?" Xiaoda smiled gently, then extended his hand and said, "Give me the medallion." Xiaoda didn't receive a medallion, but a blade. It was a scimitar. Xiaoda had seen it in the morning, and it had killed many people. The gentle expression on his face instantly changed, but before he could cry out in alarm, the scimitar lit up, and a fatal blade light flashed. Pooh! The blade light streaked past, and a head fell. An emptiness realm enveloped the area, and everything that happened in the surroundings didn't spread. Zichen took the spirit ring as fast as he could. After the spirit ring recognized him as its owner, he scanned the spirit ring with his spiritual sense and found many orchard tokens. After disposing of the corpse, he walked out of the room and headed for the orchard. It was still the middle of the night, and the entire tribe was very quiet. The experts hiding in the dark did not pay any attention to Zichen after seeing him. Zichen took the token and walked into a garden. The law fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits and exuded the light of laws. Looking at these law fruit trees, Zichen only spoke a single word. "Collect." Pieces of rule fragments were thrown around the restriction, forming an array formation. Zichen then opened his void realm and took out the purple gold gourd. With extremely rough movements, he forcibly collected these rule fruit trees. Rumble! The earth was trembling and the tree of laws was swaying, creating a huge commotion. However, all sound was isolated. Everything was produced in the void boundary. No matter how loud the sound was, the other party would not be able to sense it. Under the cover of the illusory light, the law fruit trees rose from the ground and flew towards the mouth of the gourd. Many years had passed. The purple gold gourd had accompanied Zichen for a long time, but it was still very powerful. The mutation of many law fruits was all because of the purple gold gourd. After collecting 50 law fruit trees, Zichen removed the void realm and collected the original rule fragments. Then, he used primeval stones to set up a simple illusory array formation and stepped out. Then, he entered the second orchard. After that, he entered the third, fourth, and fifth orchard. In one night, Zichen collected 7 orchards. During the day, he stayed in the orchard and cultivated quietly. The cultivators who passed by did not notice anything unusual. Zichen's luck was not bad. No one went to find Xiaoda that day. The people of the Hearthstone tribe were still angrily looking for Zichen. Little did they know that Zichen had not left. Instead, he was still in their house. The next day, night fell. Zichen walked out of the orchard and continued what he had not finished last night. That night, because he had made sufficient preparations, Zichen collected 10 orchards and 500 law fruit trees. Time passed day by day. It had been more than a month since Zichen broke in and killed people. The nearby Jiaoxi tribe somehow learned of this matter and sent people to inquire about the details. However, because almost all of the people involved were dead, no one knew the specific reason. Soon, this matter reached the ears of the patriarch Heisher. "Jiaoxi tribe, humph!" Heisher snorted and said, "Tell the people in the tribe, whoever dares to talk nonsense outside, kill without mercy." His subordinate nodded and left. There were 2 reasons why Heisher did not tell the Jiaoxi tribe. The first was that such a big tribe did not even leave behind an Earth Prime expert. Moreover, many of their people were killed. It was really shameful. The second reason was that he wanted to let the people of the Jiaoxi tribe suffer a big loss. In this world, if they suddenly saw the rich Zichen, anyone would want to kill him and steal his wealth. Moreover, he also believed that Zichen would definitely go to the Jiaoxi tribe. The people of the Jiaoxi tribe came to inquire, which made Heisher a little angry. However, what made him even more angry was Xiaoda's escape. A few days after Zichen killed people, when he asked someone to call Shioda, he found that Shioda was nowhere to be found. Shioda did not die that day. However, he had disappeared without a trace. There were no traces of fighting in the room. Everyone naturally thought that Shioda had run away. As for the orchards under Shioda's jurisdiction, everyone went to investigate and found that they were intact. Therefore, no one cared about it. Because they had been busy chasing Zichen, the people of the tribe did not immediately refine a new token. What was worth mentioning was that an extremely strange thing happened in these orchards of laws. In the last half a month, no one came out from the orchards of laws. This was surprising but also understandable. Because Zichen's last massacre had put too much pressure on everyone. At this moment, everyone was holding a breath in their hearts and wanted to break through. In fact, the reason why no one came out was that there was no cultivator in the entire orchard, not a single fruit tree or fruit. Half a month ago, Zichen quietly killed all the cultivators and took away all the fruit trees. In the next half a month, Zichen did not leave. Instead, he stayed in the sky above another orchard with the black eagle, investigating the movements around the void boundary fruit trees. There was no doubt that this was the real source of wealth. However, there were also the most experts guarding this place. Of course, there were no corporeal experts. For half a month, Zichen was either lurking or going deep. He was always investigating the situation here and the distribution of cultivators in the dark. The void boundary fruit trees were very valuable. There were also many experts guarding around. Zichen needed an opportunity. And this opportunity came 6 days later. During the day, the sky became very gloomy. At night, the rain poured down, and the sound of pattering could be heard. The moon was dark, the rainy night, and the night of killing. Zichen hid in the void and quietly approached the Emptiness Realm expert's orchard. Soon, he arrived in front of the first Emptiness Realm expert who was hiding in the dark. Pfft. This time, the scimitar did not shine, but it was still sharp enough to cut off the head of an Emptiness Realm expert. The sound of the downpour drowned out the sound of the heads falling to the ground. Zichen took the corpse and walked toward the second Emptiness Realm expert. The heavy rain wet his robe and blurred his eyes. Zichen walked forward slowly and did not make any sound. Pfft. The second Emptiness Realm expert's head fell. Before the body fell, it was taken away by Zichen. Pfft, pfft, pfft. In the blink of an eye, Zichen killed another 3 people. He did not attract any attention. However, as Zichen killed people, the hidden Emptiness Realm experts in the surroundings gradually sensed that something was wrong. With a sweep of their spiritual senses, someone discovered Zichen. "What are you doing?" Zichen changed his appearance. He was on the same side, so the other party did not suspect anything. Zichen slowly walked toward the other party. The other party's expression became more and more serious. When Zichen took out the scimitar, the other party's expression changed drastically. Pfft. The blade flashed, and the head fell. Zichen wiped the rain on his face. His calm eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. Because the attack just now was enough to alert the people around. Swoosh! His clothes, which were wet by the rain, suddenly shook. Drops of water splashed in all directions. Zichen's figure disappeared on the spot. Rows of water lines began to splash in a straight line. From the water lines, one could see Zichen's movement trajectory. However, he was too fast. Before the water lines reached him, he had already arrived in front of the second Emptiness Realm expert. In his hand, the blade flashed again. Someone broke in! Be careful! Cries of alarm could be heard clearly from the curtain of rain. Through the curtain of rain, one could see many glowing bodies. Those were the Emptiness Realm experts mobilizing the power in their bodies. Instead of sending a signal, he directly attacked. This was an excellent thing for Zichen. Pfft, pfft. As the scimitar slashed, heads flew and their bodies were exposed. Zichen no longer had time to care about those corpses. Instead, he went straight for the Emptiness Realm fruit tree. That was his ultimate goal. As he moved forward, all the Emptiness Realm experts in his way were killed. When he approached the Emptiness Realm fruit tree, Zichen took out the Dragon Soul Spear. Roar! A cheerful dragon roar sounded. The Dragon's soul rushed out of the spear with destructive power and rushed toward the restriction on the fruit tree. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the entire restriction began to shake. However, the restriction outside the fruit tree was very strong. Zichen could not break it with a single attack. But then, Zichen held the scimitar in one hand and suddenly jumped up. Then, he swooped toward the restriction. The scimitar in his hand emitted a dazzling light and stabbed fiercely into the restriction. The entire restriction began to tremble violently because of this. As the surging power was injected, the restriction began to distort violently. A small crack appeared and then spread in all directions. In the end, the crack spread to the entire restriction like a spider web. Chapter 12:27. Boom! Zichen shattered the restriction with 2 attacks. The virtual boundary fruit tree appeared in front of Zichen. The fruit tree was covered with virtual fruits. Even through the dense rain, one could still see the light on the fruit tree. He wants to steal the fruit. Everyone attack together. Let's kill him together. Many hidden virtual boundaries appeared. Then, they opened one virtual boundary after another and pressed down on Zichen. Zichen shook his hand and threw the purple gold gourd into the sky. The gourd instantly enlarged like a falling purple gold sundae. The gourd hung upside down in the sky. Psychedelic light fell and enveloped the virtual boundary fruit tree. Then, a strong suction force appeared. From the looks of it, he was not here to steal the fruit. He was here to steal the fruit tree. This discovery caused everyone's expression to change drastically. At the same time, they were shocked by Zichen's courage. Many virtual boundaries were opened, but they could not do anything to Zichen. They were all virtual boundaries. If Zichen did not want to, no one could take him away. On the other hand, Zichen relied on his extreme speed to kill several more people. Rumble! The earth shook. The virtual boundary fruit tree began to sway. Then, it slowly left the ground. Zichen stood beside the purple gold gourd and blocked one attack after another. Everyone was helpless. Not good. Hurry up and send the signal. The group of virtual boundaries finally sensed that something was wrong. They started to send the signal. A flame soared into the sky. It pierced through the layers of rain and exploded in the sky. The sky instantly turned fiery red. A strange fluctuation spread in all directions. It was late at night, and the rain was pouring. After hearing the vibration signal, the cultivators of the Hearthstone tribe were very puzzled. However, the signal represented danger. Puzzled, they quickly flew toward the source of the signal. It's from the direction of the fruit tree. What's going on there? A group of cultivators rushed through the rain. They were surrounded by a light shield, so the rain could not touch them. Hundreds of light beams flashed past. They were hundreds of virtual boundary experts. When the first batch of reinforcements arrived, Zichen had already killed dozens of virtual boundary experts. At the same time, he took away 50 virtual boundary fruit trees. With a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other, he flew toward the second restriction and attacked it fiercely. In the distance, there was a group of Emptiness Realm experts who had been scared out of their wits. The heavy rain drenched their bodies, and the rain flowed down. They held their weapons, and their faces were filled with fear. However, they did not dare to continue forward. When the reinforcements arrived, they saw Zichen. Zichen had changed his appearance, so they didn't recognize him at first. However, when they saw the scimitar, their expressions changed and they cried out in alarm. Scimitar, that's Zichen's scimitar. Zichen, he must be Zichen. Looking at the scimitar and the corpses on the ground, everyone naturally guessed Zichen's identity. At this moment, after 2 consecutive attacks, the second restriction shattered with a loud bang. Swoosh! As soon as the restriction shattered, a beam of light rushed out and headed straight for Zichen's face. This was a virtual realm expert who had been cultivating in the orchard. While hiding, he launched an attack at Zichen. Puff! He thought that this kind of surprise attack was very strange, but Zichen didn't even look at him. The long blade in his hand instantly swept forward, and in the next moment, a head flew into the air. Above his head, the purple gold gourd shone with an illusory light as it continued to collect the fruit trees. After recognizing Zichen, the group of virtual realm experts didn't dare to continue forward. Instead, they spread out and surrounded Zichen. At the same time, one signal after another soared into the sky. Explosions and vibrations sounded continuously. This signal was extremely urgent. It was obvious that something big had happened. The two patriarchs also appeared immediately. After seeing the direction of the incident in the orchard, their faces became gloomy. The two of them looked at each other silently and quickly moved forward. It didn't take long for a corporeal realm expert to travel hundreds of miles. Roar! A faint eagle cry came from the sky. Even in the rain, the black eagle's eyes were still sharp. It saw the two corporeal realm experts and sent a message to Zichen. There were nearly 300 virtual realm fruit trees here. Zichen had only collected 100. Moreover, he only had one chance. He was unwilling to leave just like that. Zichen didn't care about the attacks that appeared from time to time because there were very few that could break through his defense. After he collected the second orchard, he rushed to the third one. Under his powerful attacks, the restriction was shattered. He continued to collect. The eagle cry became clearer and sounded extremely urgent. It was obvious that the corporeal realm expert had arrived. "How dare you!" An explosive shout came from the sky. He-Shur and Hu-Fo had finally arrived. The two of them saw Zichen through the rain and flew into a rage. This time, the two of them didn't fight. He-Shur activated his corporeal realm and enveloped Zichen. Hu-Fo mobilized the power of space to restrict Zichen's movements. The two of them stopped fighting and began to work together to kill Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen waved the scimitar in his hand. The scimitar flashed and the rule breaker appeared, cutting through the power of space one after another. Then, he flapped his thunder wings and dodged to the side at extreme speed, avoiding the devouring of the corporeal realm. Rumble! Some of the law fruit trees had already been uprooted and swallowed by the purple gold gourd. With a greedy heart, Zichen would never leave just like that. Die! Hu-Fo instantly closed in with a heavy hammer in his hand. The heavy hammer shone brightly and carried a powerful force. It shattered the heavy rain and smashed towards Zichen's head. Zichen withdrew his spear and blocked with his scimitar. The two forces collided and exploded with a sonorous sound. Clang! In the rain, a large number of sparks splashed. Zichen was forced back by the powerful force. As he retreated, blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. Swoosh! Zichen retreated and activated his corporeal realm, instantly swallowing him. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. But just as Zichen was sucked away, the corporeal realm reactivated. The Zichen inside had dissipated under the suppression of the power of space. It was just a clone. Damn it! Blackstone cursed. He had clearly found the best opportunity, but he didn't expect the other party to still escape. The clone was destroyed, and Zichen's real body appeared 100 meters away. Hu-Fo had already detected Zichen's real body a moment ago. As soon as Zichen appeared, his attack arrived and smashed towards Zichen again. Pfft! The powerful force fell, and Zichen couldn't help but vomit blood. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string, flying into the distance. The difference in their realms was too great. It was normal for Zichen to be injured in one blow. However, when Zichen's body flew back, it emitted a bright light. Then many figures appeared around him. There were at least 100 of them. Looking at the sudden appearance of the clones, Blackstone shouted, "It's useless no matter how many clones there are. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the corporeal realm opened again. Only one of the 100 figures escaped, and the rest were all sucked in. Blackstone didn't believe that there was no real body among so many figures. However, reality proved that there wasn't a single one. He didn't understand Zichen's clones. He had combined the golden body of Buddha, the Demon Clan's clones, and the Slayer Clan's clones. After evolving them with perfect spiritual senses, he had come up with a cloning technique that was most suitable for Zichen. Among the many doppelgangers, Zichen's real body could be changed with his thoughts. It could be said that among the 100 doppelgangers that Zichen created, every one of them could be fake, but it was also possible that every one of them could be real. Although only one of them ran out, this one had to be the real body. Unless he enveloped all the clones at once. Sure enough, as soon as the corporeal realm disappeared, Blackstone's roar rang out. Then, the corporeal realm opened again, and the many clones dissipated. In the distance, the group of Emptiness Realm experts was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that two corporeal realm experts working together wouldn't be able to take down Zichen. The purple gold gourd was still standing in the sky, absorbing the fruit trees one by one. Zichen was entangled with the two corporeal realm experts. Zichen's current situation was really a case of throwing away his life for money. Whoosh! Whoosh! Relying on his extreme speed, clones, and all his other tricks, Zichen circled around the two corporeal realm experts. Although he kept coughing up blood, he still managed to avoid being devoured by Blackstone's corporeal realm. Zichen was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how much blood he coughed up, he would always be full of energy in the next moment. Damn it, let's break that gourd first. Blackstone cursed. He had to admit that he couldn't do anything to Zichen for the time being. However, he had found the crux of the matter. At this moment, the purple gold gourd's absorption was nearing its end. However, there was still a little left. It was obvious that the purple gold gourd was a rare treasure. Blackstone couldn't bear to break it, so he opened his corporeal realm and swallowed the rare treasure. Whoosh! Without a doubt, the motionless purple gold gourd was instantly devoured. Blackstone was surprised to find that Zichen, whom he hadn't been able to take away for a long time, had walked right into his trap because of his action of collecting the rare treasure. He saw that Zichen had actually taken the initiative to rush into his corporeal realm for the sake of the rare treasure. This discovery stunned Blackstone for a moment. However, he soon burst into laughter. Huefo was also surprised, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, when the crowd saw this scene, they cheered loudly. However, whether it was laughter or cheers, they came to an abrupt end in the next moment. With a loud bang, a large hole was blasted open in Blackstone's corporeal realm. Blackstone's laughter disappeared as he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He saw Zichen appear with a huge furnace. The furnace looked like a pill cauldron. After rushing out of the corporeal realm, Zichen turned into a beam of light and flew into the distance. Stop! Huefo shouted. However, he was a step too late. Before he could open his corporeal realm, Zichen had already reached the boundary of his corporeal realm. Chase! Huefo shouted again. Spatial power filled his body as he chased after Zichen. Blackstone also reacted and chased after him. Zichen, who was fleeing in front, quickly put away the purple gold gourd, the pill cauldron, and the scimitar. The lightning wings on his back vibrated even more rapidly. The purple gold gourd had only collected 48 virtual realm fruit trees in this area. In the end, it still needed 2 more before it could collect all the fruits. However, Zichen didn't care anymore. Now, he could only run for his life. Black Eagle! After charging forward for a while, Zichen shouted. Chapter 1228. With the help of the Storm Eagle, it was no doubt impossible for the two corporeal realm experts to catch up to Zichen. The two of them were very unwilling, but they could only accept the fact that Zichen had escaped. That damn bastard! The next time I see him, I will definitely kill him. The downpour gradually lessened. The two of them flew back and saw that half of the virtual boundary fruit trees were gone. The two of them felt extremely pained. More than 100 virtual boundary fruit trees were gone. They were worth millions. Such a loss would cause anyone to feel pained. On the ground, the deep pits left behind by the virtual boundary fruit trees were so eye-catching and dazzling. UFO smiled bitterly and said, "This time, Big Brother went to Zhangtown and left us to look after the place. Now, hundreds of virtual boundary experts have died and half of the virtual boundary fruit trees have been lost. I really don't know how to explain this to Big Brother." Heisher also shook his head. He was about to say something when he suddenly remembered something. His expression changed and he exclaimed, "Not good. What's wrong?" UFO looked at Heisher in confusion. "The fruit tree of law, the fruit tree of law. Shioda might not have run away. He might have been killed. Shioda had stayed here for many years and had a high status. His sudden escape had surprised and puzzled many people. Moreover, it was very unreasonable for him to suddenly run away." At this moment, Heisher finally guessed the reason for his disappearance. UFO obviously also guessed something. His face instantly turned pale. The two of them looked at each other and saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. "Let's go." The two of them flew towards the fruit tree of law 100 miles away. At this moment, they already had a bad feeling in their hearts. When they arrived above the fruit tree of law and saw that it was still intact, their hearts couldn't calm down. Heisher raised his hand and struck at the seal below. As his palm landed, the seal above the fruit tree exploded, revealing the ground within the seal. The place where the fruit tree of law should have been was now filled with deep pits. The pits were equally eye-catching, dazzling and empty. Not to mention the fruit tree of law, even the leaves of the fruit tree of law were gone. Boom! Boom! Heisher's body began to tremble as if he had been electrocuted. UFO also struck out several attacks while trembling. A large area of the seal was broken, and the same situation occurred below. The place where the fruit tree of law should have been was now filled with deep pits. Many fruit trees of law. Gone, not a single one. Compared to the void boundary fruit trees, the huge number of law fruit trees was much more valuable, but now, they were all gone. The most infuriating thing was that they didn't even know when they died. "Ah!" UFO roared at the sky. He was so angry that he felt like he was going crazy. "Ah!" Blackstone's roar shook the heavens as well. He felt like he had gone mad. "It's over. It's all over." Tens of thousands of years of hard work were all thrown away in one day. This loss was simply too great. The older two had the urge to commit suicide to atone for their sins. "Ah! Ah!" The two of them were roaring as if they were competing with each other. One voice was louder than the other, and one was more miserable than the other. The two of them felt like they had gone mad. The corporeal realm energy in their bodies began to run amok, causing the space around them to tremble. Their hair stood on end, and their eyes turned red. Their expressions were ferocious, as though they wanted to eat someone. Indeed, they wanted to eat someone. If Zichen was in front of them, they would definitely swallow, chew, and swallow Zichen. The sky brightened. The heavy rain stopped, and the sky cleared up. Bright and beautiful sunlight sprinkled down on the Hearthstone tribe. It was very warm. However, the sunlight didn't make the cultivators of the Hearthstone tribe feel warm. On the contrary, they felt as if they were in an ice cellar. Their bodies couldn't help but shiver. The two patriarchs stood above the fruit tree of law. After roaring and competing with each other, they entered a long period of silence. However, their expressions only grew more and more ferocious. Their hair stood on end for the entire night. The aura surging around them was still in a chaotic state. When the crowd saw that not a single law fruit tree remained, and that all of them had been snatched away, they were shocked. At the same time, endless fear for Zichen rose in their hearts. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They could only stand around quietly. Zichen didn't care about what would happen to the Hearthstone tribe next. Just like how he understood their motives and methods of snatching other people's things, Zichen had no qualms about snatching from them. At this moment, Zichen and the Black Eagle had found an extremely safe place and were sorting out their harvest. Zichen was naturally sorting out the spirit rings. As for the Emptiness Realm Expert Corpse, it had already been refined by the Dan Ding. Zichen was happily counting the wealth in the spirit rings. The black eagle beside him was somewhat bored. It went to hunt a soldier-level combat beast and threw the huge corpse to the side. It was waiting for Zichen to roast meat for it. Unfortunately, the latter didn't have the time at all. Zichen, who was counting the wealth, was already overjoyed. How could he have the time to eat? However, when he saw that the black eagle was really bored, Zichen flipped his hand and a law fruit of the emptiness realm appeared. He threw it to the black eagle and said, "Here, eat it and play with it." Eating the law fruit of the emptiness realm for fun? In this region, perhaps only Zichen would be so rich and overbearing. However, the black eagle was also in the emptiness realm. Therefore, this thing was very useful to it. The black eagle unceremoniously swallowed it, and then began refining it. At the side, Zichen continued his unfinished work. This trip, including the travel time, added up to more than 3 months. The harvest of these 3 months was naturally huge. Just the wealth in the spirit rings was enough for Zichen to not have to work for several years, or even more than 10 years. This didn't include the law fruit trees and the emptiness realm fruit trees. Those were the real priceless items, worth millions. However, these items couldn't be sold for the time being. Even the small town couldn't accept them. Zichen decided to sell them when he reached the city ahead. This time, he had killed more than 300 emptiness realm experts and nearly 50 earth elemental experts. After sorting out the spirit rings, the total number of law fragments he obtained was close to 500,000. This huge amount of wealth meant that the emptiness realm experts were richer than the earth elemental experts. At the same time, it also meant that the Hearthstone tribe was richer than the rich Python tribe. After sorting out the materials separately, Zichen didn't plan to immediately find his next home. After doing this kind of thing, he needed to lie low for a while. Therefore, he decided to cultivate in seclusion again. After the black eagle refined an emptiness realm fragment, it brought Zichen to a safe place. One could imagine that the Hearthstone tribe would be frantically looking for Zichen. 3 days later, the black eagle found a very secretive place for seclusion. If the Hearthstone tribe wanted to find it, they would have to kill a group of soldier-level beasts first. Zichen, who was in seclusion, was preparing to break through to the emptiness realm. However, as he cultivated, his speed would become slower and slower. If he wanted to break through, even if he had a lot of resources, it wouldn't be done in a day. Currently, Zichen was still at the late stage of the earth elemental level. Refining the emptiness realm's law fragments was still a waste. Therefore, he had been refining law fragments. On the other hand, the black eagle, because it hadn't reached the peak of the emptiness realm, it had been refining law fragments. A man and an eagle were cultivating in seclusion. No one from the outside world disturbed them. The soldier-level beasts didn't dare to casually step into this place. As time passed, the Hearthstone tribe's boss, Tai Lu, finally returned. When he found out about what had happened in the tribe, he was completely enraged. The search, which was already vigorous, became even more rigorous. Unfortunately, this area was too big. Moreover, there were beasts living in it. Finding a human was easier said than done. A year passed by quickly. The people of the tribe still couldn't find Zichen. Zichen also didn't appear. Many people guessed that he had gone into seclusion after robbing the emptiness realm. After a year, the Hearthstone tribe's anger had yet to dissipate. Therefore, the search continued. However, it was destined to be a useless search. 2 years passed, but they still couldn't find Zichen. 3 years passed by quickly. During these 3 years, the neighboring tribes had come to investigate. However, the Hearthstone tribe kept their mouths tightly shut. They didn't reveal any useful clues. In addition, the Hearthstone tribe also used fake news to confuse the other tribes, causing them to lower their guard. It had to be said that under the influence of human nature, things had become very interesting. The people of the Hearthstone tribe wanted to eat Zichen alive. They hated Zichen to the bone. However, on the other hand, they were covering for Zichen. Of course, on one hand, it was because it was shameful. Once word got out, the Hearthstone tribe would become a true laughingstock in the future. On the other hand, it was also because of their own selfishness. After all, they had been robbed and suffered disastrous losses. They felt that it was unfair and hoped that Zichen would rob someone else. 3 years passed. Zichen, who was in seclusion, was steadily increasing his realm. However, he was still very far away from breaking through. During these 3 years, he had refined many fragments of the emptiness realm. What was worth mentioning was that the Black Eagle's growth had far surpassed Zichen's expectations. In the past, Zichen was worried that the Black Eagle would break through quickly. At that time, Zichen didn't understand the Black Eagle at all. The Black Eagle had already refined the fragments of the emptiness realm for 3 years. Its battle strength was steadily increasing. However, it still showed no signs of breaking through. 3 years later, Zichen went into seclusion for another year. Zichen's seclusion location was very hidden. There was a formation set up all around. The Black Eagle was not far from Zichen. When Zichen refined the fragments of the emptiness realm, the Black Eagle would naturally absorb some of the emptiness realm's power. However, because the Black Eagle was refining the emptiness realm's power in its abdomen, Zichen didn't benefit from it. Zichen was surrounded by a ring of emptiness realm's power. As Zichen operated his cultivation technique, the emptiness realm's power and the emptiness realm's power began to converge into Zichen's body. Apart from that, the formation also contained an extremely dense amount of emptiness realm's power. As this was a spirit-gathering formation, once the emptiness realm's power became thin, the emptiness realm's power would automatically explode to maintain the density of the emptiness realm's power. Zichen's action of cultivating under such circumstances could be considered as a waste. However, there was no doubt that his cultivation speed was also very fast. The surrounding emptiness realm's power entered his body and was refined layer by layer through his cultivation technique. Finally, it entered Abdomen's body and transformed into his own emptiness realm's power. In Zichen's abdomen, the emptiness realm's power was still gold and silver. Zichen had tried to fuse the emptiness realm's power but failed. Chapter 1229. After waking up from his seclusion, Zichen looked at Black Eagle. For years had passed. Black Eagle's aura had become even more vigorous, but it still hadn't made a breakthrough. Cultivating in an extremely dense environment had caused Zichen to consume a lot of energy in the past 4 years. Moreover, 4 years had passed, and it seemed that the rumors had died down. It was time to find another target. Zichen woke up Black Eagle, who was in seclusion. Black Eagle opened its eyes. Its eyes were sharp, and its body naturally emitted a pressure. It could be seen that it had made great progress after 4 years of seclusion. Zichen said, "4 years have passed. It's time for us to depart." Black Eagle naturally knew what depart meant. Its already bright eyes shone even brighter. Black Eagle's progress in the past 4 years had even surpassed the original 30 years. This was mainly because Zichen had provided an unlimited amount of emptiness realm fragments. They had only spent 3 months to snatch the fragments, but it had cultivated for 4 years. Even Black Eagle felt that this was a good deal. Not only did Black Eagle agree, but it was also somewhat impatient. Zichen had already decided on their next target 4 years ago. It was the Jiasi tribe. It was in existence close to the Hearthstone tribe. Its foundation wasn't any weaker than the Hearthstone tribe, and it also had 3 realms. To reach the Jiasi tribe, Zichen and Black Eagle needed to take a flying boat. Although Black Eagle was fast, even faster than Zichen's flying boat, it couldn't fly forever. It needed to rest. Zichen spent a total of 18 days flying from his seclusion to the Jiasi tribe. According to the map on Wamang and Chaz, Zichen stopped when he was about to reach the Jiasi tribe. Then, Black Eagle led the way, overlooking the entire Jiasi tribe from high up in the sky. Zichen's purpose this time was naturally to make a normal transaction. He didn't have the intention to harm others, but he also had to be on guard against others. Therefore, before the transaction, Zichen had to take a good look at the terrain of the Jiasi tribe. This was so that if anything unexpected happened during the transaction, he would be able to respond immediately. Of course, when he was observing, Zichen did not forget the place where the fruit trees of law and the void boundary fruit trees were planted. After more than 10 days of investigation, Zichen felt that the time was right. He descended from the sky and began to contact the people of Jiaxi's tribe. Just like what had happened in the Hearthstone tribe, when they saw that Zichen was an earth elemental and had come to make a trade, their gazes turned hostile. However, Zichen's slightly arrogant attitude and unyielding tone made it so that no one dared to touch him. They went back to inform the important people. When they found out that Zichen's transaction amount was actually in the millions, they were immediately shocked and quickly went to find the important people. Just like Matthew, the Jiaxi tribe also had such a chief. However, because the chief couldn't see through Zichen, he couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he threatened to go back and discuss it with the chief. If the discussion was successful, he would naturally buy all of them. Zichen nodded and quietly waited for the chief to arrive. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. A moment later, a group of cultivators arrived and instantly surrounded Zichen. Their expressions were fierce and gave Zichen a lot of pressure. Among these cultivators, there were 3 reality realm cultivators. The 3 reality realm cultivators didn't sense any danger from Zichen. After informing the chief, they flashed and flew into the distance. Obviously, they were going to find the existence that was protecting Zichen. After the 3 reality realm cultivators left, the group of cultivators began to put pressure on Zichen, threatening to buy them by force. Of course, this so-called transaction was not for money. The transaction completely collapsed after Black Eagle gave the signal. Zichen took out his scimitar and slashed. Heads fell one after another, and corpses fell one after another. Zichen's slash had stunned the people of the Jiaxi tribe. One had to know that they were the ones who were robbing, but why did it look like the other party was the one who was robbing? In the sky, Black Eagle, who was watching Zichen slash people, was very excited. This was because every person Zichen killed represented a virtual realm law. This thing was very useful to him. Zichen slashed like a demon, killing one person with each slash. The other people of Jiaxi tribe finally came to their senses. Signals flew into the sky, summoning the 3 reality realm cultivators. As Zichen slashed, his attitude, expression, and powerful strength made everyone feel like they were in a trance. It was as if he had come with the intention of robbing them. Sure enough, he wasn't satisfied with the killing here, so Zichen rushed into Jiaxi's tribe. There were many virtual realm cultivators in the tribe. They were still in a state of shock and confusion. Zichen rushed in and slashed with his scimitar. He slashed until people were thrown off their horses. The killing caused their hearts to tremble. Screams, wails, and all kinds of sounds resounded in the sky. A perfectly fine tribe instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. At this moment, the powerful emptiness realm beings were like beasts waiting to be slaughtered. The 3 reality realm cultivators returned. Black Eagle sent a signal in advance. After Zichen killed 2 more people, he began to flee. When the reality realm cultivators returned and saw the bloodstains on the ground but no corpses, they naturally understood what had happened. They flew into a rage and chased after Zichen. After refining the virtual realm fragments for 4 years, Black Eagle's speed had become even faster. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the horizon with Zichen. The 3 reality realm cultivators roared in anger. However, they could only watch as Zichen left. Just like the situation with the Hearthstone tribe, no one believed that Zichen would dare to return after escaping. Coincidentally, Zichen had chosen this moment to return, and his target was none other than the Law Fruit Tree. The resources he obtained from killing people were only enough for normal cultivation. However, if he wanted to live a good life in this world, he could only snatch more valuable things. Late at night, Zichen directly snuck into the residence of the virtual realm cultivator in charge of the orchard. However, this time, Zichen did not kill him. Instead, he stopped him as quickly as possible. Then, he used the soul seed technique that Longhu had taught him. Buli greets Master. Buli, The manager of the orchard bowed to Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "Take all the tokens and follow me to the orchard." "Yes, master." Bully nodded and prepared to leave. "Wait, we'll go during the day," Zichen suddenly said. Since he now controlled Bully, there was no need for him to be sneaky. He had to act openly. Zichen hid in the purple gold gourd. When the sky was bright, Bully led Zichen to the law orchard. Along the way, the cultivators they met all respectfully bowed to Bully and greeted him. When Bully arrived outside the orchard, the cultivators in charge of guarding saw him and bowed to him again. Bully nodded and said, "Continue to monitor and be vigilant. I'll go take a look at the law fruits." "Master Bully is really dedicated," a virtual realm cultivator said. Bully took out the token and entered the law orchard. Then, he said respectfully, "Master, we're here." Zichen appeared in a flash. He looked at the fruit trees in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Then, Zichen set up a formation and expanded the virtual realm space. Then, he took out the purple gold gourd and began to collect the fruits. Bully was obviously shocked when he saw the fruit trees being collected one by one. In the eyes of outsiders, Bully came out quickly after entering the law orchard and did a simple check. After coming out, Bully entered the second law orchard, then the third, the fourth. When he encountered cultivators cultivating inside, Bully would wake them up through the restriction and then go in to take a look. When he entered, Zichen would immediately kill Earth Prime cultivators. When he came out, Zichen would continue to set up an illusion formation. With Bully as a shield, no one would suspect Zichen. During the day, Bully inspected the fruit trees and went back at night. While everyone was admiring Bully's seriousness, there were also some who had vaguely guessed Bully's true intentions. It was obvious that the chief was dead, and now the tribe had one less leader. Bully had been so diligent recently, everyone guessed that he had set his sights on the position of chief. In the next few days, Bully came to inspect the fruit trees during the day. He carefully inspected all the law orchards from the beginning to the end and did not miss a single one. When he left, Bully would also instruct the Earth Prime cultivators to cultivate diligently. Therefore, no cultivators came out in the next few days. Everyone was seizing the time to go into seclusion. After inspecting the law orchard, Bully went to the virtual realm fruit trees. Compared to the Hearthstone tribe, there were only about 200 virtual realm fruit trees here. Bully had one of the tokens and walked in. Zichen swaggered in and collected the virtual realm fruit trees. After controlling Bully, it was much easier for Zichen to do things. Moreover, he did not need to be sneaky. He appeared very generous, as if he was collecting something that belonged to him. Immediately after, Bully went to the second restriction. He woke up the virtual realm cultivator who was in seclusion and walked in. "Lord Bully." The virtual realm cultivator who was in seclusion was only at the early stage. He bowed to Bully, who was at the late stage. Bully nodded indifferently. The restriction behind him slowly closed. Swoosh! Just as the restriction closed, a shining saber light slashed across the neck of the virtual realm cultivator. Zichen appeared. The virtual realm cultivator was dead. Bully turned sideways and stood respectfully at the side. The rumbling sound was heard again, but it was isolated by the void space. Zichen suddenly glanced at Bully and said, "When I collect the last virtual realm fruit tree, you will leave on your own." Bully said respectfully, "Yes." Zichen took out some nomological fragments and a few virtual weapons from his spirit ring. He said, "You should have a flying boat, right? These are for you. Remember, run as far as you can. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck." "Yes," Bully said again. He would not disobey Zichen's words. Naturally, he would not question it either. There were a total of 4 virtual realm fruit orchards. After Zichen collected the second virtual realm fruit tree, he entered the third virtual realm fruit tree. Soon, he finished collecting the fruits and entered the fourth virtual realm fruit tree. After Zichen entered, Bully came out after a few breaths of time. After coming out, Bully left the virtual realm fruit tree for a distance, and quickly left. After flying for a few hundred meters, he took out a flying boat and left in it. Zichin did not care whether Buli was alive or dead. Compared to the cultivators who were killed by his saber, Buli had lived for a long time. However, Buli had helped him. Zichin deliberately waited for 15 minutes in the restriction before walking out of the orchard. Chapter 1230. Zichin walked toward a virtual realm expert. When the latter saw Zichin, surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he bowed respectfully to Zichin and said, "My lord." Zichin transformed into Buli and nodded at the virtual realm expert in front of him. Then, he glanced at the virtual realm experts in the distance, and said indifferently, "All of you come here." His indifferent tone puzzled everyone. Moreover, the group of cultivators felt very strange. They seemed to have seen Buli leave just now. Why would he be here? Could it be that they were seeing things? Or was Buli deliberately testing them? They came forward with doubts. More than a dozen virtual realm experts came forward and stood opposite Zichin. A satisfied smile appeared on Zichin's face. He nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber began to flash like a waterfall. Swoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, Zichin slashed 3 times and killed more than a dozen virtual realm experts who did not react at all. "Buli, what are you doing?" "He's not Buli, Buli just left." As soon as Zichin killed people, the virtual realm experts in the distance sensed it, and shouted loudly. Zichin held the scimitar, shook the thunder wings on his back, and charged toward the group of virtual realm experts. What followed was a frenzied slaughter. Saber light flashed, heads fell, and the fire dragon behind him rushed out and swept these corpses. Seeing Zichin so fierce, the crowd could only send signals for help. The urgent signal sounded, and many virtual realm experts immediately rushed over. When they saw Zichin, their expressions changed dramatically and their hearts were filled with fear. A moment later, 3 reality realm experts arrived. When they saw Zichin, the 3 of them were furious. Roar! An eagle's cry sounded in the sky. The Gale Eagle turned into a black light and disappeared with Zichin. Chase! Naturally, the 3 reality realm experts would not give up. The 3 of them summoned a flying ship and chased in the direction Zichin escaped. However, the Gale Eagle's extreme speed was not something an ordinary person could catch up with, even if it was a flying ship. The 3 of them quickly lost track of the Black Eagle. Even the aura left behind by the Black Eagle gradually disappeared. Damn it! After chasing for thousands of miles, they could only accept the fact that Zichin had escaped. Let's go back and see what we've lost. The 3 of them began to turn back. Then, they saw the empty Void Realm Orchard and the empty Law Realm Orchard. It was the same as the Hearthstone clan's situation. Their losses were close to 10 million. The 3 of them were silent, but the chaotic chi of heaven and earth around them showed that they were not calm at all. However, the 3 of them completely restrained themselves. Jiasi asked what had happened during this period of time. During this period of time, Lord Buli has been investigating the fruit orchards of Laws. He has visited every single one of them. After a short pause, the cultivator continued. As for whether or not it is Lord Buli, we cannot be certain. Jiasi said indifferently. It doesn't matter whether he is or not. Send someone to find Buli first. Capture him and bring him back to me. Yes. The cultivator immediately retreated. Jiasi's gaze landed on the ground again. Looking at the deep pits, his eyes flashed with flames of anger. However, he had been restraining himself the entire time and did not explode. After a while, he said indifferently, If the Hearthstone clan's clan chief comes looking for me, tell him that I'm not here and have him wait for a month. After saying that, Jiasi left. During this period of time, he actually did not send anyone to search for Zichin's whereabouts. Jiasi's order puzzled the 2 corporeal realm experts behind him. One of them asked, Second brother, what did Big Brother mean just now? Why would the Hearthstone clan's clan chief come here? The other corporeal realm expert shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and muttered. Could it be that the unforeseen event that happened to the Hearthstone clan a few years ago is related to Zichin? What? 4 years ago, the Hearthstone clan made a huge move. We sent people to investigate but were unable to find anything. Perhaps the same thing happened 4 years ago. Then, second brother, you mean to say that 4 years ago, Zichin went to the Hearthstone clan and stole their things under the guise of a trade? Zichin originally had the rich Python clan's fruit tree of laws. If he used it as bait, Ironforge would definitely fall for it. As a result, Zichin must have taken away their fruit tree of laws and emptiness boundary fruit tree. If that's the case, then why didn't Ironforge warn us? Warn? Humph, would you be so kind as to warn Luen? Of course not. The two of them flew towards their residence. As for chasing after Zichin, since the Hearthstone clan was unable to capture him, they would not send anyone out. Moreover, Zichin was so powerful that only death awaited them if they found him. Zichin did not know that after successfully robbing Jiaxi's fruit tree of laws, no one came to kill him. However, with the intention of cultivating after robbing it once, he and Blackhawk found a safe place to continue their seclusion. Half a month had passed. The news of what happened to the Jiaxi clan had spread. The people of the Luen clan, a neighboring clan, came to inquire about it. However, they were unable to find anything. Several days later, the Hearthstone clan's clan chief, Ironforge, came and requested to see Jiaxi. Ironforge's appearance confirmed Jiaxi's guess. Jiaxi did not come out. The second brother, Jiaming, came to see Ironforge. In the main hall, Jiaming said in a strange tone, "Oh, if it isn't Clan Chief Ironforge! What wind blew you here?" Ironforge turned around and looked at Jiaming. He asked, "Jiaming, where's your elder brother?" "He's not here," Jiaming said. "He's not here." Ironforge frowned. He asked again, "I heard something happened to your clan." Jiaming sneered. "I don't know where you heard it from. We're fine." Ironforge did not believe him. He stared at Jiaming and asked, "Is Zichin here?" "What do you mean by Zichin?" "I don't understand." "It's not that you don't understand. You're just pretending to understand." Jiaming was very disgusted by Ironforge's secrecy. If he had kindly warned them, they would not have suffered such a great loss. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He said angrily, "My elder brother is not here. See him out." Ironforge was startled. He said, "Jiaming, what is the meaning of this? I came here with good intentions to discuss a big business with you. What is the meaning of this?" Jiaming said disdainfully, "I don't care about big business." Ironforge vaguely guessed why Jiaming had such an attitude. He was not angry. He only said, "Aren't you going to ask me what kind of big business it is?" Jiaming's face was still cold. Ironforge continued, "This business is to get back the law fruit trees and the void boundary fruit trees that you lost. In addition, there are 1,000 law fruit trees and 200 void boundary fruit trees. There is also a great treasure." "What do you mean?" Jiaming stared at Ironforge again. His eyes flashed. Ironforge smiled faintly. He walked to the side and sat down. He chose to remain silent. Jiaming took 2 steps forward and asked anxiously, "What did you mean just now?" "Humph." Ironforge snorted and said, "Ask Jiaxi to come out and talk to me. You're still lacking something. You." Jiaming was furious. Ironforge looked at him disdainfully, and did not speak again. "Okay, you wait." In the end, Jiaming compromised and left. A moment later, Jiaxi arrived. The two looked at each other with tacit understanding. Jiaxi went straight to the point and said, "What kind of business? Zichin stole something from you and also stole something from me. After killing Zichin, those things will be returned to their rightful owners." Ironforge said. "Then what do you mean by extra just now?" Jiaxi asked. "The rich Python tribe and the Luen tribe have more than 3,000 law fruit trees and more than 400 void boundary fruit trees. After killing him, we will divide them equally. Of course, if you want to inform the Luen tribe, I have no objection, Ironforge said indifferently. Informing the Luen tribe was simply unrealistic. There was no friendship between the two sides. In this world, the only friendship was benefits. Then what about the great treasure? Jiasi asked again. Zichen has 2 great treasures. After killing him, we will each get one. Jiasi pondered for a moment and said, We agreed to this deal, but what guarantee do you have that we can capture Zichen, let alone kill him? Ironforge said, We can definitely capture him as long as we are patient. The last time he attacked was 4 years ago. Since he attacked again 4 years later, I guess he will also hide this time. As for how long, I guess it will be at least 2 years. The next time he appears, he will definitely attack the Luen tribe. At that time, we will keep an eye on him. Of course, we will ignore him until he steals the item. Then, we will block him from the direction he escaped. I believe that with the 6 of us working together, capturing Zichen won't be much of a problem. Jiasi nodded. If the 6 of them surrounded him, he would naturally not be able to escape. Okay, when are we going to block him? Jiasi asked. There is no hurry. We will go in 2 years. But before that, we can't let down our guard. Send someone to the Luen tribe to keep an eye on Zichen. Who knows if he will make another deal. But be careful and find a few people who are good at hiding. Okay. The initial agreement was reached. The next step was to wait for Zichen to attack again, and then surround Zichen. The harvest this time was great. Black Hawk was even more excited than Zichen. Moreover, he stayed beside Zichen and stared at Zichen counting his wealth. He seemed to feel a sense of accomplishment. The next step was to continue his closed-door training. Zichen couldn't make a breakthrough in a short period of time, but he hoped that Black Hawk could. Obviously, as they slowly got to know each other, Zichen and Black Hawk had built up trust. 3 years later, Zichen woke up again and took Black Hawk to his next target. The Luen tribe. This time, Zichen was very careful and cautious. Not only did he check the Luen tribe, he even checked the surroundings. However, he didn't find anything unusual. However, Zichen had a bad feeling in his heart. He had succeeded twice in the previous 7 years. As the saying went, if there was 1, there would be 2, but there might not be 3 or 4 more. Not sensing any danger didn't mean that it didn't exist. After thinking for several days, Zichen decisively made up his mind and turned back. When Zichen came, he was very careful and cautious. No one noticed him, not even the 6 corporeal realm experts hiding in the dark. In addition to Zichen's brilliant methods, the 6 corporeal realm experts didn't approach the Luen tribe. Therefore, whether Zichen came or went, he didn't attract their attention. Chapter 1231. Zichen was too familiar with the Hearthstone tribe. After flying for more than a month, he arrived at his destination. Because of his vigilance, Zichen came here to verify his guess. Therefore, he swaggered over. Moreover, he headed straight for the remaining emptiness boundary fruit trees of the Hearthstone tribe. Who are you? Leave immediately. Scram. Unrelated people are not allowed to come near. Following Zichen's arrival, the cultivators guarding the emptiness boundary fruit trees shouted. At the same time, 2 emptiness realm experts rushed towards Zichen. As they rushed forward, they found this person familiar. However, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. However, when the scimitar appeared in Zichen's hand, the 2 emptiness realm experts' expressions changed drastically. They instantly remembered who this person was. Zichen. It's Zichen. The 2 recognized Zichen. Their hearts trembled and they prepared to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Puff! Puff! With 2 slashes, Zichen easily killed the 2 people. Holding the scimitar, he continued forward. Damn it! It's Zichen. Why is he here again? Hurry up and send the signal. Gather the experts. Get the chief here. The other emptiness realm experts shouted. Powerful auras surged around them. However, none of them dared to approach Sichin. Hearing that they were looking for the chief, Sichin frowned slightly. However, he continued to kill. Many urgent signals soared into the sky. Sounds of tremors could be heard. Many cultivators of the tribe rushed over. However, when they saw Sichin, their expressions changed drastically. Sichin was only at the Earth Prime realm. However, with the lightning wings, his cultivation level was equivalent to the late stage of the emptiness realm. In addition, Sichin's speed was very fast. He shuttled back and forth among the many attacks. Very few attacks could hit him. Even if they were lucky enough to hit him, Sichin's super strong defense was not something ordinary people could break. Therefore, such a situation created a phenomenon of invincibility. Invincible in the emptiness realm. Now, facing the invincible Sichin, how should they fight? How should they kill? Ah! A miserable scream. Help! A cry for help. Patriarch, Patriarch! He was looking for reinforcements. Sichin was like an Ajura. Wherever he went, he killed. As long as he set his eyes on someone, no one could escape from his blade. The slaughter continued, but the three patriarchs still did not appear. This confirmed Sichin's guess. The other party had indeed left. If he was not mistaken, the other party should be hiding outside the Luen tribe, hiding on his escape route. The other party had already made preparations. The patriarch is not here. As the slaughter continued, a loud shout rang out. Some of the cultivators who still held on to hope instantly fell into despair. The resistance that was already rare to begin with disappeared at this moment. Everyone began to flee. Kill! Sichin shouted and chased after him. Roar! The cry of an eagle rang out in the sky. The wind eagle finally couldn't hold back and swooped down, joining the slaughter of the army. Pucci! A fleeing virtual realm expert had his head crushed by the black eagle. Even his soul was destroyed. Pooh! Another person's heart was pierced by the sharp claws. The black eagle could also kill virtual realm experts. The black eagle was still in pursuit. Sichin returned after chasing for severally. He wanted to collect the remaining virtual realm fruit trees. Boom! After 2 attacks, the restriction was shattered. Sichin took out the purple gold gourd and began collecting the fruits. Miserable screams rang out from afar. A tribe with tens of thousands of years of history was defeated by a man and an eagle because they had lost 3 corporeal realm experts. Everyone in the tribe had fled. Those who did not flee, or those who fled too slowly, became corpses. The Hearthstone tribe had more than 10,000 people. The pursuit was undoubtedly difficult. Sichin decisively gave up after chasing for several hundredly. On the other hand, the Black Eagle continued the pursuit for the sake of the virtual realm fragments. This was a rare opportunity. One must know that there were usually corporeal realm experts in the tribe. If 3 corporeal realm experts joined forces, the Black Eagle might die. Sichin stood in the sky and looked down at the empty tribe. He was filled with emotions. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he was still restrained. However, in this world where there were no rules, he had become bloodthirsty. After a long time, the cry of an eagle rang out in the sky. The Black Eagle had returned with the pill cauldron. Sichin shook his hand and a flying boat appeared. He jumped onto it. After a while, the Black Eagle landed on the flying boat. The next place was Jiaxi's tribe. Although there was nothing valuable there were still many virtual realm experts. Killing them would be a fortune. The situation was the same when he arrived at Jiaxi's tribe. Sichin did not say anything. He rushed forward and began killing. As he killed, he gradually grew tired. However, in order to increase his strength and not be killed by others, Sichin could only kill, seize resources, and cultivate. Sichin had become numb from killing. On the other hand, the Black Eagle was in high spirits and killed to his heart's content. Mournful screams rang out continuously. Soon, everyone was scared out of their wits and began to flee. Not long after, the situation was the same as the Hearthstone tribe. All the cultivators in the tribe fled. As the cry of an eagle came from afar, Zichen took out the flying boat again and left with the black eagle. This time, Zichen did not go into seclusion. Instead, he went straight to the Luen tribe. Through special means, the news quickly reached Tai Lu and Jiasi. What? Jiasi trembled when he saw the message on the communication bead. His face instantly turned ashen. Tai Lu's reaction was even worse than Jiasi's. When he learned that the remaining virtual realm fruit trees had been stolen, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Big brother, what happened? He Shi and Hu Fo looked at Tai Lu. Tai Lu's expression was extremely ugly. After a long time, he said, Zichen killed his way back and stole the remaining virtual realm fruit trees. What? Damn it! I'll go back and kill him! The two were furious. When Jia Ming and the other corporeal realm expert heard that Zichen had gone to the tribe to kill, they were furious. However, when they heard about Tai Lu's situation, the anger in their hearts lessened, although their faces remained angry. Evidently, compared to him, the Hearthstone tribe was even more miserable. And in this sort of situation, for others to suffer even more miserably than him, he was able to feel some consolation. In fact, he even felt a bit of schadenfreude. Of course, the three of them would not show it. They only condemned and cursed Zichen with righteous indignation. He Shi said angrily, Go back. We'll go back and kill him. The angry Tai Lu still had some rationality left. He waved his hand and said, If we go back now, we'll fall into his trap. Zichen is waiting for us to go back so that he can come and steal the fruits. We won't leave. We'll wait for Zichen to come. At the side, Jiasi nodded and said, That's right. Since the fruits are gone, let's wait for Zichen here. The six of them quickly reached an agreement, and began to wait patiently. As for the casualties of the emptiness realm experts in the tribe, they did not seem to care much. Time passed as they waited. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. They were not sure when Zichen would come, and when he would make his move. They could only wait patiently. Recently, there were no abnormalities in the Luen tribe. If there was something wrong, it would be the emptiness realm expert who was in charge of the fruit of law. Recently, he had suddenly become diligent and began to investigate the fruit of law. He seemed to have discovered something unusual and began to investigate the fruit orchards one by one. It was said that he wanted to see how the fruits were growing, when they would ripen, and whether anyone had stolen the fruits. After the steward finished investigating all the fruit of law, he turned and headed to the fruit of law. When he arrived at an orchard, he shook the restriction. After attracting the attention of the emptiness realm expert inside, he said indifferently, Open the restriction. I want to see how the fruits are growing. The restriction was quickly opened. An emptiness realm expert inside saluted the steward. The steward walked in, looked at the fruit of law in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, he praised, Not bad, not bad. When the restriction behind him was closed, a chill appeared on the steward's face. Then, he took out a scimitar and chopped off the emptiness realm expert's head. Then, the steward took out a purple gold gourd and began to collect these fruit of law. The steward was naturally Zichen. After transforming, his aura was the same as the original steward. No one could detect the abnormality at all. Just like this, Zichen took away all the fruit of law. After he walked out of the fastest restriction, he found an excuse and walked out of the tribe. He did not reveal his true body. It was not until he completely left the Luen tribe that he took a flying boat and left. The steward's sudden departure did not attract the attention of others. However, as he did not return for a long time, everyone gradually noticed that something was wrong. Soon, this matter was known by Sect Master Luen. After hearing the whole story, Luen's expression suddenly changed. Then, he walked towards the fruit of law. As the restriction was blasted open, a bumpy ground was revealed. It was empty. As the other restrictions were blasted open, not a single fruit of law was left. Not only was the fruit of law gone, but the fruit of law was also gone. This discovery caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They were shocked. They never thought that the steward would be so bold. Luan was mad with anger. He took the 3 realms and flew outside. Because of their own realm and deliberately probing, they quickly found the 6 realms hiding in the dark. At a glance, Luan found Jiaxi and Tai Lu. He shouted angrily, "How dare you join hands to make trouble for my tribe? Die!" Without saying anything, Luan took the 3 realms and attacked the 6 realms. However, 4 against 6, the Luan tribe was obviously at a disadvantage. But now, the 4 realms were burning with anger. They did not care so much. It would be best if they could kill 1 or 2. "Luan, what's going on?" Tai Lu shouted. "What's going on? What are the 6 of you doing here?" Luan was furious. A powerful aura surged around him and attacked Tai Lu. Hearing this, Tai Lu's expression changed. He asked, "What's going on? Don't play dumb here. Give me your life." A series of powerful attacks hit Tai Lu. Tai Lu retreated and did not fight back. After dodging several attacks, he said, "Is your Fruit of Law and Fruit of Law also gone?" You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.